Good morning, everybody. Sanbonani. May I please just ask your indulgence this morning? If you're sitting all the way in the back, if you could first please come to the front tables. If possible, there's plenty of space in the upper tables. Please, it makes it just more intimate and more friendly. We're going to begin our program this morning. My name is Mahao Peku. I'm going to be the program director. So you will hear a lot of my voice this morning and today. It's my great pleasure to take you through this conference at a very important time in the era of hydrogen all over the world, with everybody obsessed with trying to resolve their energy security issues. Allow me to welcome all of you, and I hope that this can be a great space for engagement, learning, sharing of knowledge, and hopefully all of us go away richer from this process and ready to really push the envelope forward on hydrogen in South Africa and globally. I want to welcome Ms. Yudi Mabuza to come and do the welcoming remarks and give some objectives of why we're here today and what the day will look like. And I'll talk to you shortly. Ms. Mabuza.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are gathered here for the inaugural round table workshops, which are titled Hydrogen as a Lever for Social Justice. As part of the national drive to create a clean, affordable, and sustainable energy future for South Africa, the South African government, through the Department of Science and Innovation, launched the Hydrogen Society Roadmap in February this year, 2022. The science diplomacy for economic development using green hydrogen is a project and an initiative by the Department of Department of Science and Innovation's International Office, and it is in partnership with the Stellenbosch University's Center for Renewable and Sustainable Energy. We are also working together with the Durban University of Technology, as well as Impact Hydrogen, who is our international partner. This project seeks to support the Hydrogen Society Roadmap through a series of local and international roundtable workshops, and we will have a whole lot of follow-up engagements starting off from today, where we will have the inaugural workshop. This workshop is titled, the workshop is titled as Creating Hydrogen Valleys for South Africa, and it will assist us to unpack the progress that South Africa has made in terms of the Hydrogen Valley, the feasibility study that was launched in creating the South Africa's first hydrogen corridor. So today's speakers are going to take us through on this identified corridor, and they're going to also highlight the 9 catalytic projects that were identified to kickstart the country in having its own hydrogen valley. We will get updates in regards to what activities they've done since the launch of the study, as well as the challenges that they've been faced in implementing it. We will also get an insight from government on what regulations, plans are being put in place in order to enable the economy for it to be implemented. Furthermore, we will have later in the day, we will hear from international speakers who have already got established valleys, and they will tell us about their learnings and their processes on how they've been able to establish their valleys, but at the same time, they will also tell us how they managed to deal with some of the challenges that they encountered as they were creating their own valleys. We will today conclude our day by engaging with financial institutions who will tell us how they can assist in accelerating the very economy and how they can also finance green projects. Tomorrow, we will conclude with a session that will reflect on the socio-economic impact, as well as ensuring that we know how we can ensure, the socio-economic impact, and ensuring that there is inclusiveness as we embark on this new economy. We will be graced by the presence of the Minister, who will then launch 3 interconnected Hydrogen Valley activities as stipulated in the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that we have an exhibition outside, but at the same time we've got what we call the virtual reality glasses that I believe some of you had already started interacting with them. And these are to also give you insight of a future reality, how this hydrogen economy will be actually realized and how it should look like. I'd like to encourage you all to please, when you can, have yourself a moment to go through the virtual classes so that it gives you a bit more insight and learnings what the valley should be looking like in the future. I want to thank you all and welcome you all to today's workshop, and I want to encourage you that as we start the sessions today, please note that we have a website that we have established where we will carry on with more of the sessions, and we would like to encourage you that you participate in these sessions as we go through with the year, because they're going to be a year-long project, a roundtable series that will take place here in the country, but also internationally with our international partners. And these partners, we will move around into the Netherlands, into Japan, into the UK, and we will also come back into the country because we are trying to promote South Africa as a preferred destination, but most importantly, to have international collaboration in regards to this economy. I thank you all. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Mabuza, for that introduction and welcome. We are going to move directly into our program now. May I please invite Dr. Rebecca Masrumule, as well as Ninke Hoffman, to please join the front panel here. The session that we are looking at now is the first session of our day, and it is really to get an update on activities on the hydrogen valleys and hubs, including some of the challenges that have been faced. We are first going to hear the overview of the Hydrogen Society roadmap here in South Africa that we have developed as a country. That will be followed by the experience of the Netherlands, which will be done by Ms. Ninke Hoffman, who is the CEO of Impact Hydrogen in the Netherlands. It's important for us to have these contrasts and to share lessons and experiences because this is a new area for all of us. And as we go along, we need to look at the policy space, we need to look at the regulatory mechanisms, we need to look at costs, we need to look at barriers to entry, and what all this responds to. Obviously, we also want to hear about the short, medium, and long-term strategies that are involved. We sort of just want to get a picture of what hydrogen might look like as an important transition to energy security. We also want to perhaps understand from the following speakers who will come to the panel much later, how they are participating, what their challenges are, what the vision is, really. Where are we going with this? And is this hype, or is this really something that is doable, manageable, and can really become part of our society? It's also important, of course, to look at the most important and the central pieces of this for us as South Africa in particular. How do we mainstream gender through this? How do we mainstream disability? How do we use hydrogen economy as a leverage for anti-poverty activities, to address inequalities, to create new green jobs for the youth unemployment that affects us. So it's not just a private sector government initiative, but it has the social impact and addresses the socio-economic issues that confront us. May I introduce Dr. Rebecca Masrumule. She is the Acting Deputy Director General at the Technology Innovation at the National Department of Science and Innovation. The Technology Innovation Program is responsible for promoting technology development and valorization of intellectual property emerging from this national system of innovation. The Technology Innovation Program is also responsible for promoting awareness, best practices in intellectual property for innovation with socio-economic impact. She is the Chief Director, Hydrogen and Energy at the National Department of Science and Innovation. Her responsibilities include the implementation of the National Energy Science, Technology and Innovation, planning, etc. It's my privilege and my honor to welcome Dr. Masrumule to the podium to come and take us through give us an overview of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap of South Africa. Please welcome her. Be kind, be gentle.
Yeah, it's PowerPoint.
This is a clicker going forward, back, forward, back.
And what do I plug? I just hit it.
Forward.
Okay. Good morning. I would say hola, como esta? I was just in Costa Rica. But Dumilang, this is for my in-laws who are Mopedi. So I'd like to say, first of all, thank you so much to our program director for that great opening and welcome, as well as to Ms. Mabuza. I must say, when I was first in Japan and I started learning about the hydrogen economy, former Ambassador Peko was actually out in the rural areas of Japan doing work. So I never got an opportunity to meet her. So I'm so grateful that today's event created an opportunity for me to get to know you. And this is really momentous for me because really, you know, just over 6 years ago when I joined the Department of Science and Innovation, I couldn't tell you the difference between hydrogen and ammonia, or even what the difference between PGMs, platinum versus iridium were. And over this time, I've learned a number of things about the hydrogen economy. But what's important, I think, is today's presentation will tell you really where we began this journey just under 15 years ago. And it's interesting that the reason why we started the journey hasn't changed despite the time. So in terms of the Hydrogen South Africa program, essentially in 2007, Cabinet approved the National Hydrogen South Africa RDI strategy. And really it was back to the premise around issues of equality and social inclusion. So really, you know, we have 75% of the world's platinum. This is wealth that's in the ground, and we wanted to create wealth for the majority of people who live in South Africa based on South African IP. But then really in terms of how do we share the economic and benefit derived from our mineral endowment. And really, we wanted to avoid what we call reverse curse, where we, for decades, can extract minerals, and then really those communities get left behind with issues like asset mine drainage or other issues where the local economy collapses because there's nothing going on. And last but not least, it was important to stimulate the PGM demand through identifying and promoting alternative PGM applications. So you've heard often about Europe is moving towards battery electric vehicles, fuel cell electric vehicles, away from internal combustion engines. And really, given the share of PGMs that go into catalytic converters, really South Africa, or Team South Africa, needs to find other opportunities for PGMs. And really, the policy instrument that we're implementing the strategy through is what we call our centers of competence. And we have 3 of them across 5 institutions. So we have HISA Infrastructure, which is co-hosted by CSIR and Northwest University, focusing on issues around infrastructure and the generation of hydrogen from renewables. The second Center of Competence, co-hosted between Mintech and University of Cape Town, which looked at platinum-based catalysts, as well as membrane electrode assemblies, or the heart of a fuel cell. And last but not least, HISA Systems, University of Western Cape, and really looking at the integration of fuel cells into products like, be it bikes, be it golf carts, be it other mobility applications. And really, we had 3 phases. So the first phase was just really technology catch-up. So can we take our existing capabilities and scale up our key personnel? And over the last 15 years, we've graduated quite a few masters and PhDs in South Africa. The second phase, focusing on establishing critical local supply chains and delivering first products to market. So you started seeing a situation where you actually started having sales to international markets and started to get our spin-out companies coming to the fore. And last but not least, we have less than 4 months of the 15th year of implementation. So can we contribute to international innovation, as well as how do we compete successfully in the world market? So we have a couple of young players coming up in the market, like HiPlat, Bambili Energy, who are actually helping us to meet these aspirations. And really, I always say that you can tell stories, but pictures make a big difference when it comes to story. So you look at here, early on, like I said, when we started the implementation of strategy, we started with golf carts using fuel cells, so it's integration. Here at the bottom, you have, it's nice to see our former Deputy Director, Mandy, who was looking at a fuel cell installation at the Windsor Clinic. So we're actually powering hospital refrigerators that were storing TB medication. So you started to see the transformative opportunities for hydrogen and service delivery. But then we started moving to bigger and better projects in partnership with private sector. So here's an Impala hydrogen forklift that was powered using HISA IP. And even some of the people in today's room, like Famita Smith, he was here at this wonderful launch in Impala in her previous job. And then at the bottom, you started to see the transformative opportunity for fuel cells in what we call critical infrastructure like schools. This is at Northwest. And really, I think we really had a banner year at the height of COVID, when in partnership with private sector, global OEMs, local SMEs, other government departments, we deployed fuel cells within 6 weeks to power field hospitals for COVID-19 patients. And really, in 2022, early this year in February, our minister, Dr. Blade Nzimande, launched the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. So it's not by, it was purposely that we put a black woman on the front cover, because really gender equality, social inclusion is at front and center of our engagements. And really the vision is an inclusive, sustainable, and competitive hydrogen economy by 2050, with the goal of achieving a just and inclusive net zero carbon economic growth for societal well-being by 2050. So when we talk about societal well-being, we feel like the hydrogen economy should lead to jobs for youth, persons who are normally left behind, but also it's important for us, what does it mean by just? Just means decent jobs. Just means that the transitions are done in such a way that no one's left behind. But then when we talk about economic growth, carbon net zero economic growth is really critical. And we understand that South Africa, through the national determined contributions, has also made commitments around net zero growth. And really, this process was based on alignment of stakeholders around a common vision as to what that future looks like and what success looks like into the future. So we have 6 high-level outcomes for the Hydrogen Society Roadmap. So one thing about hydrogen is a very flexible molecule. You can use it in the power sector, be it for power outages that we're dealing with Eskom, but also to stabilize the grid when you talk about the entrance of renewables, solar and wind to the grid. And really, the lead department is the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, supported by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And then in terms of decarbonization of transport, we have heavy-duty trucks. The project by Anglo will be the leading project around the Makalakana mine. But also, we're looking to move into shipping, aviation, and rail. Of course, the Department of Transport is leading this in partnership with other departments. And then we have creation of a manufacturing sector. So we have been producing IP for the last 14 and a half years. And some of this IP is actually performing at par with global OEM IP. So we're looking to take the platinum in the ground, produce products and components for fuel cells, both electrolyzers and stationary and mobility fuel cells. Decarbonization of industry, led by Department of Trade, Industry, and Competition. One thing about the hydrogen molecule, it's well placed to help us to decarbonize very hard to abate sectors like the iron and steel sector, as well as cement sector and so forth. Creation of an export market for hydrogen. This would be led by DTIC. So we're looking at taking our sunshine, our wind, packaging it into hydrogen and ammonia, as well as green steel, and selling it to the rest of the world. And I've just been traveling the last 2 weeks. One thing I missed, not more than my husband and my son, has been the sunshine in South Africa. So we really have a case for exporting our sunshine to the rest of the world. And last but not least, this issue around transition from gray to blue to green. What we know today is that green hydrogen is not at parity with gray hydrogen, right? And really, in order for us to do that, it's a whole of government approach, but also infrastructure will be critical to move it from where the molecule is produced to where it needs to be used. So we're asking presidency, supported through Infrastructure South Africa, to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to make sure that we can move the molecules to where they need to be it either for domestic consumption or even export to other markets. Now, in terms of the key actions and milestones, we're looking at scaling up. So in the first couple of years between now and 2024, we're expecting to see at least 1 megawatt minimum of green hydrogen production, probably in the Northern Cape. And then we're also expecting to be having local demand, so we're expecting to see buses on the road, we're expecting to see forklifts in airports, but also in the short term, we need to get our act together when it comes to creating the skills curriculum in South Africa, so this can lead to growth, which includes jobs. And this is why even over the next 2 days, in partnership with the Department of Higher Education and Training, we're really having, I would say, the start of conversations with key stakeholders around this issue. And then in the medium term, we're looking at, again, further green hydrogen production, most of it in Northern Cape for export market, but then at least 1.7 gigawatts of installed capacity in the hydrogen valley that you'll learn about today. And again, scaling up buses and the deployments of fuel cells and mobility sector. And then last but not least, in the last 2030, 2040, again, an additional, I'll say a minimum of 15 gigawatts of installed capacity in Northern Cape, as well as the sector coupling that we need to happen through infrastructure to reduce the overall cost. And again, the jobs that will come. Now, in terms of catalytic projects, so, by 2050, there's a lot that needs to happen, but really things start and grow through catalytic projects. So there's quite a few projects. Actually, when we launched the Hydrogen Fuel Society Roadmap a few months ago, there were only 4 catalytic projects that we were looking at. And more recently, in the last few weeks, there's 2 other ones. So the Coal CO to the X program is really looking at converting flue gas to carbon-lean products like fertilizer. We can actually look at sulfuric acid and other chemicals which are critical. We're actually very advanced. In January next year, we'll have a demonstration of a the Coal Seal to the X program at PPC Cement in Limpopo Province. The Platinum Valley, really looking at starting in Limpopo, which has the largest platinum mine in the world, along the N1 through to Johannesburg, Pretoria, and then going to the coast in Durban. And really this project, which requires $1.2 billion of infrastructure development, what could lead to just between 9 and 3.9 billion rands of $1 billion of GDP growth to South Africa and numerous jobs. The Bugabai SEZ, which is looking at green hydrogen production. One thing we know is that while we have solar throughout South Africa, the best solar is actually sitting in Northern Cape. So the question is, how do we take that solar and really produce green hydrogen, green ammonia, and through an existing SEZ, start selling it to other parts of the world? And then Sustainable Aviation Fuels Program at Sasol, they're looking to, like say, one of the claims of fame that Sasol has is that I think it's the largest point source of CO2 in the world. So they're not putting their head down in shame, guys. They're holding their head up high and saying, how do we turn that from an embarrassment into an opportunity? And the Sustainable Aviation Fuel is their way of moving forward. And then last but not least, the two programs looking at green steel production, Saldanha Bay. Unfortunately, it closed down a couple of years ago, but at one point in time, Saldanha Bay had the most efficient steel-making process in the world, and they're looking to take those capabilities and turn it into a future. And then again, in Sasol, again, coming around, looking at taking their, again, existing facilities and turning it into a future. Now, this is when I get really excited, guys, right? So really, we're doing this because we see a future for the country. But there's no future without jobs for our youth. So we actually did a study that will be launched tomorrow by our minister, looking at what the opportunity is for jobs in South Africa. And what we've learned is that if we continue with business as usual, which means we don't do anything, we don't use hydrogen locally, we don't try to export our sunshine and other products to the world, we're going to have very marginal GDP growth. So it's going to happen, but it's going to be very myopic, very small, right? And it's not going to create the jobs we actually need to get out of the issues that we have. But if we go towards what we call an all-inclusive portfolio, which looks at producing green hydrogen, green steel, fuel cell components for export market, we can actually grow the GDP growth, but actually underpinned by jobs. And I just want to show this, this slide right here. So essentially, we're looking at close to 500,000 jobs by 2030, right? Iron and steel is the front runner in terms of jobs, 224,000, followed by PGM mining sector. So this is great for guys like Anglo and Impala. There are opportunities if we move in the right direction. Power generation sector, bearing in mind this is not coal-fired power generation, but this is renewables and wind, at least 77,000 jobs. But then if you look at the further opportunities, fuel cell, electrolyzer components, you don't have a lot of jobs initially, right? But in part, this is because, the sale of, like I was just in a meeting last week, the sale of electrolyzers is going to really take off exponentially over the next 2 or 3 years. So we shouldn't give up, but we should start the journey. And then in terms of green hydrogen production, ammonia production, about between 5,000 and 1,000 jobs by 2030. But if you look at 2040, again, iron and steel is taking over. No one ever catches up to them. Again, PGM mining is bringing us jobs. And I think this is critical. What we're looking at is a transition as fast as possible, because if we transition as fast as possible, the coal mining jobs that could be lost will be made up by the PGM mining sector, right? But then you also start seeing the jobs in the fuel cell electrolyzer sector starting to grow. But then in 2050, this is when the jobs in fuel cell electrolyzers starts to outstrip the jobs in the green hydrogen, green ammonia production sector. And then last but not least, where we get really excited is where the jobs for TVET graduates. And in South Africa, I know that's a huge issue. So just looking at this, hopefully you're getting excited around why we're taking this journey, because we feel that there will be inclusion in terms of new jobs, but also along the whole value chain, blue collar, white collar jobs, and this is across South Africa. Okay, so in closing, hopefully you've heard the hype, but the hype is real, guys. We have a mineral endowment, we have renewable energy assets, we have available industries in South Africa, and we can create a competitive hydrogen economy in South Africa. And this is as we recover from COVID-19. In line with the JETP, the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, we need to be rebranded as a destination for sustainable innovation and investment that incorporates environmental, societal, and good governance principles. Gender equality and social inclusion are at the core transition to low carbon economy. So hopefully you're seeing that women today, I'm not sure if this was contrived that you're only seeing women for the first half hour of today's meeting, but it shows that we have women leadership that is able to be part of this journey. We need to build stronger partnerships between government, private sector, and civil society, put in place enabling environment. But I think today's event, which is the inaugural session, means that is part of discussion. So the work that we're doing, the Science Diplomacy for Economic Development workshops, is really seeking support through a series of local and international roundtables. So we know that we need to take this journey, but in partnership with private sector and public sector, international and locally in South Africa, we can make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masurumele. There's a lot to take on in this presentation. And it gives us, I think, an excellent ground for a local domestic conversation, about how we fit into the pieces, the private sector, labor, civil society, government, how everybody can play a role in ensuring that we meet the goals. There's so many wonderful statistics there about the job opportunities that will come. In our later discussion, I think that we will delve a little bit deeper. If you do have questions, please hold on to them, and we will have a short session on that. I now want us to move the conversation globally and look at what Europe is doing. A case in point is the Netherlands. I want to invite the CEO of Impact Hydrogen, Ms. Nienke Hopman, who comes all the way from the Netherlands. She is a former regional minister in the northern Netherlands and has been very instrumental in setting up the Hydrogen Valley of Europe. Besides Impact Hydrogen, Nienke is also a board member of the Green Hydrogen Organization in Geneva, and she's played a leading role in the energy transition in the Netherlands, the European Union, and beyond. And so we invite her to come to the podium because we want to hear lessons, challenges, etc. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, and it is an honor to be here. And I also want to compliment the Hydrogen Society Roadmap, especially for connecting hydrogen to society. So my name is Nienke Hopman, indeed a former regional minister, and I will tell you a little bit more about my history and about our history in the Northern Netherlands. But first, I want to tell a little bit more about the next slide, about why it is so important to connect the dots. If I can get to the next slide. Yes, it works. Actually, we are in a new era, the era of energy transition. And, well, if we look back at the fossil economy, then the green hydrogen economy, this new energy transition, has something completely new. We have to organize it all together in the same time, in a good way, in a way that it really contributes to sustainable development. And therefore, it's very important that we tell the story. Never forget to tell the story. We have a wonderful story, actually, in the Northern Netherlands, but it started terrible. So never forget to tell the story and make the connection between real development, social justice, and actually the technical world that is needed and that can really contribute to this development. So the how is always very important, but it always starts with the why. Why do we want to change? Why do we see an opportunity of letting green hydrogen contribute to sustainable development? Yes, we see it. And then after the why, connect to the how and then the what. And the what is most of the time the technical part. But really to scale up the technical parts, to let it work for us, you need the why and the how. So my name is Nienke, and yeah, I'm actually from the Northern Netherlands. In the Northern Netherlands, we started with the first hydrogen valley of the world. But it was because of a crisis. I used to be a regional minister, the youngest regional minister, and also a female. And we had a terrible situation because we are living above a natural gas field and we had severe earthquakes. But we also had chemical industry based on natural gas. We heated our houses with the natural gas. Actually, it brought us a lot of jobs. And I'm from the Northern Netherlands and a border region in the Northern Netherlands, and we had high unemployment rates. So people were worried. What if we stop the natural gas mining? What will happen to my job? So we have to give them a new perspective. And we were in a hurry, because this was 2015, 16, 17, and the natural gas mining should be stopped in 2022. That's this year. So we were in a hurry, and what we did, I already saw it in the previous presentations, the public-private partnerships. What we did, actually I'm a social worker. So what I did, ask everyone, and say, how can we do this together? What is needed? Because I'm not a technical specialist, so I asked the people that knew how to get there. So I asked the government expertise, of course, the small and medium enterprises, industry, knowledge institutes. How can we create, well, this new prosperity for all? And they said, well, start at the end. Where do you want to be in 2030? Well, a life without natural gas in the Northern Netherlands, but with a lot of jobs, a lot of prosperity for my region. So that's what we did. We made a vision of 2030 and then started backcasting. If you want this new energy system, then you have to do it together. You have to align all your actions. So that's what we did. Chemical industry, government, knowledge institutes. We made a roadmap together because I already started with bringing goals together. A government has high ambitions, but companies, they need people, they need sometimes grants, they need permits. And knowledge institutes, they want to know how can we train our people, give them new skills, what must that skills be, and you have to bring this all together. But you also have, and it's all about connecting the dots, you also have to bring the technical system together. So we made an analysis of the usage of green hydrogen in our region, the supply opportunities in our region, the infrastructure in our region, the knowledge institutes, how could they also support this new system, and we made an action plan together, a Hydrogen Valley roadmap. And this was such a success, this Hydrogen Valley roadmap, that we got supported by the European Union. They said, well, this approach, we like it so much, let's copy it all over the world. And the wonderful success of this way of working is if you create hydrogen valleys and the roadmaps with timelines, including skills training, but also governmental policy frameworks. If you do this all together, then you know at what time you can connect the hydrogen valleys and really scale up. So yeah, what does it look like? One of friends, colleagues from the Netherlands also here, and she will tell a little bit more about the details, but this is what it looks like. Creating jobs in your own region, because an energy transition is very vague. If you say we're in a transition, no one knows what will happen. So you have to make it visible. You have to show them this is what it looks like, and this can be your role in this energy transition after the transition or during the transition. So we made it very visible. Like starting with trucks, like the short-term goals, the short-term actions, but never forget the why. Why are we going to do this? Because fighting climate change, bringing new prosperity to our region. Everyone wants to do good. So why you want to do is, how does it look, how will we do it, working together, and what does it look like? Well, it looks like this. new jobs for small and medium enterprises in a region, but also new vision for example, chemical company in a region. So in one of the pictures you see an orange line. This is the new hydrogen infrastructure. But you also see a solar farm. It's not a normal solar farm, it's a solar farm on an airport. You see hydrogen buses. We have a lot of hydrogen buses in a region, so everyone sees the hydrogen buses and sees, oh, I can be a bus driver in a hydrogen bus. That's wonderful. We can have the street sweepers. So what we did, make it visible. So everyone knows that they have a new role in this transition, and like the vocational training, skills training, they know how can I train my people. And it was something I could only dream about, that in the end, the European Union, the United Nations, we're now talking here about hydrogen valleys, that we can connect all these hydrogen valleys all over the world, learn from each other's approach, connect best practices, connect to each other. And one of the most important parts is that we can contribute to sustainable development. Because if you start analyzing what a region needs, more jobs, a balanced energy system, clean cities, off-grid systems, if you connect all these dots, you make this analysis from the beginning, you can really contribute to sustainable development with this new green hydrogen economy. And I already showed, I was a little bit too quick, you have different kinds of hydrogen valleys. So if you analyze a region and see what kind of hydrogen valley can contribute to prosperity over there and give, well, new ambitions, new energy to the region, you can connect them, but you can also scale up and connect them also all over the world. Because we have 3 hydrogen valley archetypes. So the first one is quite small, like the off-grid system, contributing to mobility, clean cities, clean mobility, affordable mobility. And the second one is more medium scale. It is also about industry. It's also about mobility. It's about balancing the system. And then the third one is all of this, but then also ready for exporting. And exporting is also a way to make new agreements together, create new conditions. How are we going to deal with export? How can we create mutual benefits if we export green hydrogen or import green hydrogen? How can we share best practices, share our knowledge, and make it really what trade is all about? Create mutual benefits, like jobs. So we can create new prosperity for all, leave no one behind, if we start creating hydrogen valleys and start with impact by design. Because one of the, hard parts of creating this new green hydrogen economy and organize it all at the same time, working today but never forget about, the ambitions for 2030, you have to organize this. And this is a lot. So it's quite easy to say, well, we are in a hurry because it's almost tomorrow, 2030, but never forget to involve all these partners. Because if you make the analysis of what is needed tomorrow, and start training people for tomorrow and the day after, but also involve small and medium enterprises and not only the large industries, we need both. And if you do it from the start, and we call it impact by design, you can really contribute to prosperity. So we invented a model, but the model is actually to create new prosperity, to organize it, and it won't take any longer. No, together we stand stronger. So if we do it together, we can accelerate the transition, make it better, and leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for that really brilliant presentation. We have now listened to 2 presentations. I'm sure that you noted some of the similarities in terms of the objective, that the socio-economic issues continue to be central. Your SDGs, your Sustainable Development Goals, are critical, are essential to why we do this. And I think that's a very important issue that came out in both presentations, which is very, very important. I'm going to, if there are any questions, I would take a couple questions before we move on to the next panel. The two panels are actually linked. So this set the backdrop for us in terms of the framework, the roadmap, what it looks like, where the vision is going. And then we will talk to the players in the second part of the panel. Are there any questions or comments that people have? Okay, everybody's, yes, you're welcome. Please state your name and organization that you come from. There's a mic right next to you.
Should I stand up?
Please.
Tsogofala Musiani from Royal Ascon in DHV. I think a question to Dr. Maseremule. In speaking about some of these catalytic projects, I see mention of Bogebai. And as we know, the grid access in the Northern Cape is a bit constrained. So the question is around what sort of partnerships are there to enable these catalytic projects? So are there any discussions with your ESCOMs, for instance, for the expansion of the transmission network across the different corridors that are being developed and et cetera? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Speak now. Please.
Good morning. My name is Zanele Mavusambata from Bambili Energy. Congratulations on what you've been able to accomplish in the Netherlands. I'm very curious about lessons learned in trying to orchestrate what you've been able to orchestrate. Thanks.
I'll take one more hand if there is. There's a...
Hello, it's Elias Mabuza. I'm just here privately. Ms. Homan, very interesting developments and history that you presented. My question is really on how do we convince gas and oil operators to move away from it and join in the hydrogen roadmaps?
Thank you. I'll allow the respondents. I'll start with you.
No, thank you for your question around the Bogebai Catalytic project. I think this project is a partnership. The lead, I would say government would be, well, let me say government, but is the regional government or the provincial government, Northern Cape. So Northern Cape launched their strategy, hydrogen strategy, at last year's COP in Glasgow, if I understand. Now, that is the Triple Helix partnership. So you have Northern Cape government, I believe also the Gauteng government is involved. You have Presidency through Infrastructure South Africa is actively involved. You also have Sasol is involved, but also if you talk about Bogebai, you also have the Prieska Reserve, which also includes Maklako as well. And then in terms of the issue around the grid constraints, you're correct, there are grid constraints. I mean, we're experiencing those constraints even with the Renewable Energy IBP program. However, remember, the molecule, the molecule we're producing, so we're not moving energy or power, we're moving chemicals, right? So chemicals will be produced there, either be it hydrogen or ammonia, and then that ammonia will be moved not through a grid, but through either pipeline or probably in the long-term pipeline, but I think in the short term, I think a dolphin system. So the grid constraints we don't have to worry about. But also remember, if you're selling green hydrogen or green ammonia, you only know that you have green ammonia or green hydrogen if you're off-grid. Because remember, the ESCOM grid is majority majority coal-based. So you won't be able to use the grid and have your ammonia be considered green. So in the short term, I think that the grid constraints won't be an issue. The constraint really is around if you're going to get that hydrogen from Bogebai or Northern Cape to Gauteng, that's where your challenge lies. So I know that there is some thinking around putting a hydrogen backbone from the Northern Cape to Gauteng, as well as there's a possible backbone, a Namibian hydrogen backbone, which will be piped and so forth. But I think in the Hydrogen Valley study that was completed last year in partnership with Bambili, Anglo, and Anji, the reason why we're producing hydrogen in the valley is because the cost of moving the ammonia or hydrogen from Northern Cape was an issue. So in the short term, without a hydrogen backbone from Gauteng through to Northern Cape, you're not going to move it either. So I hope that answered your question fully.
Yes, thank you. So first, the lessons learned. I think the most important lesson we learned was really about always make the combination between the small actions and the large ambitions. Because for a lot of work and financing opportunities, you need the large ambitions. So you need the numbers, like 2030, 10 gigawatt, 40 gigawatt, that makes it much more attractive for investors to invest. So you need the large scale. That's actually what you also need, but you always have to think about, okay, but what do we have to do today? How can we show our people what is needed today and what we are doing today? So that's so make it small and simple, and never forget that actually I'm also, and perhaps you also, I'm living in quite a bubble. Everybody knows what is green hydrogen and everybody knows what you can do with it. But if I'm walking on the street or in a bus, then people don't know exactly what green hydrogen is. And as long as you don't know exactly what it is or how you can use it or what kind of role it can play in your life, then it is like a transition. It is fake. You don't see what your role can be, and then, well, it's quite normal for people to think, I think someone else can do it. I will wait. So you have to give them the tools to show them and let them see how they can contribute in this transition and how it can also bring them prosperity. So never forget the small actions while thinking about the large ambitions. So another one is, how can we actually seduce the large oil and gas companies to also join this? This is also about the combination of government and companies. You have to give them the opportunity to make the large, the large steps, the large ambitions, to show them how they can contribute and also facilitate it. Because if you are a large company, you want large solar farms, you want large green hydrogen production, you want large contracts, and so most of the time they are willing to invest in the first demonstration and pilot projects as long as they can see that there's also a large opportunity in the long run. And that, I think these two parts really fit together. Because also the big oil and gas companies, they have people that want to be trained and skilled and are worried about their job. So please never forget the combination, because I started with the why. Everyone wants to do good. Everyone wants to contribute to a better world. So as long as we can share this story and see this is why we do it, create a better and a just and fair transition. And in the meantime, this is what we're going to do. So this is the what, and everyone can be included in this.
Thank you very, very much to the panel. Lots of things to think about, and thank you to the floor for your questions. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next panel, and can we give him a hand, please? We've now listened to two roadmaps, the South African roadmap and the Netherlands roadmap. What's important, of course, is that there are always players that play in these valleys. So the next presentation, we are going to get an overview of South Africa's Hydrogen Valley, and I'd like to invite Mr. Zwanani Titus Mate to come to join me on the panel here. He's a South African who is extremely passionate about the development of Africa. He has a very in-depth understanding of the various energy sources and technologies, their utilization and benefits. He has more than 25 years of experience in industrial and academic work. 8 of them have been spent as the general manager and executive level. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer at the South African National Energy Development Institute. He will be joined by the players who will also update us of the activities of how they're playing in the Hydrogen Valley, what the challenges are, where they see opportunities for expansion, for scaling, how the regulatory mechanism and the policy space and the enablers are coming together for them. I'd like to invite Ms. Famida Smith, who's the Principal Market Development at Anglo American. She is a chemical engineer by profession. She has been in the PGM mining industry for 25 years. Wonderful to see women there. The last 14 years of her career have been focused on market development, particularly on the hydrogen and fuel cell sector, where she was responsible for the development of the first hydrogen fuel cell forklift. Please let that sink in just a little bit. And refueling station in South Africa, because it's really important. When we talk about mainstreaming gender, this is what we're talking about, that women are also at the center of this new innovation. She'll be joined by Ms. Zanele Mavuso Mbata, who asked a question in the earlier panel. She has over 27 years of work experience in the renewable energy industry, mining, financial markets. She's currently the CEO of Phambili Energy, a manufacturer of hydrogen fuel cell systems and their subcomponents. On behalf of Phambili, Zanele is co-leading the development of the fuel cell industry, co-developing the first hydrogen corridor in South Africa with South African and international corporations for the rollout of hydrogen fuel cells, trucks, buses, co-developing the first hydrogen valley in South Africa with the South African government as well. We have, this is amazing. I'd like to also invite Ms. Rilette Davidson. She's the head of Hydrogen Program Management Global Market Hydrogen Development at Sasol Energy Business. Rilette is the Sasol Global Market Hydrogen Development Head of Hydrogen Program Management and is leading the business development of the Bugobai Green Hydrogen Hub pre-feasibility study. She has over 18 years experience in the petrochemical industry, leading operational improvement and business enablement teams, and specializing in the development of end-to-end supply chains for small to mega scale capital projects, greenfield in Africa and internationally. She is the holder of an MBA and an honors degree in operations research. It's my great pleasure to introduce to you this amazing panel of women. And Mr. Mate, sorry, I know that you're the only one there, but you know, I can't hold my excitement. I will start with you, Mr. Mate, if you'll come up and give us the overview of the South African Hydrogen Valley, so you don't feel left out.
Thank you, Program Director. I'll try and be brief. I think I'm looking forward to hearing the women in the panel speak, not men. I think the acting DDG indicated earlier that I think it's a good start. One thing I know, I was raised by a very dedicated woman. I would not be where I am today if it was not because of my mother. So when it comes to taking care of the family, taking care of things. I think women are always, you're almost assured that they will do the right thing. So I'm very pleased that this green hydrogen initiative, it's in the hands of women, so hopefully we will get things done. I had prepared a presentation, but I'll just speak. I think a lot of what I wanted to share has been covered by the acting DDG and also covered very well by the experiences from Netherlands. But the comments that I really would want to add, as indicated by Dr. Rebecca, we've done the study around the Hydrogen Valley for South Africa. This was about a year ago. A number of hubs were identified. In fact, it's 3 hubs that were identified. And again, this is work in progress. It does not mean that the areas that are not covered by the study that was done are now left out. But the 3 hubs that were identified, which are really going to rally everyone and get things going. It's one in Johannesburg, or Gauteng, which links all, whether it's private or government or academic institution initiatives, it links all of them to that hub. But the main attraction around the Johannesburg hub, it's really around what Sasol is doing, the opportunities that are there in the transport sector, and then of course the corridor, the N3 corridor, that provides a lot of opportunities. The next hub, it's in Limpopo, Mogalakwena. That's another great opportunity, especially for the mining sector, the platinum belt. And the main driver behind that, I think towards the end of the acting DGG presentation, you saw that truck, the green truck. I had the pleasure a couple of months ago to actually visit that site. Those are some of the things that, you know, when you physically see this, you then realize that this is no longer just a pipe dream, it's real. And I think if that takes off, to sustain the jobs in the platinum industry will be really, really great. As you all know, the main materials that are used in, whether it's fuel cells or electrolyzers, they've got a platinum catalyst associated with those products. So it's a great opportunity to create more opportunities and sustain the mining industry in South Africa. And then there's Durban and Richards Bay hub that has been identified. Again, the main idea there is, I think we spoke about the forklifts, and you'll hear the story around the forklifts, the ports in Durban Port and Richards Bay ports, great opportunity to implement some of these hydrogen projects that we've been talking about. But more importantly, just to connect the dots, the experience that we learned from Netherlands. The acting DDG of Department of Science and Innovation spoke at length about what was started in 2008, the HISA program, getting the academic institutions to develop intellectual property, develop products, develop the skills. Now that we've got all of this, we need to move to the next level. The next level, it's piloting, demonstration, and exploit the IP that we've invested a lot of money developing since 2008. So these hubs, they provide that opportunity to take the products that are coming out of programs like HISA and then really do projects and pilots that are visible so people can see that this is real. Perhaps, maybe some of the things that we need to consider going forward. We as South Africans, we tend to analyze things to death. We plan forever. We develop a plan on top of another plan. We rehash the plans. And then a couple of years later, nothing has happened. We really need to move a step up, get things going. As the new head of SANEDI, by the way, those that are not familiar with SANEDI is an entity of DMRE, Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. We are the technical arm of DMRE. A lot of these initiatives, they will require participation of DMRE in terms of energy policy, regulations, standards, etc. And even the pricing, developing a pricing model for hydrogen going forward, developing the licensing arrangements for hydrogen going forward, getting the other parties like NERSA involved in the regulations of this new energy source going forward, amending the Gas Act to incorporate hydrogen and green hydrogen, especially if you're going to be piping the gas going forward. So we are there as the arm of DMRE to partner with other government departments, to partner with the private sector, to partner with the academics, and really get some of the projects that were identified as part of the Hydrogen Valley study going. There's about 9 pilot projects that are classified as near term. In other words, they can be implemented very quickly, provided, of course, all the necessary funding and structures of project are in place. But the sooner we get going, the sooner we put things on the ground, the academics must continue looking at the cost aspect. The green hydrogen production is still, compared to what they call blue hydrogen or gray hydrogen, it's still a little bit expensive, almost twice the price. The study that was conducted, completed last year, indicated that production of green hydrogen will cost around about $4 per kilogram to produce, excluding the transportation, whether you're piping it or you're trucking it. If you look at compare that cost with the cost of production of gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, it's half the cost. If you speak to the likes of Afrox, speak to the likes of Sasol, etc., they'll give you the prices of around, let's say, $2, $2.5 per kilogram. So it's great that we've got the academics involved in this. They need to focus on how do we reduce the cost. And the main inputs around that is electrolyzers. How do we come up with better catalysts to make the electrolysis process more efficient? Whether it's an alkaline electrolyzer or it's a PEM electrolyzer. So that's really the crux of the cost aspect that needs to be addressed very, very urgently. And the academic institutions should not work alone. They should work as a collective, collaborate with other international academic institutions and partners, and get the cost, come up with new technologies in terms of reducing the cost. The other major input cost is electricity. If you're going to be producing green hydrogen, it means you must use either it's wind or solar, PV, or other renewable energy technologies, but most likely solar PV and wind, which are well established. How do we get the input cost of electricity to produce hydrogen down? I think if we can resolve those things, I think we're well on our way. Just to summarize, Program Director, cost, and I've articulated what needs to happen around that. The policy, we need to get all the other players involved, and then take the projects that have been identified and implement. I think seeing something visually, it's much better than theorizing and conceptualizing forever. And let's move away as South Africans, let's move away from planning forever. Let's get things going, implement. There's other developments to support the the next steps around the Hydrogen Valley that we are busy with at Sanedi. Very soon we'll be issuing call for proposals, mainly around the 9 projects that were identified in the study. And I'll soon be announcing the new head of Energy Secretariat at Sanedi. We're very pleased that he's accepted to join us. I think that's where it starts. Once we've got a leader that can rally everyone, get all the stakeholders involved, I think we are well on our way in terms of implementing the Hydrogen Valley study outcomes. Thank you, Program Director. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mate. It is very critical for us to have social proof that these concepts actually work and we can begin to implement rather than just dream, which is important. Thank you very much. You're next.
Morning, everyone. So as Anglo-American, we have been actively participating in the hydrogen sector for the better part of 15 years. And the original reason behind that was because our platinum group metals play a strategic role all across the hydrogen value chain. So within production, when you take technologies like electrolyzers, within storage, if you look at, for example, liquid organic hydrogen carriers, and then obviously end-use applications like fuel cell technologies. And our approach has evolved over the years. We have moved from a technology push approach to a market pull approach, and in doing so, we look at how do we develop the entire hydrogen ecosystem. So you look at everything all across the hydrogen value chain. So everything from production, storage to end use. But in addition to that, you also look at the supporting environment around that. So if you're talking about developing these technologies, how do you ensure there is sustainable demand for these technologies? So the partnerships you create, the collaborations you put in place are quite important. And the public-private partnership with the Department of Science and Innovation, together with Bambili Energy, as well as ENGIE around the Hydrogen Valley, is one of these collaboration opportunities. So it looks at commercial collaboration. But underpinning all of this, you need to effectively communicate the right message into the market. So everything around green hydrogen. When I started on this journey and you speak about hydrogen, people would think Hindenburg, we all are going to die. So how do we evolve from that mindset to actually having people actively participate in a sector where they understand what we're doing is greening the economy, and the way we're doing that is in a true, just manner where we ensure no one is left behind. And together with this, what is very important is the policy frameworks that are needed to ensure that this new energy sector can actually be sustainable in the country, but that we as a country can participate in a manner that is win-win in the global energy market as well. So that's always been the first part of the way we looked at hydrogen from a market development perspective. The second way that we looked at hydrogen, and that's really come up since we've seen through the COP initiative, the change in global legislation around environmental issues and decarbonization in particular, is the decarbonization of our own operations. As an organization, we want to be carbon neutral across all our operations, and we are a global mining company by 2040. This is huge ambitions to set from a decarbonization perspective. Now, if we take our on-site CO2 emissions, 80% of our CO2 emissions are because of diesel. And if we take our mining haul trucks, majority of our CO2 emissions are coming from these mining haul trucks. One of these trucks use approximately 900,000 liters of diesel on an annual basis. So that is huge. So from a decarbonization perspective, this presented a key opportunity for us to decarbonize. However, when we went out into the market, there was no complete solution that was available. There was technology that was available, and being active in the hydrogen space for such a long time, we understood the different technologies and technology partners. The OEMs basically said to us, there's no way you will decarbonize a truck of this size. So what we had to do as an organization was to develop the truck. So we took an existing truck, we removed the diesel engine, and we then integrated with our partners a fuel cell and battery system on board and ensured that we have the first of its kind, the world's largest truck to run on hydrogen. It is a 510-ton truck. It has an overall power of 2 megawatts, of which 800 kilowatts are fuel cell systems. It's a hybrid vehicle, so we have a 1.2 megawatt battery on board, and we've had to create this as an organization. We are proud to say that this vehicle was successfully launched in May of this year, and it continues with various operational testing. We already have taken the vehicle into the mining pit, and we have demonstrated that right now this vehicle is akin in operation and cost to its diesel counterpart. But what is incredibly interesting about this vehicle is when we talk about the Hydrogen Valley, hydrogen for mining haul trucks is one of the 9 catalytic projects. As Anglo American, we are actively pursuing 4 out of the 9 projects. So it's the hydrogen haul truck. We are working together with Bambili, Engie, Sasol, and Total Energies in creating the first hydrogen freight corridor in the country focused on logistic trucks and buses that use hydrogen. So those are 3 projects. And a 4th project that we're working on together with Bambili is hydrogen and fuel cells for stationary applications. So in particular for buildings, for offices, etc. So this is the way we as an organization are currently working towards implementing the Hydrogen Valley roadmap that was launched in October last year. Thank you.
Well, Famida, I don't know how to top that list. Good morning, everybody. We at Bambili Energy are passionate around the hydrogen society that we're trying to build in South Africa. And we are working hard to make that happen on a number of fronts. The first front is that it's all about how do we commercialize South African IP and combine it with also world-class international IP to be able to produce fuel cell systems in South Africa and manufacture them locally. So that's the one area we're working with, and we're very proud of our collaboration with the Department of Science and Innovation particularly, who has been a great supporter of our work. And one of our superpowers as Bambili is our ability to have smart partnerships. So if you are in the process of trying to develop the fuel cell industry in South Africa, the relationship with government is absolutely critical. But not only with the South African government, but with also large corporates such as Anglo American and Sasol, who are also phenomenal partners that we have in the work that we do. Okay, so we are now assuming manufacturing these fuel cell systems. What happens after that? Well, there are 2 markets, and the 2 markets that we're looking at is stationary fuel cells for the built environment, such as the building that we're in now. How do they work synergistically with other renewable power sources in order for us to be able to power the built environment? So that's the one market, and there we are looking at a number of projects that are catalytic to showcase the use of fuel cell systems in the built environment. In 2020, we were very proudly selected by the Department of Science and Innovation to demonstrate 15 fuel cell systems in South Africa. And we did this in partnership with a number of international companies and South African companies to do this. Bambili just led the work. And I think the highlight of that experience was the fact that we could use fuel cell systems to power up a field hospital. Because remember, around that time we had the COVID crisis in the country. So a field hospital was erected at one military hospital in Pretoria. And in that field hospital was for COVID-19 patients. And we successfully deployed fuel cell systems to power up that hospital where there was critical life support equipment inside that field hospital. And we had the Eskom grid as backup power. And I'm always very proud to say this and take a pause, because this is what the future of South Africa looks like. You know, and it's not about, and for me, it's about an energy mix. So there is a place at the table for Eskom and for our grid for a long time to come, and it's very critical. But the question is, how do we transition? Right, and I think that particular demonstration shows how the use of a combined technology can work for us going forward. So that's the built environment. And I'm going to be careful of time because I get very excited when I talk about the work that we do. So the second part of the work that we do is then to look at what other markets are there. As part of our pioneering work in South Africa in the fuel cell industry is that, right, we're trying to create a new industry, and you're moving by inches as you try and find your way. And therefore, that's why the partnerships are so important for you to get to critical mass and to get to traction. So the second market we're looking at is around transportation. Because you see, fuel cell systems can be used in the built environment, and they can also be used for mobility, as Famida has just spoken about their truck. By the way, that truck took the world by storm. It made my selling job around fuel cells so much easier, because all of a sudden I had people asking me about fuel cells instead of me telling them about fuel cells. So that was a huge breakthrough, not just for Bambili, but I think for South Africa, for the African continent, that we as a continent can actually have breakthrough technology, that we don't have to import the best in the world, that we are capable of creating the best in the world. Don't get me excited, because I think that's just a phenomenal event for us this past year. So coming back to fuel cell trucks and buses, to get fuel cell trucks and buses, it's all about critical mass. How do you create a marketplace at scale so that the cost of these trucks and buses can be competitive with existing technology? And again, there it's all about partnerships. And in the early days, I remember Famida and I sitting in a conference room having that first conversation about how are we going to get fuel cell trucks and buses onto South African roads. And at that time, I was speaking as passionate as I am now, because I thought it would take us 5 minutes. But the truth of the matter is that it's 2 years more.
We've been working since December 2019.
Yes, since December 2019, we've been working to try and build this marketplace. And we're very proud of the fact that we've had support, again, from the DSI. We've also, we're very proud of the fact that Sasol has recently joined as part of the core partners, and we've got Total Energies helping us to really build out this marketplace. And we are talking to international global OEMs to be part of the journey with us. So we think that by 2024, 2025, we will have fuel cell trucks and buses. Sorry, I didn't mean I think. I am certain in 2024, 2025, we're going to have fuel cell trucks on South African roads. Thank you for the 2-minute warning. So I'm going to close up by saying that these are the two markets that we're very focused on, but the very last one, and probably the most important one, is about impact, about social impact. And the way we're having social impact is to think about where the skills going to come from to underline this industry. It's all very well to be talking about getting these products into the market, but you need a critical mass of employees that are highly skilled in this area. And of course, we had to find a solution around that. So we partnered with the University of Pretoria with the sponsorship of the DSI to start up a pilot training program where we trained 38 technicians around fuel cells. And that program was very successful. In fact, 4 of those technicians are now employees at Bambili Energy. And there were very important lessons learned out of that experience, and we now have great ambitions to scale up this program and make it institutionalized. But it's training work-ready in, technicians. So the private sector industry is going to be at the forefront of determining the demand, the type of skills that are required in order for that training to take place. And besides the University of Pretoria, we're going to have along the Hydrogen Valley, we're going to have both TVET colleges and universities who are involved at scale, so that we can literally get thousands, particularly of unemployed youth, to work in South Africa. Thank you.
Just want to check. Now, how do I follow that? The energy and enthusiasm of Zanele is... So hopefully we can do our part as Sasol to supply the green hydrogen that's essential for enabling these applications and demand. So just taking a step back, Sasol, for those of you that might not know, of course, it was previously highlighted, our emissions factor, but yeah, as second to Eskom, we are the largest, second largest emitter in South Africa. However, we are also one of the largest current producers of grey hydrogen in the world. We use that in our Fischer-Tropsch and other technology conversion technologies that we actually create as synthetic aviation fuels, which is one of the only companies that have already transitioned into that. And we also have a long experience with ammonia, methanol, many of the applications that are now being put forward as derivatives for future green hydrogen conversion. So we've got that experience already, but with grey hydrogen. So we know how to handle the product, we know how to produce the product, and we know how to convert the product. So that puts us in a strategic position where we can use our existing assets in Secunda and in Sasolburg, and we can convert that using renewable energy and sustainable carbon to make these sustainable products of the future, which I think is actually such an enormous blessing for South Africa and for this area that we specifically spoke about. So I'm going to single out 4 specific hubs or corridors. When we look at Sasolburg, we've recently announced our collaboration with AMSA from a steel manufacturing and application point of view. So the key demonstration we want to do for Sasolburg and the Vol Triangle is really to look at 3 different things. Firstly, we already have an electrolyzer. We're in the process of converting that with first production towards the end of 2023. Now, the output from that electrolyzer is going to be used in part of these demonstration projects to incubate local demand and actually supplying the green hydrogen to these off-takers. The second part of it is looking at the pots and pans that we've got in Sasolburg and starting to produce what we call our WAM project, which is our waxes, ammonia, and methanol. So we're actually also starting to work towards the sustainable chemicals production. And then thirdly, working with the industrial sector in the Vol Triangle, such as AMSA, where you can do your carbon capture and utilization, and then applying that as a sustainable carbon source that then enables the production with your green hydrogen to give you your sustainable chemicals. So that's the Sasolburg and Vol Triangle. Then for Secunda, where we currently produce synthetic aviation fuels, we have the opportunity to now convert from grey to green. We've got the synthetic fuels, but in future we will have sustainable aviation fuels. Now, if we can ramp that up, we've already got a demonstration project through a consortium working towards the production of 50,000 tons per annum. If we can now ramp that up, in future, OR Tambo can become a sustainable aviation hub. So that's what we're working towards for Secunda. Then we've got Boegoebaai. There were quite a few questions earlier. Happy to talk to that. It's very close to my heart. And with Boegoebaai, it's a completely greenfields development in the Northern Cape. The opportunity there for industrialization, for development, for skills upliftment is enormous. The infrastructure, the job creation. And there, in the beginning, we're going to be focused on exports of green ammonia. But then as we scale up in future, there is the opportunity to unlock the different backbone elements that were previously highlighted. What differentiates Boegoebaai is the fact that it has this enormous scaling potential. And by doing that scaling potential, you start having the economies of scale to unlock pipeline infrastructure, to unlock investment in corridors that can both go vertically up to Namibia and Saldanha, but also horizontally to the industrial hubs. And then finally, we've recently announced our Saldanha hub. So Saldanha, working with AMSA, what we're doing there is actually supplying green hydrogen to AMSA for the production of green steel. And then we will also have capacity for additional green hydrogen and derivative production. So we're at the coast and inland, but our ambition is really to enable this transition, to supply the feedstock that's necessary to be able to have this green economy. And then, to Zanele's point, also very passionate about not leaving anyone behind, especially our existing workforce that we've got, which are predominantly mine workers, and to make sure that we've got a future for them as well. Thank you.
You'll agree that this was a very, very inspiring panel. I want to open up the floor very briefly for questions or comments, and give the panel the opportunity to respond if there are any questions. And I hope that those who are thinking and at the ideation space can also really draw inspiration to move forward. As Mr. Mate was saying, it's great to have ideas, great to keep building on these ideas, but never move. So it's wonderful to hear the proof of concept that we have heard on this panel, that things do work and they are moving parts that are beginning to move together, and hopefully we can hear from the next panel how we continue to enable that. Mr. Mate raised issues of costs, Vaidi raised issues of mindset, critical mass came up with you, and all these different ideas and hubs that people can participate in. It almost feels like, how do we bring all these pieces together so that we can move forward? Questions, comments? There's a comment in the back here. If we can get a mic there, please.
Hi, my name is Andre Truta. I'm the Executive Mayor of Saldanha Bay Municipality.
Sorry, do you mind standing so we can see you? Thank
If you really want to see me, it's fine.
We'd love to see you.
I'm the Executive Mayor of Saldanha Bay Municipality. I don't hear the word just transition or transition often enough. And we said we're not leaving anybody behind, but there's a concern about the communities that they're getting left behind. Our lights are off. We're shielded here today because there's a generator. AMSA can start tomorrow on gas, and they can transition to hydrogen. Europe can also help us by taking CO2 and capturing and repurposing over a period to give AMSA and Sasol that opportunity to get to green hydrogen by considering as green hydrogen. Although currently they're seeing it as perpetuating fossil fuels. But there is a transition. And if we don't look very carefully and don't demonize the word gas, I would just want to state for the record, I'm fully for the environment, but I'm also fully for my people. So we need to find a balance there. And I was glad to hear when we visited Saldanha with Sasol that they started speaking on that plant will actually start on gas. And then it will transition towards green hydrogen. So I'll just finish off by saying, and I heard somebody else saying, how do we get oil and gas moving away? Or that's not what should happen over the next 10, 15 years. That will help us to economically transition to green hydrogen and not make electricity more expensive, but to actually make it cheaper in order to not leave our communities behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question over here.
Thank you very much. Banotila Makobela from the University of Johannesburg. I just wanted to make a comment around the cost from the technical perspective of catalysts that drive these technologies. In the main, if you're going to drive the costs down, latest developments are that you would have to look into alloying the platinum group metals with base metals. And so I just wanted us to think about that, consider the fact that we would have to bring in not just those in the platinum group mining sectors, but also those in the base metal sectors, your nickel, copper, etc. That's just one consideration. The other aspect is it was great to hear. Initially, I thought that it might be a bit more narrow-minded, directing the carriers to just ammonia. But for it to be truly inclusive, as the target is, it would have to be that the future looks at a much more wider range of hydrogen carriers and not just ammonia in order to bring in other players, and we don't have a vertically integrated economy that moves forward. And so it was great to see your methanol being thrown in, liquid organic hydrogen carriers as well. But there are some of the materials as well that could be used to carry hydrogen, particularly from the export perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a last question in the back there.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kanyiselo Kumalo, and I represent a French-based IPP that specializes in hydrogen-to-power infrastructure. We've recently acquired over 1,700 hectares of land in Mpumalanga, in the region of Tutuka and Majuba, to develop a green hydrogen power plant. And in one of those parcels, we have existing buildings that are adjacent to the site that we'll be developing our project in. And in our thinking, these are buildings that can be repurposed to initiate the start of a hydrogen economy in Mpumalanga that's targeted at skills, upskilling, training and development, be it at a pilot scale if need be. Bambili talked about the initiatives that they've gone through in terms of integrating with government, the University of Pretoria, to try and kickstart that. We are in the process of developing our projects, and we're interested in seeing what is the role for private sector. For instance, I'm mentioning what we have, who is important to bring into the room for us to maximize on that. When you listen to conversations around green hydrogen, they're largely focused on the export, hydrogen for export to overseas or to countries that don't have renewables cheap enough to develop it for themselves. What we are looking at is hydrogen to be produced locally and consumed locally in a region that is deploying, decommissioning coal power plants that are baseload. So I guess the question I'm asking at the table today is, where is the starting point? Given what we currently have, what is our role as private sector, and how can other key players in government, academia, as well as in other industry players come on board to help see that vision through? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll throw the questions to the panel, and thank you. These are some really brilliant questions. The executive mayor raised the issue of the just transition, very important. The second question also said, let's look at other base metals, which is very important. And the third question says, well, we're producing locally, and how do we bring the pieces together to start? So that, yeah, so if each of you can maybe just take a minute to respond.
Should I start? I'm going to start with the last question first. So the starting point is really, and I mean, that's really what the Valley looked at, was that hinterland infrastructure and demand. And co-location of production and utilization is very important to be able to optimize the cost of the hydrogen at the end of the day, and it makes the economics for the end user look more favorable. So targeting organizations that have got huge decarbonization ambitions is going to be your starting point. The second one is together with government in that region, as well as larger national government, so that you can work together as a triple P. And then also your academia, right? Without having the academics at the table, any optimization that's needed around technology to bring down price points and to address key barriers around technology is going to be something to consider. And then just trying to address the other two questions as well. You know, we always understand as an organization that hydrogen is going to play a role, but it's not going to be the only thing in the decarbonization environment, as well as a just energy transition. And because of that, we have actively been developing battery technologies that use our platinum group metals. In addition to that, we have been looking at additional e-fuels, so biodiesel, for example, because we do understand that as much as there's legislation within Europe in not having new internal combustion engines, there are other regions that will still continue to use them. And how can we then ensure that those vehicles have potential to still participate within the green economy? So we do look at a suite of products, and we do ensure that whatever we do, we create optionality for whether it's platinum group metals or base metals, because we have both within our organization. From a catalyst perspective, alloying is definitely something that's very important. It's one of the key opportunity areas for us in our market development strategy, and we definitely look at how do we work with alloying platinum metals. Thrifting is another concept that we do understand will happen. The US DOE is very supportive of their thrifting concept, and thrifting means still using PGMs but decreasing the amount of PGMs that you use within a technology so that you can still get the operational efficiency that you need and optimizing the cost around that. So we do take a holistic approach. And then just to finally say, as an organization, the just energy transition is quite important to us. And we ensure that whatever we do, we impact positively towards or to the communities that surround our mining operations.
So I'll also like to address the last question first. The work that you're doing is very exciting in Mpumalanga, where it's greatly needed given the just transition issues that are highly concentrated in that area. And we would love to collaborate with you. We think that it is about partnerships. It is about smart partnerships and all players coming to the table on a win-win basis. So I look forward to talking to you after the session today. Regarding the issue of the energy mix, because that's what ultimately, Mr. Mayor, you are talking to. It is very important. I was very deliberate in using that language about an energy mix, and I think this is not about demonizing any energy, because, you know, South Africa, we have deep social challenges in our society. And what we've learned even from our European relatives is that the truth of the matter is that as much as they were, 3 years ago, there was this massive shift towards only renewables. They've had to take a step back for geopolitical reasons. And this is just how life is, where, I think that as we move towards this transition, it's about really moving in inches. And it's about making sure that we are very mindful and holistic in this transition. So there is room for all these different power sources, and it's horses for courses depending on your locale and economics. And we have an entire continent that also has to transition. And I think South Africa has an incredible opportunity to say how it can be done with care and intent, because I think that's what it's about, so that you have this positive impact on communities. It's not going to be pain-free, I think, but I think that it's about being very mindful about how you do this transition. And I think that all the speakers here today have really spoken to that point, which we're all passionate about. And I think Famida has addressed the technology challenges that you were talking about in terms of using different metals to assist with what is that mix that we need, because ultimately for this transition to take hold and to be sustainable, it is about costs, which is what I think ultimately you are addressing? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with your last question. I think I'm not the subject matter expert, but I know also with our R&D department that they are doing a lot of work in understanding all the trade-offs and working with international companies on technology. And I'm sure if you're not already engaging with them, but I think there is a collaboration with Stellenbosch that can be also further advanced, because we do feel very passionate about working with all of the universities in further advancing the technologies. With regards to the just transition and then also developing new industries and application of the hydrogen in these areas, it's extremely important for us because we feel we've got a significant amount of skin in the game with regards to this, to have a just transition. So for us, we have committed that gas will be a transition feedstock so that we can do it responsibly. And when we look at doing that just transition responsibly, we see it also on two legs. Just last week, we had a small medium enterprise summit that we hosted in Johannesburg, where we invited as many small medium enterprises that have registered and that are available on the database to actually join us in the discussion, because there's two discussions. There's a discussion where how do you help the small medium enterprises to become sustainable in future, so to actually move their own business to a more sustainable value proposition. And then secondly, many of these small medium enterprises do not actually know the opportunities this hydrogen value chain is going to unlock. So it's about sharing information, upskilling, making them aware of what opportunities there could be, and then you can actually empower them to come up with new applications. There were so many entrepreneurs at that summit last week, and people that are really enthusiastic to find new applications and to build new businesses. So I think we should also not underestimate that, but many of these communities actually don't understand the process we are on, the journey that we've taken. So it's going to take quite a lot of commitment from us as companies that are on this journey to share that information, to help the communities to understand what can be unlocked so that they can take the journey with us.
Thank you. Maybe just to add, I think a lot of questions have been answered. Let me start from the end, and then I'll end with the first question. The last question from Kanyiselo, where do we start? I think if I speak to you as a small, medium SMME, start small. Start with a small pilot. I heard that you've acquired land at Majuba or next to Majuba and Tutuka. I think start approaching the likes of Eskom, maybe through Eskom Research. They are also planning to do something in that area. Look at piloting the technologies that they may be interested in going forward. And then, but not Chile, around the diversifying, not just focusing on platinum. There are, as part of HISA, there are universities that are focusing on developing new catalysts, so approach the likes of UWC, the likes of Mintech. I can put you in touch with some of the research leaders in there. I think it's a great concept as part of reducing the cost. And I think the issue around what other hydrogen carriers can be considered besides ammonia, I think that has been sufficiently covered. And then the first question, just energy transition. I think sometimes when we talk of just energy transition, people associate it with just switching over to renewables. It is not like that. And it is also not a policy of the government. There is an IRP 2019. Of course, it's outdated. It needs to be updated. But it's very clear in terms of how we're supposed to move away from coal to cleaner technologies. The only challenge with the IRP 2019, the assumptions that were made are no longer valid. So it needs to be revisited going forward. But the tendency to associate just energy transition to renewables, I think it needs to be corrected. The narrative needs to be corrected. We are chasing, as South Africa, a low carbon economy. That, moving away from the dirty coal, the so-called dirty coal, cleaning it up, dealing with the emissions that are coming out of the dirty coal, moving away from the Fischer-Tropsch process, using coal as a feedstock to using natural gas as a feedstock, and that will take a couple of years. Restarting the Saldanha facility, it will not start on green hydrogen. Most likely it's going to start on natural gas or LPG or whatever, and then gradually move towards green hydrogen. But the narrative sometimes that is associated with just energy transition, I think it's incorrect. We also need to consider bringing, these discussions that we sometimes have, they are happening at a very high level. Let's bring the communities to be part of the shaping the just energy transition. Bring in their experiences, their frustrations, etc., and be part of the planning, and not just be academics and people with PhDs that are talking about just energy transition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's thank the panel. Thank you very, very much. And, I hope that it raises more questions for the enablers and the policymakers. Thank you very, very much again. Thank you. We're going to move to the next panel, which is now going to focus on policy and regulatory enablers. We've heard a lot this morning about the challenges of developing skills, how we use the current intellectual property that we have, how we scale our proof of concept into concepts that actually finally work, how do we get academics to collaborate and begin to look at ways of lowering cost. These were some of the issues that came up. What are the impact costs? How do we create a win-win environment around this? How do we actually enable an environment to adjust transition? What policies do we need to put in place? What kinds of investments does government need to make also in order to bring this about? So this is our next session where we need to really answer these very critical questions, because it also enables us to bring more people into the hydrogen value chain and more ideas, more developers, and more investment, more collaborations, both locally and internationally. I want to invite the panel now that is going to take us through this. May I invite Mr. Nils Flanton from SABS to please come up. May I invite also the Department of Mineral Resources, Ms. Nomawetu Gase, if she's around. I'd like to invite the Deputy Director for Integrated Transport Planning, Ms. Rehanzu Mashava, and the Director for Systems Monitoring and Labor Market Intelligence at Department of Higher Education and Training, Ms. Mampoko Kuluve. If they can please join me at the panel here, we will attempt to answer some of these questions around policy and enabling. They're getting mic'd up. Good morning to the panel. Perhaps we'll start with you, Mr. Flatten from SAPS. And again, some very key questions that we really need to respond to around this is how do we enable? What is the policy frameworks that we need to make things happen? What is it that on the government side we are doing to make sure that there are drivers in place, the environment is conducive for the hydrogen economy to come about? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for having me here this morning. I mean, my job is to respond on behalf of the South African Bureau of Standards. So just to put it back into context, I think a lot of people have forgotten about what we do. We're effectively three businesses. So we're a national standards body. We do conformity assessment services, so we do certification, and we'll also do testing. I think for this debate, the interesting part of what we do is our role as a national standards body. So just to put it into context, the South African Bureau of Standards is 76 years old, and we were one of the founding members of the International Standards Organization. That's important for us because it provides a methodology to develop national standards. It's in tandem with what happens at a global level. And we can do a number of things with standards. We can either adopt a standard that's in the ISO system and make it a South African national standard, so you would have seen SANS, or we can develop standards as we require them in South Africa, or we could adapt them. So I'll give you an example of an adapted standard. 3 years ago, there was a standard promulgated for women's dress sizes, and we amended that for South Africa. The international standard didn't meet our requirements. So when we look at what's happening in the hydrogen economy, we organize our standards development through technical committees. These technical committees are made up of regulators, people in government, industry association, interested and affected parties, and also specialists. So the bulk of our work so far has been done under our technical committee that deals with the green economy. And in that technical committee, we have promulgated 159 standards. And really our work on that sort of the grey, blue, green continuum has really been around the blue hydrogen. And that work has been done in our technical committee 265, and that's really focused on carbon sequestration and storage. And so the kind of work that we have done in that is we've looked at kind of geological storage, quantification and verification of that hydrogen, life cycle risk management from inception to final use, and then we look across all of those applications and we develop, for instance, standards on cross-cutting terms. So I think that's kind of where we've been at this stage. I'd also just like to mention that we're also a member of the International Electrotechnical Commission, which is quite important because many of these developments will have an electrotechnical component of that. And in that environment, we've tried to mirror some of the technical committees on the IEC. So we've set up committees that look at second cells and batteries, then second cells and batteries, the alkaline part of it, fuel cells, primary cells and batteries, etc. So we have a couple of opportunities here. We can use our participation in ISO and IEC and immediately bring back a standard as would be required. And that standard can do two things. It can either be a management system, so many people in the room will be familiar with ISO 9001, or it can actually be a product certification. So the classic example that we use a lot is if you see a pothole cover, you'll see it's got a SANS number on it. We actually certify that pothole cover to specific criteria. So as the green hydrogen and other hydrogen sectors develop in South Africa, industry and regulators can come to us and say, these are going to be the requirements that we need. In the storage component, in the transportation, we can get down and develop standards around the hoses that are used to decant from storage into a vehicle that's going to be used. We can go even a layer lower into O-rings, etc. So we can draw on that international experience, or we can crowd in our own subject matter experts and develop a standard that's unique to our hydrogen requirements. I think the interesting option here for us is if we plug back into ISO. So say now we discover a component of the hydrogen economy where we want to develop a standard. we can actually take that into the International Standards Technical Committee 197 and nominate it as a standard. And if it's adopted, it becomes a global standard. So I know we have certain technical competencies in South Africa that might actually create those opportunities going forward. But that's really where we're at. And the key ingredient for successful standards development really is participation in the technical committees. And we've seen that there's quite a lot of grey heads on our technical committees. So we're trying to make sure that we reflect a younger and more gender-sensitive participation in that. And I think that's an opportunity for many people in the room. So thank you.
Thank you. Just as a question to you, what are the cost implications for people who bring certain products, et cetera, to you in order to evaluate them for standards, et cetera?
So there's two things typically that a client would do if they bring us a product. They would ask us to certify against a standard. They're largely South African national standards, and so there is a cost of sending out the auditor, drawing the sample, doing whatever tests are required, and then manufacturing or producing the test report. But sometimes people will come to us and say, I have a product, and I'd like to test some parameters on it, so could you put it in your furnace, for instance, if you think of a steel H-beam, and take 5 of them and tell us when they start bending, at what temperature, et cetera. And that we call customer-specific requirements. And so that's not an accredited test. That's purely what the client says. So some of these tests are expensive. We might be the only laboratory in the country. Or the test itself, the standard might require an 18-month period. So obviously it's going to be a lot longer than a test, say a biological test that can be turned around quicker than in a quicker period. So it's all relative, but those are roughly the components of the test, of the costs.
In terms of subs, do you play a reactive or a proactive role within the Hydrogen Valley players? Are you part of interacting with them to sort of understand what their future needs will be and how to play in that space? Or is
I think so. I think we do two things. We do an active and a passive role. So I think the active one is working with other institutions of state, such as the CSIR, and some of the universities, where we're looking at where their work is going around the hydrogen economy and how we would need standards going forward. And then a lot of it is also passive. There's been quite a lot of work around the Hydrogen Society, the roadmap, more recently the President's Green Hydrogen Summit. So we're tracking and monitoring and then looking for opportunities there and then engaging with individuals and industry associations.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sure there'll be questions from the floor as well. Ms. Mampoku Kuluve from the Department of Higher Education, please give your presentation.
Thank you so much. I think this event is happening at an opportune time when we at the Department of Higher Education and Training are beginning to reconceptualize and reimagine our human resource development strategy. You may recall that the strategy was last developed in 2009, and at that time, issues around climate change, issues around hydrogen economy, issues around digital technology were not so prominent. So we're beginning to reimagine and reconceptualize the human resource development strategy to ensure that we begin to integrate the skills required across the economy, not necessarily the hydrogen economy, but we're looking at South Africa in its entirety. And I think that through that process, we may need to begin to reconsider revisiting the Skills Development Act as well as the Skills Levy Act to take into account the skills requirements for the hydrogen economy so that we can begin to ensure that the skills levy system is geared towards funding the skills required across the hydrogen valley. And as part of the Department of Higher Education and Training, we're also identifying skills needs for three broad purposes. One, we're doing it through the list of occupations in high demand to ensure that the skills required informs the enrollment processes, and then begin to assist our learners with regards to career guidance. And we also develop what we call the list of occupations in high demand on behalf of the Department of Home Affairs to ensure that in areas where we currently do not have the skills we require in the country, the Department of Home Affairs can actually, through the work visa system, begin to get foreign nationals to fill those gaps in the short term. And then we have also developed the skills strategy to assist us in ensuring that skills is not a constraint to the requirements of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. And there's quite a number of skills that we have identified that are more relevant to the hydrogen economy. We have developed, identified that there are occupations that are in demand as well as critical or in shortage within the energy and the hydrogen sector. And some of those occupations, I won't list all of them, are the biomass plant technicians, the electrical engineering technicians, electronic technicians, the solar photovoltaic service technicians, and so forth. And in addition to that, there are several infrastructure and energy-related occupations in the sciences, engineering, and artisanal trades that needs to be reoriented to develop the specializations necessary for the green and climate-friendly industries. This actually means that for those people that are currently holding positions or these occupations, we need to think about how we reskill and upskill them to take into account the skills required for the hydrogen related positions. And of importance also for the education and training system is to develop a skills pipeline to respond to new and emerging occupations and to support the full value chain related to the green hydrogen economy, including the supply of goods and services, maritime services, including ship maintenance, retrofitting and designing ships, and decarbonizations of vessels. And then also the focus from our side is to begin to understand the fact that demand has shifted to specific sectors. For example, as the Department of Higher Education and Training, we're working very closely with the Presidential Climate Change Committee and the DSI and two of our SETAs to begin to unpack and understand the skills that will be required for those particular sectors. We will be holding a workshop, a skills indaba, I think on the 7th of December, to begin to come up with the methodologies and modalities to assist us in coming up with the occupations geared towards those particular sectors. And it was quite interesting to hear from our colleague in the Netherlands of the work that they have done in their sector. So we will begin to use that as one of the prototypes to assist us in coming up with the occupations that we require in those particular sectors. Maybe let me stop there for now.
Thank you very much. Just a key question. 2009 was the last time we, what is the framework for getting a revised policy framework on this?
Normally what we do, although it was developed in 2009, we revisit it and strengthen it on a 5-yearly basis to begin to take into account new and emerging developments. But the challenge with that is that the setup of the way that the human resource development strategy is designed is that it is based on the targets and indicators as prescribed in the annual performance plans for the Department of Higher Education and Training and the basic education. And it doesn't necessarily take into account the skills needs of the various sectors in the economy. So we're trying to relook to relook the entire human resource development strategy so that it goes beyond just the education and training system. I mean, if we are to provide the right set of skills that are required in our economy, in our labor market, we don't have to necessarily limit ourselves to the education and training system. We need to begin to engage with various sectors and understand what their skills requirements are. So through this process, we're also trying to build what we call a demand-led approach to education and training system. And what that means is that we need to begin to understand first the skills that are required, what employers are saying in terms of the skills that they require. And working closely and in collaboration with them, we will then be in a better position as the education system to respond to the skills that they require, by ensuring that we produce graduates with the right set of skills, by ensuring that we're constantly upgrading and updating our curricula and program and qualification mix.
Finally, I mean, what are you not getting any pressure from universities, TVETs, to move the process much faster? Because I'm sure that it also informs their curriculum. I don't know, UJ is in the room here, so you know.
Yes, I think one speaker highlighted the fact that as government or as the country, we are in the we are stuck in this process of ensuring that we're developing plans all the time and there is no implementation. But the challenge that we're facing from our side is that indeed the labor market is changing quite rapidly, and then there's that delay in terms of how we respond, because to develop new programs takes time. To develop and update curriculum takes time. There are processes that we need to follow. But then again, we're saying that in order for us to be agile and responding to the needs of the labor market and informing our universities of the type of programs that they need to offer, we saying that we need to begin to think about developing skills to deal with the short, the medium, and the long term. So we're working with our quality councils now to produce the macro credentials, the short programs, so that in the short term we can begin to fill those gaps. And there's processes in place through our engagements with our institutions, with our quality councils, to begin to ensure that we put some of those programs into place.
I'm sure we need to put a fire under your feet, but we will move on. Ms. Mashava is Deputy Director General of Integrated Transport. A lot, as you've heard today, has already been said about the linkage between hydrogen and the transportation. It's one of the key 6 areas that government is looking at in terms of developing the hydrogen economy. I think it's important for us to hear from you, of course, the policy framework. How are you enabling this hydrogen economy to happen, and what kinds of investments, both technical and financial, are you investing in this sector?
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll begin by what Dr. Mate has said about the policies that we keep on developing and developing. It is a serious reality. And as I was sitting, I realized that we cannot be rehashing something that's already there. And it's very important that we adopt that which is already in place instead of creating something very new. I mean, we heard from the lady from the Netherlands that they already have something, and it's something that we should hinge on and move on in order to see progress. And as a Department of Transport, we aspire to be a very proactive department. We already have a green transport strategy, which has a 2050 horizon. In that, we have also identified the hydrogen and the fuel cells as part of a mover that would help decarbonize the industry. We also have something called the Green Procurement Guidelines, which we aim to decarbonize the public transport sector, the buses, and everything else through that. We also have revised the white paper on the National Transport Policy, which also considers the sustainable transport fuels as well. So those are some of the issues that we also have been looking at from the Department of Transport. But equally so, it's very important that we partner with the SABS as well. We partner with the DTIC, we partner with DMRE, we partner with DPE, because we are only the policy setters. And those are the people that would need to implement. There were a lot of talks about the trucks having to move because they're the most efficient. But looking at the current scenario of the transport, the logistics of our country, there's a lot of trucks on the road. I think everyone has seen the N3 has become a deathbed. And what we need to do is to move towards rail. From the ports, when we revive the rail, get the hydrogen to be moved via rail, that would decarbonize the sector. It would also reduce the freight traffic jams on the N3 and all other roads. So those are some of the things that we're also looking at. And as we're looking at the hydrogen, we're also thinking of what other modes can help alleviate the traffic conditions. Sasol as well is also producing the jet fuels, the SA aviation fuels, the sustainable aviation fuels that would help. From the maritime sector as well, we feel that the hydrogen would be an enabler of not just supporting the domestic market, but also an enabler to export the hydrogen to the other countries.
Thank you very much. You've talked about what needs to happen, but you've not told us what is going to happen. We all know that we need to move the trucks off the road. We all know that PRASA needs to move. We all know that our maritime has huge potential for us. How are you enabling that? What's the plan? What's the plan for getting this moving? When are we going to ride the hydrogen trains in this country? This is the question.
So I think I'll be proud to say that we have now partnered with GIZ through DBSA, and we already have embarked on a project, especially this is only looking at the buses at the moment. So we have partnered with them. We have met with the potential service providers that would embark on this process, and we are hoping to map out and see the benefits of this project starting from next year. So we will not specify which month, but we are in that process of seeing this whole process unfold.
But I just want to say to government, you've just heard the previous panel and how they are driving processes, and it feels as if government is like the tortoise in the story. You're moving way behind where everybody else's processes are. How do we fast track and get government to actually be on par or even ahead of the players in this industry? Starting with you, Mr. Mills, maybe just come down.
SABS, we're watching a whole bunch of government departments and entities respond to green hydrogen. There's obviously a couple of steps before that, so we should be aware of the fact that we are producing grey hydrogen, and there are some people producing blue hydrogen. So we need to understand what we're talking about. I think a positive development for us would be if government collectively said, we're going to focus on upstream, and these are the choices that we're making. We're going to be focusing on heavy industrial transport equipment and buses. If that was a focus area and that was said explicitly, and it's not one participant on the stage that would say that, we would then be able to go into a process of looking at have these standards been developed in another part of the world? It could be the global north, it could be the global south, it could be Asia Pacific, and could we use those standards here? If there's an emerging need, let's get the right people into the technical committees, let's get the right people to nominate the development of a standard, and let's get that going. We can develop a standard in roughly 250 days. There is a caveat to that, and that is a large part of that committee process is by consensus, so there can be a delay. Once you've got that standard in place, then you can start training the people on the standard. How do you implement that? If it's a product that we're developing a standard for, so at a simple level, if in Bukhumbai we're going to develop green hydrogen for export, there's got to be a hose that's got to connect the green hydrogen into a transport vessel that's going to go to Latin America or Europe, and then there's going to be another hose that's going to take it off. There's a standard for each one of those. So let's get alignment in that. So I think maybe as a collective, what we could do is start focusing on upstream. Then once we've got firm idea where those priorities are going to be, focus on the downstream. So if we are going to have a new government entity rolling out green hydrogen to municipal buses, where are those depots going to be? How do we set them up, etc. So I think that kind of thinking would be helpful for us. And I think we need to do this exponentially, because where we sit here in the Western Cape, I mean, there's some really interesting stuff happening around us. Namibia has just made huge oil and gas finds offshore of the West Coast, and literally on that South African offshore border. So there's a high probability that we've got hydrocarbons sitting in that part of the water. They're also massively ahead of us, I would argue, in terms of their hydrogen thinking. And so we're going to have this tension between the hydrogen, the potential of green hydrogen, but also the speed at which you can get hydrocarbons and intermediary fuels such as gas into our market. I mean, we shouldn't underestimate that. I think the ENI find in Mozambique, they claim to have proven reserves to be able to supply England, France, and Germany for 17 or 18 years with LNG. So there's competition here. And this thing of, well, gas is an intermediary, it's a part of the mix, it's part of the transition. Who in this room can guarantee me that we're not going to get stuck on gas? So that's a big deal for us. So I think there's a lot of competing forces around us, and I think we need to prioritize. But be easy on government, because it's really difficult when you're talking to people that come from the transport side, and people that come from trade and industry, and people that maybe come from a different part of the sector. So yes, we can coordinate better. Yes, we need to engage better. But I detect your frustration, but there are things happening.
I think the biggest challenge from the education and training perspective is that as government, we normally develop these strategic policies and plans in isolation of the skills development. So I think that we need to get to a process where, when we're thinking about strengthening and expanding, for example, the hydrogen valley or the hydrogen economy, we simultaneously think about the skills that will be required in that particular sector. And secondly, I think it is important that we work in collaboration with various sectors, particularly the private sector, because, I mean, on our own, we're not going to be able to develop the skills that are required if we're not in consulting with the private sector. So we need them to come on board to help us identify and indicate to us the sectors that have a potential to grow our economy, be it in the energy or the hydrogen sector, and even begin to assist us in identifying and indicating the sort of occupations that are in shortage, so that even when we're responding, we know exactly that our graduates will be employed. I mean, we've heard from Netherlands that they started from where they want to be in 2030. And when they were doing that, they also thought about the job opportunities that will be created there. And I think that the last part is about the fact how do we, as government, we need to begin to think about how are we making our processes agile enough so that we don't get to be left behind. As I've already indicated, it takes time to develop curriculum. It takes time to develop new qualifications to respond to new and emerging occupations. We need to begin to think about how we're making those processes agile enough to respond to what is required in the labor market.
Again, I think when I heard Famida and Zanele speaking, it got me thinking that they've moved so much strides, and here we are still trying to catch on. But as my fellow panelists are also responding, I'm brought to thinking that what we need to do is to be more inclusive and more collaborative. And in that saying, I mean, when a project or concept starts or emanates, we need to start working together. And government departments should not work in silos. So what needs to happen is that we need to work together with the private sector, with the academic institutions, and when we do the planning, then we can all move at the same pace and be able to achieve that is what is wanting to be the end goal. And for me, that would be the answer, because at the moment, it looks like we plan and then try to bring another department, one we've moved 10 years, and try to catch up and try to catch up. And that's why the private sector is way ahead of us. So for me, is to walk the walk together from the beginning.
Thank you. Does anybody have one hard question? I will. Okay, I'll take 3 hands. 1, 2, 3. Aye, Mate. Any other hands before I close? Mr. Mayor?
Thanks to the panelists. I think first we would like to invite you on the journey. I think it's really important that we have public-private partnership. And we hear the comments on transportation, and we are believers that rail is the way to go, but the truth is that we have rail issues in our country today. And goods need to move from one point to another, and people need to move from one point to another. And so we've got the roads, and given the fact that we are going to get fuel cell trucks and buses on South African roads, we need your help. We need your partnership as a Department of Transport to make that a reality for us. So we invite you warmly to please come and work with us. And for the Department of Higher Education, we also invite you to be on the journey with us as we look to scale up skills for the hydrogen economy. And given the high levels of unemployment in our country, having training and education that is demand-driven by the private sector is mission critical, so that we are not training for unemployment. So those conversations have already started with the Department of Higher Education. I'm happy to announce, and we're very excited about where that journey takes us jointly. And then lastly, regarding standards, the standards are really critical, and we also would like to invite you to be part of us as we try and figure out how we're going to get fuel cell trucks on South African roads, how we're going to be manufacturing fuel cells and other products. And I think that we need to move in lockstep. And the biggest challenge is that oftentimes when people talk about hydrogen, they talk about chicken and an egg. And I don't like that conversation, because I think it is about the chicken laying the egg. But I think that it's about an orchestrated process. And again, this is a forum, I think, for us to really explore about how we work together. Thank you.
Thank you. The mic over there, please.
Thank you so much. Banotile Makubela here again. I just wanted to redeem the universities. Yes, so even though the qualifications haven't changed per se, the curricula is developed in such a way so as to address current issues around sustainability and developing graduates that would be able to respond to the future market, or the market that's right at our doorstep. And so very much of our qualifications, particularly at the postgraduate level, address pressing sustainability questions. We've developed a number of short learning courses that seek to address those that are already in the job market, to come back and get upskilled with relevant skills so they can be able to participate in the hydrogen economy. I think there's a number of initiatives as well from, I think, the partners such as Sasol and the DSI that develop so-called research chairs. And so a green hydrogen research chair which would be able to provide the requisite skills at postgraduate level and training for the green hydrogen economy. And so I just wanted to mention that. By the way, the University of Johannesburg also has a free learning course online. It's gone live 3 months ago on the Introduction to Sustainable Development Goals. That is available for the public to educate them and so that they don't stay behind on this big hoo-ha around sustainability. Thank you so much.
Thanks for protecting me from that hijack, Program Director. Doc, I don't know that you were a hijacker too. My name is Patrick. I'm from the Saldanha Industrial Development Zone. Program Director, what I want to say first is that, Zanele, you took care of the demand side or the demand-led part that I wanted to talk about, so I'm not going to talk about that. But the most important thing is that we must admit, and also from government, let us actually appreciate the opportunity that if we say that these interventions should be demand-led, let private sector move with it. In fact, our job has been made easy because they know exactly what they want. What we need to do is we must stop saying what we want to do. We must start to do what we say we're going to do. And that's the other thing, so we'll sit in this meeting and say, we want to do this, want to do this. Let's do it. Let us be led by the private sector. Now, the just part and the inclusivity part of this whole transition, the enabler to that are obviously the access to resources, access to programs, access to institutions, and also to funding for those programs. And that is where government must then play a part. And I think if that's the approach, we are going to ensure that we develop human capital at a faster pace, at a quicker pace, so that they can then respond to demand. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? The Mayor?
Program Director, yeah, just 2 comments, and then I'd like to answer the casting. I wonder why we always drive projects from the top down and not from the bottom up. And I think that's what Patrick was saying. Local government is where the tacky, it's the tar, it's the coalface, it's where the people are. But yet, we decide on something and then we want to bring it down and tell them to implement it instead of asking them how will it be best be implemented here. So Patrick, well said. Rail, ma'am, we have the best, probably one of the best assets of a rail network in this country, that is a glorified graveyard. Weeds as tall as me on it. So it's not only moving hydrogen, it's also moving product more economically, so that our people pay less. We've heard here that diesel is the greatest contributor to CO2. How many trucks are there on the road? What is the DEF toll? What is the infrastructure toll? But we have a stranded asset in our railway system. And there is a solution: devolve the power down to provinces that are capable and to private sector that can step in, and that we're not so focused on controlling everything, but actually allow the people that can solve the problem to solve it. And then the last point, you asked who in this room can guarantee that we won't get stuck on gas. I have a reverse question. Who in this room can guarantee that hydrogen will give us a cost-effective energy source that will solve South Africa's energy problem? And I sat for 2 days in a workshop there was a scientist there presenting it to us, and he emphatically said, it's not our answer, it's too expensive at this stage. So, and I'll tell you what a transition will help us, and that's the difference between looking at it from national, international view to ground level view. When Mittal starts tomorrow, 1,000 people will have their jobs back, and 10,000 people down the line. And they roughly look at 5 to 10 people each underneath them. Go and make that sum. And that is what will get the green energy thing going and get the approval from the people. Otherwise, you can set up your big plans, but it will burn because we need the buy-in of the community. We cannot leave them behind. So I still stand by my point. For instance, Sir Saldanha has the biggest storage space for gas in the southern hemisphere. So we are geographically perfectly positioned to use. I'm not saying that should be for South Africa. I'm saying we should look horses for courses and what can help us out of the hole onto the road, and then we can start the journey. But presently, we're in a hole, and we need to work with our people how to get out of that. And most gas generators, like General Electric, is equipped at Program Director to run on green hydrogen. So there's no, we shouldn't get stuck. We should just be on a journey. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Mate? I am between lunch and so.
It's load shedding. Thank you, Program Director. I think I'm not going to go through my questions, but I have maybe a question for the forum. How do we take this discussion forward? We come, we go to all these nice forums, great ideas come up, we all go home, and we come back next year, we carry on. How do we take this discussion forward? Thank you, Program Director.
Okay, finally. It's more opportunity, so I'm just putting it on the table for further discussion. To the standards discussion. Within South Africa, I think there's opportunity for standardization when it comes to certain industries, parts, and fabrication specifically. And if we are going to have localization of fabrication, it will need standardization of certain specific goods and parts. So I think there's a strong role, actually proactively, that can be played to try and create that industry for localization, which I haven't heard today.
Doctor?
No, thank you. Earlier today, when the program director was giving my introduction, she was, gave my 2 hats. I'm actually recently wearing a 3rd hat as the chair of the International Partnership for the Hydrogen Fuel Cell and Economy. So I'm going to wear that hat and give my comments, and this is to the SABS colleague. So under the IPHE, there's a couple of working groups. One of the working groups we have is the Regulatory Code Standards and Safety Working Group. So under this working group, the purpose is to share information, lessons learned, and best practices with a focus on hydrogen safety, as well as harmonization of codes and standards developed by relevant industry codes and standard development organization. So talking to the colleague who talked about government talking and so forth, also Dr. Mate's concerns, I think that SABS should play an active role in the working group and task force. So this task force is working with 20 other countries to ensure that we harmonize standards, because if we harmonize standards at the international level, then we'll be able to move quickly at the local level. And this working group is doing work for both IPHE as well as for the Hydrogen Council. They've been tasked with work as well as in terms of supporting the breakthrough agenda under the COP, which will be reporting next year in UAE in 2023. And I think that this is critical because I think this task team will deal with the issues of bulk storage, issues around the gaps and the barriers to deployment risk. So I'm inviting you to play an active role so that we as a country can move forward in these issues. So hopefully, sir, that helped to deal with your issue around government not making progress, and hopefully we can actively, maybe 12 months from now, we can come back to you with some active progress.
I want to thank the panel because it was a tough panel, but we expect a lot from our government as a very important enabler. And I hope that you have taken on board the many suggestions and the requests for involvement, collaboration, and to truly make these partnerships real partnerships. From local level, I'm happy that the executive mayor is here to remind us once again how important it is to have these processes stream through all of our sections of government, from local level to international level. So thank you very much for indulging us this morning. We really appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Thank you. We've come to the end of our morning section, and I really want to thank you for your participation. I want to thank all the panelists who gave us very important insights. I want to thank the former regional minister from the Netherlands for also bringing that international taste of what their hydrogen valleys are looking at. It's obvious that hydrogen is a key priority for South Africa. How we get there, whether we're using the rainbow strategy or what other areas we would need to get there, it is obvious that the strategy is there, the roadmap is certainly there, and it is up to us to take part, pilot some things, bring some ideas to the table and make it happen. I love what Mbata said, that yes, of course, we will have fuel cell buses on the road very soon. And this is important. Will we get there tomorrow? No. It is a step-by-step, it's an incremental process, but it is important that we remember that it is a just transition that is made up of people, of socioeconomic issues, and it must have a social impact. Whatever we do must have a social impact on poverty, on unemployment, on creating new skills and new green opportunities for the country. So there are a lot of opportunities, but of course a lot of questions. This is why we have these forums, so that we can discuss, we can debate, we can interrogate, we can problematize a lot of issues that remain unclear or in the air. But it is also a wonderful space to collaborate, to meet other partners, exchange information, contact details, and I hope that people will stay connected even beyond this forum, because this is how we continue to create our story. Thank you very much. I think it's time for 10 minutes. All right. In another 10 minutes? I must keep talking, or we must have coffee? Oh, okay. It's coffee time. We have 10 minutes for coffee. It's going to be outside, just as you step outside the room. Please come back in about 10 minutes. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Every day. How do you predict the future? How do you plan for a world that doesn't exist yet? In a world with 7 billion people and hundreds of billion different variables, how do we guess what will happen next? We ask questions, questions that no one can answer yet. How do we feed a growing population sustainably? How are industries changing? What does it mean for jobs? How will jobs change as automation grows? How do we get the information we need to make the right decisions? What is the next pandemic? We ask, then work to find answers. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we partner with industry and other government stakeholders to find answers to some of our country's biggest questions. Not just to secure our future, but the future of partners, industry, and South Africans. We initiate, encourage, and support homegrown innovation that answers the impossible questions. In an uncertain world, where the answers change all the time, we start by asking the right questions. The Department of Science and Innovation, making sure it's possible. Challenges, stumbling blocks or starting blocks. Every day we face challenges, and every day we have a choice to turn back or to power through. Turn back and you go back to what you know, what you're used to, what you'll always be. Power through and anything becomes possible. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we power through. Through economic crises, pandemics, global warming, we step up, we push boundaries, we search, we collaborate, we imagine, and we ask. We ask the hard questions, like how do we power our country so we can power the economy? How do we use technology to help South Africans live better lives? And how do we use innovation to keep industries thriving? And we find the answers. Because we believe in the power of science, technology, and innovation to create a better world. Since 1994, we've asked, what can we do to make our country and the world a better place? And we've worked to find those answers. Because the challenges of the past weren't obstacles but opportunity. Partnerships, skill, and funding created the solutions we see today. The Department of Science and Innovation, making sure it's possible. How do you predict the future? How do you plan for a world that doesn't exist yet? In a world with 7 billion people and hundreds of billion different variables, how do we guess what will happen next? We ask questions, questions that no one can answer yet. How do we feed a growing population sustainably? How are industries changing? What does it mean for jobs? How will jobs change as automation grows? How do we get the information we need to make the right decisions? What is the next pandemic? We ask, then work to find answers. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we partner with industry and other government stakeholders to find answers to some of our country's biggest questions. Not just to secure our future, but the future of partners, industry, and South Africans. We initiate, encourage, and support homegrown innovation that answers the impossible questions. In an uncertain world, where the answers change all the time, we start by asking the right questions. The Department of Science and Innovation, making sure it's possible. Challenges, stumbling blocks or starting blocks. Every day we face challenges, and every day we have a choice to turn back or to power through. Turn back and you go back to what you know, what you're used to, what you'll always be. Power through and anything becomes possible. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we power through. Through economic crises, pandemics, global warming, we step up. We push boundaries. We search. We collaborate. We imagine and we ask. We ask the hard questions, like how do we power our country so we can power the economy? How do we use technology to help South Africans live better lives? And how do we use innovation to keep industries thriving? And we find the answers. Because we believe in the power of science, technology, and innovation to create a better world. Since 1994, we've asked, what can we do to make our country and the world a better place? And we've worked to find those answers. Because the challenges of the past weren't obstacles but opportunity. Partnerships, skill, and funding created the solutions we see today. The Department of Science and Innovation, making sure it's possible. How do you predict the future? How do you plan for a world that doesn't exist yet? In a world with 7 billion people and hundreds of billion different variables, how do we guess what will happen next? We ask questions, questions that no one can answer yet. How do we feed a growing population sustainably? How are industries changing? What does it mean for jobs? How will jobs change as automation grows? How do we get the information we need to make the right decisions? What is the next pandemic? We ask, then work to find answers. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we partner with industry and other government stakeholders to find answers to some of our country's biggest questions. Not just to secure our future, but the future of partners, industry, and South Africans. We initiate, encourage, and support homegrown innovation that answers the impossible questions. In an uncertain world, where the answers change all the time, we start by asking the right questions. The Department of Science and Innovation, making sure it's possible. Challenges, stumbling blocks or starting blocks. Every day we face challenges, and every day we have a choice to turn back or to power through. Turn back and you go back to what you know, what you're used to, what you'll always be. Power through and anything becomes possible. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we power through. Through economic crises, pandemics, global warming, we step up. We push boundaries. We search. We collaborate. We imagine and we ask. We ask the hard questions, like how do we power our country so we can power the economy? How do we use technology to help South Africans live better lives? And how do we use innovation to keep industries thriving? And we find the answers. Because we believe in the power of science, technology, and innovation to create a better world. Since 1994, we've asked, what can we do to make our country and the world a better place? And we've worked to find those answers. Because the challenges of the past weren't obstacles but opportunity. Partnerships, skill, and funding created the solutions we see today. The Department of Science and Innovation, making sure it's possible. How do you predict the future? How do you plan for a world that doesn't exist yet? Hello? In a world with 7 billion people.
Hello.
Can
we have participants moving back
How do we guess
into
what
the
will
venue,
happen next?
please?
We ask questions.
We're running a little bit
Questions
behind
that no one can
schedule.
answer yet.
Thank you.
How do we feed a growing population sustainably? How are industries changing? What does it mean for jobs? How will jobs change as automation grows? How do we get the information we need to make the right decisions? What is the next pandemic? We ask, then work to find answers. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we partner with industry and other government stakeholders to find answers to some of our country's biggest questions. Not just to secure our future, but the future of partners, industry, and South Africans. We initiate, encourage, and support homegrown innovation that answers the impossible questions. In an uncertain world, where the answers change all the time, we start by asking the right questions. The Department of Science and Innovation, making sure it's possible. Challenges, stumbling blocks or starting blocks. Every day we face challenges, and every day we have a choice to turn back or to power through. Turn back and you go back to what you know, what you're used to, what you'll always be. Power through and anything becomes possible. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we power through. Through economic crises, pandemics, global warming, we step up, we push boundaries, we search, we collaborate, we imagine, and we ask. We ask the hard questions, like how do we power our country so we can power the economy? How do we use technology to help South Africans live better lives? And how do we use innovation to keep industries thriving? And we find the answers. Because we believe in the power of science, technology, and innovation to create a better world. Since 1994, we've asked, what can we do to make our country and the world a better place? And we've worked to find those answers.
Hello.
Because the challenges of the past-
Once again, can I plead with all participants still outside the venue to move back into the venue so we can start? Do not worry, we will have ample time to network. We have a matchmaking session at the end of the day. We do have breaks where we can still continue with networking. And there is a cocktail function that we have scheduled after today's proceedings later in the evening. So there is quite enough time for us to mix and mingle.
We ask, then work to find answers. At the Department of Science and Innovation, we partner with industry and other government stakeholders to find answers to some of our country's biggest questions. Not just to secure our future, but the future of partners, industry, and South Africans. We initiate, encourage, and support homegrown innovation that answers the impossible questions. In an uncertain world, where the answers change all the time, we start by asking the right questions. The Department of Science and Innovation, making sure it's possible. Challenges, stumbling blocks or starting blocks. Every day we face challenges, and every day we have a choice to turn back or to power through. Turn back and you go back to what you know, what you're used to, what you'll always be. Power.
Oh. I think it's still good morning. I think I'm going to start the next session. I see everybody is seated and ready to go. So welcome to the panel on International Perspective on Established Valleys. We have a really good set of speakers who are going to be giving us their lessons learned. And as you heard today, South Africa already has started with their own hydrogen valleys. In the first one in Gauteng, the second is in Limpopo, and the rest are basically the establishment of the corridors between the Northern Cape and the Gauteng provincial government. Our first speaker is actually going to be joining us virtually Each of the speakers, we have 4 speakers today. Each of them have 20 minutes to give us their really succinct presentations on their experiences and what South Africa can learn from the establishment of valleys. I'll start with, I don't know if I'm saying this name right, Jorge? He is the CEO of Green Hydrogen Europe, of Hydrogen Europe, thank you. And he is going to be a bit quick in his presentation due to him having to get on a flight. So I'll spare the introduction to your title and experience and just let you go ahead with your presentation. Thank you and welcome.
Many thanks for the invitation. I hope you can hear me. All good?
Yes.
You can hear and see me.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the short introduction. Indeed, I'm the CEO of Hydrogen Europe, which is the European Association on Hydrogen Industries, but also national associations and regions. And this is important because regions play a very, very important part in building up the so-called hydrogen valleys. Basically, the concept was developed by Hydrogen Europe together with our partner, the so-called Clean Hydrogen Partnership. What is that? This is basically a private-public partnership between the European Commission, the European research area, the research community, and the industry. And I'm representing, so to say, the industrial part. But this private-public partnership is led by Hydrogen Europe, so led by the industry. And in this respect, we also made some proposals to move forward with concrete projects, and the Hydrogen Valley concept was one of the most important ideas for implementation, but I'll come back to that. Before I go there, I would like to congratulate you to this event. So out of the European perspective, it's great to see South Africa being one of the champions of green hydrogen and hydrogen in general. There are different shades of green hydrogen. There's also turquoise hydrogen pyrolysis and of course electrolysis hydrogen. But I also would like to underpin this lever that you have, or this motto that you have chosen for this conference, hydrogen as the lever for social justice. This is extremely important for us in order to be pursued in our daily job, but also in our relation as Hydrogen Europe to Africa. We have a strong partnership to the African Hydrogen Partnership, and we were together a month ago in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, the African COP, if you wish, where we teamed up to start something like what we call the African-European Hydrogen Pact, which is bringing together the European projects with African projects, basically European hydrogen valleys with African hydrogen valleys, and this makes absolutely sense, and I'll try to elaborate. South Africa on the global context, out of our perspective, plays a geopolitical role. You have Anglo American as one of the speakers in this event, and Sasol, 2 companies that contribute massively, not only to job creation, but also to the ramping up of the hydrogen economy, let alone Anglo American's role with regards to critical minerals. It's the leading company. It's, of course, member of Hydrogen Europe for many, many years, was one of the founding members, and it's very important. Also, we see with hydrogen the possibility to emancipate economies. What does that mean? That means that economies that might have been very, very exposed to the dependence on importation of fossil energy or any other form of energy can now develop their own strategy by going to more renewables. There is sun and solar energy and wind energy in South Africa and in neighboring countries. And by that, by creating electricity and storing that electricity, turning it into hydrogen and storing it, or even having commerce with this, makes it a very, very important part of a new emancipation. Why am I saying that? Because we have heard, and we have been criticized that hydrogen might become something like a neo-colonial tool. And we would like to say this should never and will never be the case. We always look in our cooperation with the African countries, for instance. At the moment, I'm half Greek, half German, so my German minister is at the moment in South Africa, will travel to South Africa. He has been in Namibia yesterday, and we develop very much so projects for the domestic demand. That's the first and most important thing that also a valley concept, a hydrogen valley concept, should have in mind, that the production of hydrogen should be for the domestic, for the regional consumption. And there are plenty of possibilities to use hydrogen, not only to store renewable energy and to repower it, but also to use hydrogen directly in the steel industry, for instance, that is existent or was even more existent in South Africa. And now hydrogen could help to re-industrialize certain parts of the economy. This is also important for Sasol as being a big chemical company. And this will lead us to, I call it, re-industrialization of certain economies, especially the South African. So here, this re-industrialization should also be a very, very important element of our European strategy, a very important target of what we want to achieve when having a close relation between Africa and Europe. Can I become more concrete? You can reduce the oxygen in iron ore with coal, so with carbon monoxide. And that's how we did it for many, many centuries. And basically, South Africa could do it by using own coal, but also import coal. But we can do it also with hydrogen. And that would lead to a zero-emission steel production. Now, does it make sense for us Europeans to import the iron ore and then to import also the hydrogen we need, because we don't have enough own production of green hydrogen? Maybe not. Maybe it's much more important, much better for the climate to do exactly that reduction of iron ore at your place in South Africa or in other African countries. And this would keep added value, much more added value than ever before in South Africa. And this is the way to go. I think the way to go is that the different hydrogen valleys will correspond on what is better for climate, what is better for the different societies, what is better for the overall achievements that we as global community want to have in the end. Having said that, I also would like to raise one last point before I come to the concrete valley aspect. That's also that valleys can help, hydrogen valleys can help to improve the relation to neighbors. That's what we do in Europe, where the hydrogen valley concepts are not only national concepts, but are cross-border concepts. In the South African case, Namibia comes, of course, into mind, where Namibia can become, via the valley concept, a strong partner, and vice versa. Now, why did we develop the hydrogen valleys in Europe and in different regions? Because we wanted to overcome the old chicken and egg dilemma. Whenever you change to a new technology, you always have this question, chicken or egg first? Is it first the supply, the production of hydrogen, or is it the demand, the consumption of hydrogen? And here, the valleys give you a very, very good perspective, as they have already some hydrogen demand. Let's take the most early movers or the early birds. That's the chemical clusters. They need hydrogen as chemical feedstock, and they don't even need to adapt. They just can consume or use the hydrogen that can be produced on a renewable, on a green way directly. And this is why we have chosen this concrete approach to look into different hubs, into different chemical clusters, and to make sure that hydrogen is produced close to them, or that the hubs that can lead to importation of hydrogen, even from long distances, like from South Africa to Europe, to the port of Rotterdam or to the port of Antwerp in Belgium or in the Netherlands, and then to connect these chemical hubs with the port. So this is the most important and the first aspect of these hydrogen valleys, to make it concrete, to make it very, very understandable and to implement. And so one step after the other, not only the Netherlands and the Dutch chemical clusters, but also the German steel industry could be connected. And these are first relevant and also active regional hydrogen valleys that are already working. Some of them will be working big style with hydrogen being transported over long distances as of 2040. If you are interested in one of them, it's called GET-H2. It's northern Netherlands, northern Germany, connecting the Ruhr area, a very industrial steel producing area, very, very soon, and over a long distance. So over 500 kilometers, 600 kilometers, that's already something. And what we then see is that the different regional hubs, so the hydrogen valleys, will be connected. And if you connect the different big hubs, the big valleys, you will get the backbone of an infrastructure that will connect the whole European continent. And this is what the very idea of the hydrogen valleys was about. Early implementation of concrete demand, connection via infrastructure, building the basis of the backbone. All in all, we have 37 valleys in 20 different countries. When you are interested in details, why don't you just visit the website, the official website of the joint undertaking? So this platform that we have together with the research guys and with the Commission, European Commission, we as industry. And this is, you can just Google hydrogen valleys and you will find with the Clean Hydrogen Partnership exactly that 37 projects that are mapped there. And you can also go concretely into these projects and see what it is about. All in all, it's 34 million that have been invested already in these different valleys, euro, which is approximately close to the dollar at the moment. The war in Ukraine has caused a new program of the European Commission, and this program is called Repower EU. Within Repower EU, the Commission has decided to admit another 200 million euro for these hydrogen valley concepts. And the prerequisite is that these projects are basically put into practice immediately. Because we have not enough about just innovation and science, but we need now concrete implementation. And so that money, which needs to go into very innovative issues, needs to be implemented soon and also at scale soon. And that is why we believe that the number of hydrogen valleys from 37 will rise quite considerably very, very soon. Basically, we are talking here about large-scale flagships that attract then other projects as well. What we also do is matchmaking. So the different valleys and the different projects do a matchmaking so they accelerate the cooperation between each other, and this is something very important. Let me come to lessons learned, because I think that's the most important part that you might also pick upon, and then I keep my 20 minutes. So first of all, the first lesson is concreteness. Hydrogen is huge and it's big and it's an interesting concept and it's very complex, but we need to be concrete. And the Hydrogen Valley approach gives us the possibility to be very, very concrete at a very early stage and to focus on industries that can immediately reduce CO2 emissions directly and very, very soon. We talked about the chemical industry, we could talk about the petrochemical industry and the steel industry, which are absolutely the early birds here and the low-hanging fruit. That's the second thing. Low-hanging fruits, chemical clusters should be considered. And with Sasol, you have the biggest African player and one of the biggest world players here in South Africa. The third element is that these hydrogen valleys could be connected. So a national, in South Africa's case, or a European, in the EU's case, infrastructure, overarching infrastructure, making the cheap transport of hydrogen via pipelines possible becomes reality. So it's connecting the different valleys, the basis for the overarching hydrogen infrastructure. The fourth element is that you should seek a geographical spread. So not to concentrate just in one area of your country, but to have a spread all over South Africa, and also to see that there might be also a cooperation between these projects, these values. We do that in Europe by having clear cooperation between the projects. 5 is to encourage also neighboring countries to take part. I talked already about Namibia. I think it's important to see also the win-win situation for both countries, or also for the other neighboring countries that you have, and to try to connect this and to make it international. The 6 is topping up. So if you see that this concept is good, is catching attraction, and is being concrete, it should be topped up. The Europeans have topped it up by 200 million, as I said, and this is quite important. The 7th point is that we need to focus very much on innovation. That's fine, but we never should lose out of sight the concrete implementation. So it's time for scale now. There are several hydrogen technologies that are absolutely ready for usage, and they are there to be implemented. In the course, there will be other additional technologies, hydrogen technologies, or elements of them that might evolve. They need also funding of innovation, no doubt about it, but the implementation now is the most important. And let me finish with one aspect that's very, very important for us. The hydrogen valleys have been financed out of the innovation funding. This is fine, but they are now also connecting to other funds. In the European case, they are called the European Project of Common European Interest. And these common European projects have other funding possibilities. And to look into blending, to start possibly with innovation money, and to then have funding to de-risk these projects from other sources might be very, very important. I'm saying that because investors are looking into these projects. They are very, very interested. The Economist comes up with the forecast for next year and describes hydrogen as one of the rising stars. All good, all fine, but even if it's so, the de-risking of investments needs to take place, and this is where the valley concept can play an absolutely great role. I stop here. I would like to thank you. I've seen that Nico Hohmann is also actively involved in your meetings, and I can only say we can learn, all Europeans, but also globally, a lot from the Dutch experiences, especially in the north of Netherlands. And this is really, really because they are first movers and they implemented already a lot of things. Needs to be copied and implemented in our regions as well. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Chatzimarkakis. Thank you very much for that. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have a powerhouse of a mathematician and a doctor. Her name is Dr. Kotani Motoko. She is the Executive Vice President of Research at Toko Tohoku University has recently been elected as the president-elect of ISC and is assuming presidency in 2024. She is a graduate of, she's a professor of Mathematical Institute, Graduate School of Science at Tohoku University, and specializes in geometry, discrete geometric analysis. And she's got quite a CV, and I'm really looking forward to her insights. Would you come on stage, please, Doctor?
So, thank you very much for your kind introduction. And can I have my screen here? Okay. So it's my great pleasure and honor to have this opportunity to share Japanese experience with you. And so I'm going to talk about the hydrogen barrier in Japan and the Japan vision and action toward hydrogen economy. And I cannot agree more with the first speaker of this session that the domestic implementation is very important as a hydrogen barrier, but also international collaboration is much more important because only Japan or any single country can really produce everything. And so that's why I'm very happy to share with share our knowledge and experience with you. Next page, please. Next page. Okay, so let me start with Japan's vision on the importance of hydrogen in energy policy perspective. Hydrogen is not only contribute directly to the decarbonization of electrical power. Okay, yeah, I think it's, but the hydrogen has a potential of zero emission power source. Renewable energy is maximized by converting surplus electricity into hydrogen, storing it, and using it. Ammonia and synthesized fuel produced from hydrogen are also expected to be utilized in accordance with their characteristics. The figure shows here is an image of a clean hydrogen, green one and blue one, and related fuel, supply sources, and demand destinations. Next page, please. It also has a significant economical impact as follows. At present, the Japanese industry has an advantage in fuel hydrogen. But the market of hydrogen-related product is expected to expand worldwide. Under that circumstance, Japanese technology and product in the domestic and the international market will contribute to the decarbonize of the world. And also, it's very important further strengthen industrial competitiveness of Japan through all kinds of politics, including technology development and establishment of system and for social implementation. It's a I can point. Okay, so if you look at the right-hand side of you at the bottom, you can see the trend of Japanese share of energy demand. It's for the moment it's 5.1% in 2000, but we are aiming to make it decline to 2.3 in 2040. Next page, please. And so in the view of the international trend, we understand many countries, including EU, Netherlands, and UK, and also many other countries have formulated national strategy for hydrogen. And hydrogen-related effort, including hydrogen use in transportation sector and industrial sector, and the introduction of hydrogen power generation, considerably the supply chain for hydrogen import are progressing. And I noticed that South Africa has also published the hydrogen social roadmap. I congratulate you to have this. And in the current geopolitical situation, it has become more important to really expand this effort to develop a domestic hydrogen production before. The next page, please. Japan is proud of being the first country to have formulated the national hydrogen strategy in 2017. And in 2020, the Prime Minister at that time set 250 carbon neutral declaration and positioned hydrogen as one of the priority area in the green growth strategy. It has aimed to expand the volume of hydrogen introduction and to achieve cost reduction through the governmental support, including Green Innovation Fund project, which is 2 trillion yen. We set the target, you can see at the below, at the bottom, and throughout integrated supply and demand effort, we aim to reduce the cost of hydrogen supply to a level of comparative to the cost of fossil fuels. The supply volume is currently approximately 2 million tons per year, should be up to 3 million tons in 2030, and expand to 20 million tons in 2050. And the hydrogen cost is currently 100 Japanese yen per normal cube meter, but it would be 30 yen in 2030 and less than 20 Japanese yen at 2050. So those are the target. And so next page, please. So the next page, please. Well, maybe I can do it myself. Okay. So to achieve this target, we have a roadmap. In supply side and demand side, you can see the detail later. So you can see the integrated promotion of supply chain construction and demand creation of hydrogen and ammonia is shown in this figure. And there are challenges is supply side, the cost reduction and the infrastructure development, and demand side challenge is equipment development suitable for hydrogen combustion characteristic. The Japanese government supports the development of necessary technology and social implementation of technology through various programs such as SIP, PRISM, GST Mirai, JES, and SICOP, and SATREPS. Especially SATREP is ODA type of a project, and we have many collaboration with South African countries, South Africa. So hydrogen is used in transportation sector, which is one of the priority area. So currently, 7,040 fuel cell vehicles are installed, and there are also 178 hydrogen refueling stations, including those under construction. Japan will continue to promote regulatory reform, technological development, and strategic development of HRCs. And hydrogen and ammonia are expected to be used in commercial vehicles such as trucks and ships in order to achieve a longer driving and cruising range. Yeah, another the strategic area is hydrogen use in power sectors. Japan has been a world leader in hydrogen power generation technology, and projects are underway for both large-scale and small turbines. And Japanese companies have received order from hydrogen power generation project in the Netherlands and in the United States. Going forward, the Green Innovation Fund will be used to complete the remaining technological development and accelerate the spread of hydrogen power generation both in Japan and overseas. The hydrogen use in industrial sector, many places, but to decarbonize the steel sector, hydrogen reductant steel making using hydrogen instead of carbon as it's under technological development. Hydrogen is also expected to be used as a heat source as a high temperature required in industrial process. Projects using hydrogen as a heat source are underway in diverse fields, including auto part manufacturing and tire manufacturing and coffee roasting. So it's very important to establish the model of social implementation of hydrogen, and it is actively supported. The government encouraged to maximizing use of existing infrastructure efficiently, reduce the cost and accumulate knowledge. That is very important. Now I would like to introduce a domestic model for hydrogen production of water electrolyzers using the surplus renewable energy at Fukushima and Yamanashi. Okay, so this is the model at Fukushima prefecture. Actually, the Fukushima prefecture is the first to be named as a hydrogen valley in Japan. And probably as you remember, there was a serious nuclear power accident at Fukushima in 2011. So the now Fukushima prefecture has set a goal of generating more than 100% of energy needs from renewable energy source by 2040. In order to realize a society that does not depend on the nuclear powers. In 2016, the government, Fukushima prefecture, and industry formulated the Fukushima New Energy Societal Concept, aiming to make Fukushima prefecture a center for creation of a model, domestic model that anticipates the new energy society of the future. And in February 2021, Fukushima New Energy Society concept was revised to specify the acceleration of social implementation of hydrogen. Currently, in the Industry Academia Governmental Collaboration Council is discussing special initiative. Yeah, another model is at Yamanashi Prefecture. The Yamanashi Prefecture comprehensive plan promote the use of clean energy. The introduction of a decentralized and autonomous energy system and a measure to combat global warming through the collective participation of all residents and the prefecture. In 2021, Yamanashi Prefecture, Toray Industry Company, and the TEPCO established the YHC, Yamaguchi Hydrogen Company, and start power to gas, P2G, service in 2022. Yamanashi Prefecture has a potential surplus of 57 MKW of electricity demand of average compared to a maximum of 109 of renewable energy generation in the prefecture. Actually, the Yamanashi Prefecture has one of the largest amount of solar radiation in Japan. And so it's aiming for regional development by shifting to a supply-demand structure that cover all local energy needs with renewable energy. So in order to realize a hydrogen society, it is necessary to promote the construction of large-scale hydrogen supply chain and creation of demand in an integrated manner. Japan, as the first country in the world to build a liquefied hydrogen carrier, is expected to level establishment of international hydrogen market in the future. Therefore, in addition to supporting the technological development and large-scale hydrogen transportation demonstration, such as enlargement of transportation facility with multiple hydrogen carrier, liquefied hydrogen, and methyl cyclohexene, and demonstration of hydrogen conversion stability in actual hydrogen power and generation should be promoted in an integrated manner. So the liquefied hydrogen carrier completed the world's first maritime transportation from Australia to Japan in February 2022, including liquefied hydrogen location and unloaded. As you know, we have Port Island in Kobe in the hydrogen receiving base. An international hydrogen supply chain using methyl cyclohexene as a hydrogen carrier in demonstration project was completed in June 2020. It's a collaboration between Brunei and Japan. And separately, Japanese company signed MOU with Singapore and Malaysia to establish hydrogen supply chain. So these industry and government and academia collaboration inviting the international collaboration has been taken part in many in Japan, and I would like to emphasize that international collaboration in the field where good practice and initiative promoted in Japan are very much welcome. And I'm happy to have shared with you Japanese effort and to be connected further. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Motoko. I think we look forward for your offer of international collaboration with our countries. And next up for our speaker is Professor Stephen Cummings. He is he's the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation at Teesside University. He was the Dean of the School of Science and Engineering, and prior to that, the Dean of School of Health and Life Sciences. He currently runs a Center of Excellence for Skills and Research Development Support in Biomanufacturing and Bioprocessing Industries, the Net Zero Industry Innovation Center, and a research innovation offer to support the developing of hydrogen and decarbonization of the economy in Teesside and Teesside University's socioeconomic campus. Is he also virtual? Okay. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
I've been asked to share my screen, so I'll do that. Before I do, could I just thank you for the invitation? My apologies for not being able to join you. Unfortunately, my diary and travel arrangement made that impossible, but I'm very pleased to be here. So if I just share my screen. Can you see that? Yeah. Okay. So I've been asked to talk a little bit about levelling up, and for us here in Teesside, that what I want to do is reflect on how the opportunity that hydrogen presents can support levelling up, and I'll explain what that means, and also how we as a university can engage with that agenda and indeed help grow the hydrogen economy here in the Tees Valley. So in terms of what we mean by levelling up, the UK is one of the most economically imbalanced countries in the OECD area. And so levelling up has become a term that's used sort of interchangeably across a range of policy areas. The main drive is to reduce economic inequalities within the UK. For our region, which is the Tees Valley, we have legacy heavy industry, steel, shipbuilding, a large process engineering and chemical cluster, which has been in significant decline now for decades. And what that has left us with is significant issues in terms of deprivation and entrenched socio-economic challenges. So our GVA is about 75% of the UK average, and given productivity is a problem in the UK anyway, that's quite significant. Business density is a third less than the national average. We have challenges in getting the population engaged with skills and education. It's much lower, again, than the UK average. And life expectancy in some areas of the region and some other areas of our region are in the lower decile in terms of measures of deprivation across the country are really significant. So there are a number of challenges for us, but also opportunities. However, when I talk about those opportunities, it's probably worth reflecting that these challenges remain, and these are things that we need to grapple with. And I've heard colleagues earlier in the sessions today talking about the just transition and bringing people with you, and those are things that we reflect on very hard here in terms of our own agenda. So the Tees Valley, I hope you can see this slide. I just thought I'd show you where it is. And don't worry if you weren't aware. Most people in the UK often don't know where Teesside is, but it's in the northeast of England. It's a region of about 600,000 people, reasonable communication links, and at the eastern end, there is a significant development opportunity where we're seeing a significant investment in hydrogen and decarbonisation industries. I'd also like just to draw your attention to another region about 50 miles south, which is the Humber Estuary. And as you'll see later on, that the link between Teesside and the Humber side area is an important part of our thinking around developing a hydrogen economy here in the Teesside and indeed the north of England. So despite the challenges, there are enormous opportunities for us. And our aspiration is to make the Tees Valley a go-to destination for net zero research and development, certainly from my perspective in terms of the job I do, but also to, as a university, support the growth of that cluster in terms of that need for skills, research and innovation activity, and also bringing that community with us because we're a key stakeholder in the region. Why then? Why is that aspiration possible? And the reason is its location. And I'll just talk a little bit about what we mean by that location and how important that is for us. So the ambition around hydrogen for the Tees Valley is to become what's been described as a hydrogen super place, essentially an industrial region that supports the production, storage, distribution and end use of hydrogen. We are already a significant producer of hydrogen, grey hydrogen largely as a feedstock for our chemical and process industries, but the ambition is to produce around a quarter of the UK's hydrogen needs to a target of 10 gigawatts. We want to become the world's first, ideally net zero industrial cluster. and we have a very compact industrial cluster with good connectivity already, which would support that. And through that, accelerate the UK's overarching 2050 net zero goals. And in doing all those things, obviously what we want to do is try and rebalance, draw some of the wealth that is very much centred in the southeast of the UK upwards into other regions, particularly the northeast, support high quality jobs and develop a sustainable industry going forward. So one of the key engines for our consideration of a hydrogen and decarbonised economy in the northeast of England, focused on Teesside, is a group of companies and universities that have come together and call themselves the East Coast Cluster. This was formed in 2020 when the government had a competition to choose the best location for decarbonisation of an industrial cluster. The East Coast Cluster was selected as one of two within the UK to take forward carbon capture, utilisation, storage and hydrogen, with the ambition that we had hydrogen in the pipe by 2027. The main aim of this is that we work in partnership with that region to the South Humberside, which collectively emit about 50% of the UK's industrial emissions. And while they are distinct, they share obviously access to the North Sea. And that is important because the CO2, the decarbonisation element of this agenda, will be captured through carefully selected geographical storage in the North Sea through something called the Northern Endurance Partnership. And that's been driven by a number of private sector companies, BP, Equinor and NGV. The two areas, Teesside and Humberside, have quite a diverse industrial landscape, but also share some similarities. Both have a legacy steel industry, and as I said, are significant emitters of carbon dioxide, about 50% of the UK's overall production. So as part of the plan to drive forward the decarbonisation and hydrogen economy, we have a number of projects which have been approved. Some of those are industrial carbon capture. Apologies, this slide is a little complex, but I'm more than happy to share this with colleagues afterwards. So we have industrial carbon capture projects. We have hydrogen generation projects, certainly on Teesside. BP and others are developing both blue and green hydrogen generation activity, and power generation, again, through certainly in the first instance, blue hydrogen with carbon capture, again, on Teesside. So this cluster, the East Coast Cluster, linking Teesside and Humberside and using the opportunity that the North Sea produces, gives us a really strong opportunity. And again, I heard colleagues talking earlier about the need to use regional resources to make use of them. And that's something that we're really trying to do. We can produce hydrogen on site. There is a huge demand for it in terms of the process industry as a feedstock, but also the opportunity to develop hydrogen as a power source. And we have the ability to capture huge amounts of carbon dioxide through undersea storage in the North Sea. Around that, the plan is to wrap significant numbers of jobs, improve GVA by the mid-century. Now, for us, what we want to do as a university is obviously be part of that process, and part of our ambition at the moment is to embed ourselves as the key research and innovation offer for the East Coast Cluster, not just ourselves, but working in partnership with other regional universities, and I'll briefly talk about that in a moment. Obviously, for hydrogen produced from renewables to work at scale, you need hydrogen storage at scale. And again, this region has by serendipity, some really key assets. Again, a slightly difficult slide, apologies for that, but essentially this area in green represents an opportunity to develop a huge storage facility for hydrogen. The deposits there are saline deposits. There are already storage facilities there, geological storage facilities, and the ambition is to expand those as part of the broader hydrogen offer in this region. And that will give us the opportunity to store hydrogen at scale for weeks and months, which is going to be key in terms of driving this hydrogen economy. Those geological caverns have already been used, and so there is proven experience and expertise in the region. So again, by serendipity, this region has a geology which really supports not only carbon capture, but also the opportunity to store hydrogen at volume for long periods. And again, what we need to do is leverage those opportunities collectively to really deploy them to support the broader hydrogen economy linked to the decarbonisation agenda. For us as a institution focused on research innovation, working with industry, obviously what we're interested to do is understand what those research needs are, geochemical interactions, microbial interactions, as well as looking at safety, education and skills is important. And again, that term just transition, which I know has been talked about at length this morning, and again is a key part to ensure that this potential opportunity is realised and really adds value to the lives of people in this part of the world. So Teesside has those assets in terms of an existing process, chemical and steel industry. It has geological opportunity, and it has now articulated those in a hydrogen vision. And that hydrogen vision is a roadmap from where we are now to the mid-century, which shows our transition from grey through blue to a green, hydrogen and decarbonised economy. And obviously, what we're doing now and what we're seeing is that those regulations are being put in place to develop the hydrogen industry. The plans to start those hydrogen projects are already in place, so we'll expect to see them. And by 2030, I think we will have blue hydrogen production at scale here in Teesside. Beyond that, there's an expansion of green hydrogen, but obviously, as that horizon goes becomes more distant, then some of these ambitions become a little more aspirational. But certainly for the next 10 years, there's a very clear plan about how we deliver a decarbonised, hydrogen-rich economy here in the Tees Valley. So if I can turn a little then to what we as a university need to do to support that. And we are the only university within the Tees Valley itself, but there are other research-intensive universities close by to us, not least Durham, who we work very closely with, certainly around hydrogen and decarbonisation. And obviously we see our role to play a key role in the development of that net zero economy through skills, but also through research and innovation. I think I heard earlier a colleague from the University of Johannesburg talking around some of the skills challenges and offers that they have. And it chimes very much with some of the work we're doing. Clearly, we're interested in developing skills at all levels. So we have PhD, master's provision. We also run a range of short courses and undergrad courses and things called boot camps, which are really to support industries transition their workforce into these new technologies. In the UK as well, we also have a degree apprenticeship model, which allows companies to take on employees and then put them through a degree in tandem with us or other universities to support their skills while they also work at their job. One of the key challenges for the Tees Valley generally, not just in hydrogen and decarbonisation, is a rather poor innovation ecosystem. And that is a key ambition of ours to support the development of that innovation ecosystem through supporting skills and gaps in skills and teaching, but also to support those larger companies and their SME supply chains, their small, medium-sized enterprises that supply them in terms of building that broader hydrogen economy as we move through this process. So to articulate that, working with our local government, the Tees Valley Combined Authority, they've supported the university and invested in a significant facility that we're calling the Net Zero Industry Innovation Centre. Its aim is to be the research and innovation offer in the Tees Valley to support this emergent economy and hydrogen development. We have just in collaboration with Durham University, who are about 20 miles from where we are. We've just won a significant bid, so we're embarking on a larger project for about £11 million with Durham University to support the hydrogen innovation in the Tees Valley. And all that activity will be focused in this building, which is right in the heart of Teesside's hydrogen cluster. As well as that, we have extant expertise, which has been built up over a number of years, and we're currently supporting around 20 SMEs on their own journey to net zero. And that might be around understanding how they engage with technology or digital needs, as well as looking at their skills and leadership challenges to ensure that they can transition effectively to this new economy as it emerges. So the Industry Centre itself will have a number of labs that are kitted out to support what we want to do. And this has all been done, and certainly the bid that we've won in collaboration with Durham has all been done in collaboration with industry. And the key element of our next stage of our project is to do a number of sandpit events with companies that are setting up in the region or have been here for some time to understand what their research and innovation needs are, what their skills needs are, so that we can build an ecosystem from our perspective that supports the development of that economy as we go forward. And we have already some interesting examples. So for example, in terms of the circular economy, which is a key part of this, we've got some great projects showing how we can take high-vis clothing that's been at the end of life and recycle that actually to recreate new high-vis clothing that can go back on the backs of people building the facilities and the hydrogen infrastructure that we're seeing going up around us. So in terms of the way we're approaching this is we are looking to our key stakeholders in the private and the public sector, and we're asking them where we can help them deliver what their needs are to not only grow the opportunities around decarbonisation and hydrogen, but also to bring that the broader economy with us, and also to bring the local population with us. Obviously, as I alluded to at the beginning, there are significant challenges. We need to reskill, we need to get people engaged in skills, and we need to build a much denser innovation ecosystem to support this emergent economy as we go forward. So the challenge for us is to understand what our partners want and have that conversation in a way that's meaningful so that we can take that forward and deliver. So just briefly in summary then, in terms of what we're looking to do, the Tees Valley is at the heart of the largest industrial sector in the UK, and has been selected by the government as a paradigm not just of levelling up, but of the decarbonisation and hydrogen opportunities. We have extant expertise here at Teesside, and we're looking to build that, and we're really focused on scaling up our research between TRL 3 and 7, that really difficult spot in terms of going from lab to practice. We have significant investment, both through local government, national government, and through funding agencies, as well as working increasingly with private sector organisations to support that. And what we want to deliver is industrially focused research and development activity, given the skills that these companies and economies need for a green energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I hope we can take that lesson of leveling up and implement policy intended to reduce economic inequalities in our own country. Next speaker is Ms. Gerte de Jong. She is the manager from an entity called, is it Heaven? You're a program manager for Heaven. That's She's been with the organization since August 2022 and previously was in renewable energy and sustainability. Has worked with the local NGOs in the Netherlands regarding onshore and offshore wind energy. And she is at the local government level working on various projects regarding renewable energy and and European projects. And we look forward to hearing your presentation based on our close relations with your country and the heads of agreement that we have between the Port of Rotterdam and the Northern Cape. So I'll leave it up to you to come to the stage. Thank you, Gerte.
Thank you so much. I only now realize how weird that sounds that you are the manager of Heaven. This will all become clear very soon. Heaven is the name of our program, our Hydrogen Valley in Northern Netherlands that Nienke already told you a little bit about. I'm the program manager of Heaven. I'm not the actual manager of Heaven, of course. So today I know I'm the last speaker before lunch, so I hope you have a little bit of concentration left for me and you're not too hungry. It's a very practical, pragmatic presentation about how our valley in the Northern Netherlands looks and some lessons learned and best practices that maybe you can use also in your hydrogen project. So I hope this will be useful for you. I think we've seen so many inspirational projects already today, and I hope this will add a little bit of information and inspiration to you as well. So HEAVEN stands for Hydrogen Energy Applications for Valley Environments in the Northern Netherlands. So it's all for a cause that we call it HEAVEN. It's also, I think, a source of many jokes for people about angels, but it's a very creative name. Northern Netherlands, for those of you who don't know where it is, we are in the very north of the Netherlands, but we feel that we are very central in Europe. And Nienke already mentioned we have a very big natural gas reserve in the underground storage, which caused quite a lot of problems with earthquakes. We have to scale back winning of the natural gas. But this, of course, has also financial consequences for our region, which you see the financial product really going down if we stop winning gas, basically. So we felt that we need a new product in our region that will still make use of the expertise that is there and the gas infrastructure that's already there. We have a lot of offshore, onshore wind energy. We have 2 large chemical clusters in the Northern Netherlands, and also we have not the biggest port of the Netherlands, Rotterdam, but we do have a very big seaport as well. And also we have a lot of political backing and a big ambition in Northern Netherlands to decarbonize, to convert to renewable energies, and that's really, I think, a very strong motivator as well. So our goal for this valley was to create an integrated ecosystem of hydrogen, where we take care of both production, storage in underground storages, transportation, and end users, off-takers of hydrogen, and also research and replication. It is recognized by the European Commission as the first and, at that point, the largest hydrogen valley, and they also very recently gave us an award for a Hydrogen Valley of the Year. Our financial scope is currently around 96 million, actually. I think my presentation is not updated so well, so 96 million. And here you see our strategic objectives, which I already mentioned, to build one integrated value chain, where we really try to combine different sectors and to really experiment and see how we can solve the chicken and egg problem. So not just production, not just end users, but really combine them into one system and to get the entire system rolling and then transport that valley onto different regions so as to make a hydrogen society. These are our partners. We have 31 partners currently. Some very big players that you will no doubt recognize. We have Shell as a partner, Total Energies, Engie, but also some very, very small medium enterprises. We have a taxi company that's operating, I think, about 20 taxis, so that's really very small. And also what has already been mentioned today, the support of local municipalities is really, I think, a very big success factor in our partnership. And these are our supporters. They are mainly financial supporters, of course. So how is our project structured? It is quite large, as I already mentioned, with 31 partners, so we needed a very clear structure of who is doing what. And here you see it in a bird's eye view. It might look a little bit complicated, but I will go through it one by one, and you will understand completely what we're doing in the Northern Netherlands. We have 4 clusters, each working on different sectors, basically doing ground applications, and then we have 3 work packages doing data gathering, research, and replication. Our first cluster is focused completely around the Eemshaven, Delfzijl area. That's the most northern part of the Northern Netherlands. And here, I think one of the big iconic projects that we're doing is a salt barge powered on hydrogen. And this barge takes salt from the Eemshaven area, and it sails to the Rotterdam harbor. And in both places, it can refuel. It works with a container swap system. So it's completely powered by hydrogen. It's a very large barge boat, and I think it's the first in the Netherlands, at least. I don't know if it's the first in Europe. And also around the barge boat, we're building a big infrastructure with a hydrogen refueling station, pipelines, and a hydrogen hub, where hydrogen is cleaned, pressurized, and stored. So this ship, here you see it, it's really quite large, and it will be sailing June next year. So if you're near the Netherlands or near Rotterdam, then please come by, because we will be celebrating, I think, the first hydrogen ship. Our second cluster is all around built environment, and we have different partners trying to see if they can use hydrogen in their built environment, in both a municipal building, in new houses that are being built, just regular citizen houses, and we are seeing if we can use it as a power source for data center. And also in this cluster, there's the hydrogen storage in the underground salt cavern. So here you see the testing of the salt cavern, and actually we do have a really great VR tour that has already been mentioned, but during the break, if you get a chance, go see the VR tour and you will be inside the salt cavern, which is super impressive because it's huge. And that's where they're trying to see if they can store hydrogen underground. And so far it's going really well. It's looking very promising. Here you see another very iconic project to me. This is a tiny house that is showcasing how your house would look on hydrogen. So for many citizens, it's a really big step to just buy a house that is completely powered and heated by hydrogen, and they feel very hesitant, and they don't know, will it explode? Will I still be warm in winter? Will it look very large and unsightly in my home? And in this tiny house, they can just come visit, they get a cup of coffee, they get an explanation, and they can just see and touch and admire everything. So I think that's a very important step to getting citizens to convert to hydrogen. And this tiny house, it moves around the Netherlands. So many different people get the opportunity to see how it would look like if your house is powered and heated by hydrogen. So our third cluster is around Chemical Park in Emmen, which is located in the province of Drenthe. And here we are building a research and development electrolyzer, an HRS for heavy-duty vehicles. We are experimenting with admixing hydrogen in the gas system for steam generation in a chemical plant, and also all pipelines are being laid here. And here you see a bit of the area, so it's really trying to convert to kind of a playing field for renewable energies and fuels. So they have a solar field, they have biogas, and now they're also experimenting with hydrogen. And here you see these very proud people refueling their buses and trucks. And this HRS is already in use and is fueling buses every day. It's public transport that's driving around the Northern Netherlands. We have quite a lot of buses on hydrogen, and this is where they can refuel. This one was done by Shell, one of our first HRSs within this project. Our fourth cluster is about mobility. street cleaning cars, regular cars for leasing, trucks, heavy-duty vehicles, waste, garbage trucks. And here really local municipalities, governments are really a very big help because they do need a lot of vehicles and they are willing to be the launching customer and really to see if they can purchase it even if it would not be the most, currently the most financial, how to say, the best financial opportunity to buy a hydrogen car right now. But if you're a government, sometimes you just need to do it to show that you're willing to take that first step. So I feel that they are really a very important part in this cluster as a launching customer. And here we also have HRSs, also one on an airport that's going to fuel all landside vehicles, but it's also going to be experimenting with fueling drones, for example. So there will be a multi-fueling station. Then we have the work packages, because we do not only want to implement the hydrogen applications, but mostly we want to learn from them and to see how effective they are and how we can replicate it. So we have different work packages that fully focus on seeing how we can use that information and bring it forward. And this is where the University of Groningen plays a very big part, but also many different partners are active in these work packages. So we're going to look at a couple of researches that have already been done. All of them are open data, open science. So if you want to read them, you can just Google the name and you will find them online. We have a study on hydrogen storage and how this can help the energy transition. We have a study on the barge boat, the hydrogen barge boat, and how it can work. And this study also showed that it would be very realistic to have this boat running on hydrogen. We have a study on our data center, BytesNet, and how it can use hydrogen as a main power source or an auxiliary power source, excuse me. We have a study on hydrogen applications in heavy-duty transport. And this is one of my favorites, is one by Engie. They are trying to build 1 gigawatt hydrogen plant in Eemshaven area. And we did a beautiful webinar on it that's also still available online if you're interested to see how they're going to build 1 gigawatt hydrogen plant. So we have quite a lot of international interest as well. In the lower right corner, you see our delegation from Namibia, even your neighbors. But we have, I think, weekly international delegations coming through, trying to learn from our Hydrogen Valley, but we're also very interested in learning from other valleys and from other initiatives. We really see this valley as maybe one of the first, but as a great opportunity to share knowledge and to advance our hydrogen economy together. This is just a beautiful picture. So some lessons and some best practices that I hope might be useful for you if you are working in a hydrogen project yourself. I think the biggest challenge for me as a program manager is that we designed this project in 2019, and it's an industry that is advancing very quickly. Also, there have been quite a lot of unforeseen circumstances. In 2019, the world looked quite different. But also just in the world of hydrogen, it's becoming more and more clear that some applications are just not as effective or as efficient as it was thought of in 2019. But then we committed to them, and we told the European Commission, our biggest sponsor, that we would do it, and now they say, so now you have to do it. So we're doing some things that might not be the best solution currently. We are seeing that as an opportunity to say, okay, we tried it, and we are now disseminating why this is not the best opportunity, so you do not have to do it again. But we're still working on some things that might not be the most efficient. We did run into a lot of problems with co-financing, where everyone was so enthusiastic to start, and then halfway through they realized that the money was gone, and now we needed to find more money. Everything also turned out to be very much more expensive than we thought or hoped. And also something that's really my tip, if you would ever start a project with 31 partners, make it super clear who is doing what, who is buying hydrogen from whom, who is supplying what to whom, because you do see if there's any shades of gray that, that might lead to debates within your project. Also, this might be specific for Europe, but we have a lot of rules about state aid, and it's, I hope Jorgo is still watching. I don't know if you can change anything about it. State aid makes it very hard for governments to contribute financially because it is quite a lot of administration. And that makes some governments say, let's just not contribute at all, which is a shame. And this is my last slide. Some best practices from us as well, because we do also have quite a lot of valuable things that we encountered within our project. It has also been mentioned today, but I think having many different partners within your project and really making that public-private partnership, having large companies, small companies, having governments, having research or universities on board for your project really strengthens our project. Having a partner like Shell on board means that they can just move quickly and do what they promised and they're done. Having small partners means that they might be more flexible, they might be able to jump in where others are maybe not able to reach their goals. And I think what's very important is to have that shared vision. Because in the end, you do need to create it. You cannot just say, I want it, and now you have to participate in my project, because people will not do it. You really need to share your project, share your goal, all feel responsible, and then all move towards your end goal. Especially in larger projects, you will run into times where it's just hard, and times where it doesn't feel like fun. The start feels like fun, the end feels like fun, but the middle part is hard. And if you're a real partnership, then you can get each other through. Having a very clear project structure like we have with the clusters and the work packages helps a lot in determining who does what, but also in understanding the project and explaining it to people. And I think for us, being one of the first, being an ambitious project and really putting ourselves out there and just saying we're going to do it, we're going to build this valley, has really given us a lot of, I think, advantage and also opportunities to spread the word and to help other people build other valleys. So it has inspired people, I think. In the end, we are in it to learn and to teach, to inspire and to cooperate, and let's make green hydrogen that energy superhero. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gerte, for those lessons. I had some really great buzzwords as takeaways, but I'm told now that we have a change of plan. We have to have a working lunch due to us going on a live broadcast on TV at 2 p.m. So if I could request that everybody gets lunch and comes back into the hall, and then we need to all be seated by 1:45, please. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Quick question. Isn't it going? I think it's going to be weird for me to address the crowd. I think it's going to be weird for me to address the crowd and then open. for the panelists in the next session to please make their way to the stage so they can be mic'd up. Thank you. Hi, another call for the panelists on this session, please, in particular, whoever is representing the IDC, please make your way to the stage. We are going live in about 3 minutes, so we need to get moving, please. Mr. Mahendra Ruplal from the IDC, Mr. Shahid Ali from the Development Bank of South Africa. Please, could you make your way urgently to the stage? All right, ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the delayed start. Once we have our guests properly mic'd up here on my left, we will get going. Just a reminder that this is going to be a live broadcast, so if we can just keep the noise levels to a minimum as much as possible. Thanks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samay Zake, and I'd like to welcome you to this special Department of Science and Innovation broadcast, which is taking place on the margins of the World Science Forum. For those of you joining us on Business Day TV, that is DSTV channel 412, a very warm welcome. We also welcome those who are joining us online and across the various streaming platforms. We're coming to you live from the V&A waterfront in Cape Town, where the Department of Science and Innovation is hosting an inaugural workshop on science diplomacy for economic development with a specific focus on the hydrogen economy. Now, some of you will be aware that as part of a national drive to create a clean, affordable, and sustainable energy future, government, through the Department of Science and Innovation, developed the Hydrogen Society Roadmap in 2021. That initiative seeks to support the 2021 roadmap through a series of local and international roundtable workshops and engagements. The inaugural roundtable workshop, which we are kicking off here today, will focus on the theme, Creating Hydrogen Valleys for South Africa. And here, the aim is to unpack the progress that South Africa has made so far in terms of setting up its first hydrogen valley, and to answer some critical questions on how we grow this industry and attract the necessary investment into the hydrogen value chain. We have an expert panel for you that we've pulled together, and they will reflect on success stories from across the globe, as well as debate views and experiences from local and international experts, industry role players, financiers, as well as civil society. Now, our facilitator for this discussion will be Ms. Mohau Pheko. She's the CIO of the Crop Lab and also a former ambassador to Canada and Japan. Let me hand over now to her to introduce her panel and take the conversation forward. Mohau, over to you.
Thank you very much, Semeza. Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Of course, this morning we've had a number of discussions around what hydrogen valleys look like. We've also looked at the policy space. We've looked at various country experiences from the Netherlands in terms of how they are doing it. We've also listened to the UK experience, Teesside University, and what they're doing. Now, of course, all of this requires quite a large amount of money. And it's important that we have the financial institutions with us this afternoon who can first, I think, reflect on how they are looking at the hydrogen economy. And then we'll go into some question and answer period, just asking questions about risk, asking questions about how they would evaluate such projects for the hydrogen economy. We're going to begin our session by first just giving a first bite, maybe 3 to 4 minutes for each speaker. The first speaker will be Mr. Tshepo Tsani, who is the Sustainable Finance and ESG Advisor at RMB. And he is a skilled engineer, having worked for 11 years in the petrochemical industry. So he's not a novice to this particular area of energy. Over to you, just 3-4 minutes, giving your outlook, giving your vision, as well as what role the RMB outlook looks like in terms of financing hydrogen economy projects.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, my name is Tshepo Tsani. I'm a transactor from RMB, particularly in the Sustainable Finance and ESG Advisory team, and with a specific focus around climate and transition. So from an RMB perspective, we see ourselves as playing a very active role in the green economy in general, with obviously a focus on the green hydrogen economy. And we've actually been actively participating. If you look at the green hydrogen economy, there's, from a value chain perspective, you have the green minerals, or the minerals required to power this economy, the minerals required in the green economy technologies. So we participate actively in financing such mines. Also, if you look at water, which is one of the main inputs in the green economy, we participate actively in there. If you look at the midstream of the economy in terms of what's emerging now, the electrolyzers that are coming through. So we're looking at those type of developments and are ready to participate meaningfully. Same as the fuel cell type technologies. And so for us, it's really from a value chain perspective of how we see the economy. We see it as a very important aspect of the decarbonization of the country, and therefore we see ourselves as enablers of the green economy, not only from a financing perspective, but also from an advisory perspective. We actively participate in understanding the policies that are coming out from our governments, but also our corporate clients, we help them in coming up with decarbonization strategies, providing insights and providing opportunities to see this economy as more of an opportunity to transition and to position yourself ideally for the new economy, because we see that there's a lot of opportunities in this economy, and therefore we advise clients accordingly.
Thank you for that. Our next speaker is Ms. Mojabeng Mantata from the Development Bank, Southern Africa. She's the acting head of Energy, Environment and ICT. And of course, this is a very important bank, not only for South Africa, but for Southern Africa in particular. And it'd be interesting to hear how the bank is looking at the hydrogen economy and how it will participate in financing some of the important projects that are emerging.
Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Development Bank of Southern Africa is a state-owned infrastructure bank that has been tasked with the development, the financing and operation of infrastructure projects within sub-Saharan Africa. The bank has committed to net zero by 2050 and supports the Presidential Climate Commission's framework for just transition. So as it relates to the green hydrogen economy, the bank is supportive of the green hydrogen space and initiatives. And in particular, the bank has categorized gas as a transition fuel and will be supporting hydrogen opportunities. So we do have a pipeline existing of hydrogen opportunities at various stages of development, and seeing hydrogen and the economy being forecast to provide up to 20% of the globe's energy requirements by 2050. The projects that we support overarch all of pretty much overarch the majority of the bank's investment spheres and activities. So we're looking at hydrogen opportunities as they relate to mobility, as they relate to stationary applications and renewable energy, as they relate also to further up and downstream opportunities within hydrogen, in particular, water and desalination opportunities there, supporting the renewable energy value chain, including the evacuation of renewable power to support the hydrogen economy. We are also testing cases around heating solutions that hydrogen can provide for both commercial, industrial, as well as residential, and also keenly supporting derivatives of the ammonia space of hydrogen, which include ammonia, whether for local or export opportunities. Thank you. Let me pause there.
Thank you very, very much. I move now to you, Doc, just to give us an overview of how government now is also financing in this area. I think it's very important because they have financed quite a number of research projects, startups, etc. So it'd be interesting to see how they are also looking at it and the commitments that they are making to the hydrogen economy.
Well, I think the role of government is to mitigate investment risk. And we do that a number of ways. A few years ago, our name changed from Department of Science and Technology to Department of Science and Innovation. And I think mostly our focus is on innovation for technologies, but really innovations around policy innovation, systems innovation. And I think as the Department of Science and Innovation, one way we've done this is by funding small-scale demonstrations for SMEs who would not have been able to get funding, as well as for large business, so that they can understand the role of fuel cells and hydrogen in their operations, as well as supporting early adopters. So we've supported other government departments like Department of Defense, Department of Mineral Resources and Energy to actually do those demonstrations they require to learn what their needs are to create the offtake in South Africa. Now, in terms of other government departments, look at Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. They actually have subsidies, critical infrastructure fund that can assist private sector with rollouts of infrastructure. Like I said, the distance between moving hydrogen from a gas to an energy vector is often the infrastructure that needs to be put in place so you can use it at point of sale. So how do we reduce the overall cost of moving the molecule to where it needs to be? But then also, I think, last but not least, in terms of policy signals, I think government has to give very strong policy signals so that you can reduce the uncertainty around making these decisions. And other countries have done it through subsidies. In South Africa, we may not have subsidies, but I think that the way we can really do it is by creating a strong offtake, either for fuel cell technologies in the bus transportation sector, but also for the offtake of hydrogen and ammonia in large-scale projects like power plants and so forth.
Thank you very much. Let's move, I think, to some hard questions. Obviously, this is a very new area of innovation, despite the fact that I think South Africa for 15 years has been working towards developing a framework. We've had HISA that has done a lot of excellent research. We have some social proof in the mining sector where golf carts and other small vehicles have been developed with fuel cell technology. Now, looking at all of this, when the banks are analyzing and evaluating these programs, what are the things that you are looking for, taking into consideration that hydrogen is considered still risky, number one. Secondly, it's extremely expensive. So how do we finance and how do we evaluate bankable projects? Ms. Mantata, let me start with you.
Thank you for the question, and we'll certainly frame the response, as it relates to, the bank's lens as a development finance institution. So we finance infrastructure and prioritize infrastructure that is sustainable in nature, that has a high development impact as it relates to economic growth, as well as social cohesion and participation, as well as investing, and achieving risk-adjusted returns. So the hydrogen and the green economy, much as it's a nascent sector, we are comfortable as a bank to pursue and support the wider discussion, as well as financing specific projects, especially as green hydrogen, much as it is a nascent sector, the reality is that there are existing uses, for the gas and its application. So we see, we see Sasol as being, the largest global producer of grey hydrogen. So certainly, the intent is to leverage off the existing market and uses and prices, for the resource, exploiting that existing grey hydrogen value chain through carbon capture and converting that into blue hydrogen, and then the opportunities to look at also other colors of hydrogen. So certainly, what's important, going to be important, is to create the market case, and a credible market and reliable pricing for hydrogen. So the intent there is to initially first look at existing uses, leverage those, and then off of that base, then exploit new uses of hydrogen. Challenges again with hydrogen as green hydrogen as a relatively new commodity is the fact that it doesn't fit squarely within what was understood as the gold standard for, let's say, project financing. A lot of these projects are going to require early stage feasibility and technical assistance. So certainly a requirement for project preparation capital, which generally is provided by the likes of development finance institutions, governmental and non-governmental institutions. So through our network, through our existing and on-balance sheet funding, together with some of the funding that we have been tasked with, that we mobilize on behalf of other funders, especially those in those targeted areas that unlock projects, we will be able to support those projects through project preparation, and once they've reached bankability, then we'll introduce project financing. So also wanting to touch on the bankability requirements. So yes, the hydrogen space certainly, and creating an opportunity, a new industry, the opportunity to, to create, to localize IP, the opportunity to create value chains, to industrialize. There are challenges with the projects, so certainly not the gold standard. No longer, or rather in this particular industry, we will not be able to rely on offtake from a government source or subsidized source. So we are looking at merchant risk. We're looking at a commodity-driven revenue stream. So banks need to gear themselves and change their mindsets to looking at offtake that is shorter term, that has exposure to the financial markets. Similarly, much as electrolyzers have a wide use and it's a technology that's been accepted, the question is how adaptable is it to the South African climate? So looking at, degradation factors for the technology, understanding particularly the durability and the length of those electrolyzers in our environment. So that's also going to then talk towards probably larger or requirement for OEM guarantees that are larger, which will obviously be a price pass-through into the underlying projects. These projects in themselves have interface risk because into the hydrogen production, particularly the green hydrogen production, is a requirement for water. So can we use our dwindling water resources to generate power? So perhaps maybe desalination, or an acceleration of desalination projects to support this is required. Renewable energy also being an input, and we know that we are struggling as we are as a country in an energy crisis. So is this the best use of renewable energy? So are we diverting it away from existing commercial and residential and other uses to go into the system? So various risks attached, like the Development Bank of South Africa, to work on a partnership basis with all spheres and all stakeholders to unlock these projects. Let me pause there. Thank you.
Mindset. What mindset do the banks need to have in looking at value propositions around projects on the green hydrogen space? What's the mindset? Because there does need to be a mindset. It's different from the gold standard. We are developing standards as we go along, but there needs to also be a mindset shift within the bank itself. So what will that take?
So from a banking perspective, I think to what has already been mentioned, one of the important factors that we consider is we see this as a journey rather than an endpoint. And we see ourselves more of partners rather than just providers of capital. So whereby when looking at this type of projects, there's an appreciation that at their inception, most of them are quite risky in the beginning, and therefore your traditional financing models wouldn't necessarily fit. So how then do you bring in more innovative, more intelligent financing models? So one of the things that we look at, especially from a partnership model, is how do we then, as a private bank, pull the different sources of funds that are available in the market? You have development funds, you have grant funding, you have your normal project finance. How do we pull all of those finances, particularly also the global funds that are starting to be available? I think we heard from COP, there's a whole lot of funds that are ready to be deployed. So how do we pull all those sources of funds and use them to deploy this capital into these new and emerging markets with an appreciation that these projects are at their inception, and therefore there needs to be a level of patience, there needs to be a level of difference in how we evaluate the project. So definitely that's something that we are looking at. But from an advisory perspective, what you also bring is some of these projects, what you find is that there's a need for technical assistance, and hence why people like myself as an engineer work in a bank to help bring in that insights in terms of the technical aspects of the projects and how do we evaluate them now and the future prospects thereof. We also look at it, what are the social aspects of this type of project? What can they unlock, right? The project within itself can unlock a whole lot of other social benefits that one can bring into the projects. And we also bring in people with a social impact experience. We have one at RMB, she's speaking tomorrow. But those are the type of things that we look at as to how can we enhance the value of the project. But also what we advise clients on is sometimes is location of the asset. So what you find is that if you then tell a client, instead of locating your project where you are deciding, why not put it in a special economic zone? Or why not put it in a renewable energy development zone? Because the corporate tax in there, or there's other tax incentives that can enhance the project. And also, what we advise on is the implementation thereof. Sometimes you find a client wants to do this massive green hydrogen project, but we can then advise, wait a minute, why not modularize the unit? In terms of doing it in piecemeal, do the first segment, let's learn from it, let's see what the pain points are, and then you can expand. And what's beautiful about the green economy is the electrolyzer and the fuel cells can be compacted. You can actually start with a bank of electrolyzers, learn from them, and then expand accordingly. And so those are the type of things that we see ourselves in. Instead of just deploying capital and looking for interest returns, we will deploy our capital, we will deploy our technical skills, our financial skills, and any other partnerships that we have to structure these projects such that they are suited for the client and they're suited in such a way that they can enable this economy while we still protect shareholder value, our position within the economy, but especially our strategic position within the country to ensure that this economy works out.
Doc, when the president was in Egypt recently, there were huge announcements around the kind of funding that would help South Africa move towards a just transition. Now, looking at all of this, has there been an important discussion around a green economy fund that will finance the hydrogen economy and a whole range of other strategies to help us move to renewables in general in this country? And are the banks playing a role, local banks in particular, the DBSA as well, playing an instrumental role in this green fund here in South Africa?
You know, I must start off by saying that, you know, as a government official, we get a lot of pride when we see our principals take leadership and ownership of our future. So I would say that when the president was in COP, I was, you know, could stand up really strong and really be proud of us taking a leading role globally around this issue. In terms of the funding, I would say that similar to what we have with the Renewable Energy IPP program, you know, with the DBSAs, you had IDC taking a leading role, and then when they took the first step, then you started seeing the commercial banks also stepping forward and playing a role. That will happen as well with the hydrogen economy, specifically around green hydrogen, green ammonia production, as well as components. And that is possible because we do have fiscus available. However, I think it's critical to note that similar to local funds that we have in South Africa, there's also green climate funds that can be brought to bear. So when it comes to climate change mitigation, quite a few projects have been successfully implemented in South Africa around greenhouse gas emissions mitigation. And this, you know, the role of hydrogen in mitigation in South Africa is huge. So those funds will be brought to bear, but again, those funds cannot unfold unless South Africa puts its own skin in the game. So skin will be put into the game by the South African government through funding. You know, in most cases, they'll, you know, through IDCs, the DBSAs, they will play a role, be it via taking equity or some type of other funding, structured finance that will happen. And most of that also bearing in mind that over and above the funding from our development banks, we're expecting the private sector banks to also step to the plate.
Thank you for that. I think taking a step back a little bit, you have different players who are coming into this space, from small, medium, and large enterprises. What's the conversation that needs to happen, in particular, around due diligence, even before approaching the banks? What kind of homework do we all need to do before we approach the banks? And this is a question for both of you, Tsepo and Usman.
already touched on some of those themes around, what is a bankable project, and the reality that because it's a nascent sector, it's unlikely to meet, the gold standard for project financing. So, you'd asked the question around what is the mindset change. The mindset change has to be initially around, creating a market, and if the market doesn't exist, finding ways of ensuring that the project, still fits the basic principles, of project financing, even if some of those principles have to be loosely applied. So I just want to unpack, some of the key features, around, what would make the project, or how could the project be bankable. So if one were to talk about the funding pool, so some colleagues had already touched on that. So these projects are going to certainly require more equity and less gearing. So we're not going to see those high leverage structures that are typical to project financing. There's going to be a requirement, for more equity, more patient capital, chasing the projects. Similarly, we are not going to see the long tenures that we expected. So I talked towards merchant risk, that there's going to be, the offtake and the revenue will not be backed by utilities. We're going to be looking at corporates. There's going to be exposure to commodities. So it's getting your mind around a new and a different revenue model, and how can the banks adequately fund that. And then looking at the technical space around the projects, so because of the challenges around technology, there's going to be a requirement for larger O&M warranties and guarantees. Similarly, in the EPC and O&M space, very few South African companies have delivered, actually even globally, have delivered on these green hydrogen projects. So there's going to certainly be additional EPC and O&M guarantees required. Similarly, for debt service reserves, expecting larger reserves, larger contingencies tied to the projects. And all of these generally will relate then to a, if we're looking at a project financing structure, higher tariffs or higher, revenues to ensure that CapEx is recouped through the shorter life. So it's a different mindset, where we have to apply project finance principles where possible, and where we are unable to do that, unfortunately, it's going to be a larger equity check. It's going to be standby equity facilities. It's going to be more support from the OEMs and O&Ms, OEMs, EPCs and O&Ms, them taking equity alongside the projects, them putting their balance sheets at risk. And I think even more importantly, touching on that theme around, how can the state help with bankability? So we've seen the gazetting of some of these, of the hydrogen projects as SIPs. We've seen them opening doors. So literally, there was an earlier hydrogen conference last week, organized by Infrastructure South Africa, where some projects, pre the conference and just after the conference were gazetted. And what that's done is, with the political will and the policy behind, the hydrogen valley, the hydrogen industry, it has unlocked markets, so almost overnight, some of the projects that we are actively assessing, we're able to secure offtake following the gazetting of the project. So that signals to the market, the intent of the state, to put resources behind the projects, to ensure there's policy framework that is enabling, and that in itself also will unlock the market. And then partnership, so I talked about, a multi-stakeholder investment in the project, where it's not just the DFIs and the banks that will be taking the risk, but it's project parties along the way, initially incubating, their respective risk classes in the project, as was done at the beginning of REAP. So we saw in the REAP parties coming together to take that additional risk, and not necessarily relying on the state itself to provide the guarantee. So looking at a multi-stakeholder solution, to supporting the industry as well as the underlying project. But then again, to stress and say, how could we then, where possible, still apply project financing? So a full wrap is going to be, a full wrapped project is going to be unlikely. There's going to be, and it's going to likely be an EPCM solution. We've got as we mentioned, there's various inputs. There's a renewable energy piece, there's a water piece, there's a transportation piece, and then there's the actual hydrogen production itself, plus the regasification into ammonia to allow for transport on an export basis. So as you can see, there are multi-parties, and there is going to be then an interface risk that someone has to wrap. So it's about a concerted effort by all stakeholders to take their part of the risk of the value chain and assist in unlocking the projects. Thank you.
And can we bring the stakeholders together?
Yes, I think we can. And from my colleague, I mean, one of the good examples that South Africa has done well is the REAP program. I mean, if you have checked, the program has gone through several rounds, and every round is oversubscribed, and you've seen the private sector playing quite an active role in there. And part of us as RMB, we are part of the early funders of the first rounds of the REAP program, because we saw the opportunity in what this industry can unlock, and we actually actively participated both from a debt and an equity role. But as my colleague has also mentioned, one of the things that we're seeing that enable these type of economies is from a policy perspective. I think we've seen the DSI, we've seen government leading really in terms of also through the JET IP program, where we've seen that 1.5 trillion estimation of between 2023 and 2027, how the green economy plays a role in there, new energy vehicles play a role in there. And from a private sector perspective, it's something that we are positioned to participate in, and we definitely are looking into that. And as she has mentioned, things like guarantees and insurances, things that we are trying to incorporate in terms of the funding. And we're also looking at, from a policy perspective, subsidies. They usually incentivize these type of projects. But a particular concept is greeniums. So those are premiums that are given to green assets. So that's something that we are starting to bring into the financing of these type of projects, because green hydrogen, by its definition, is already a green asset. And one can get a pricing benefit for those type of assets, particularly if you either raise funding through the stock exchange. What you'll find is there's a lot of appetite for those type of projects, and funders are willing to provide a greenium or a premium on those type of assets. And so those are the things that we are looking at. And with the appreciation that I think sometimes these type of projects, you'll find that the people who are running them or the people who are coming up with an idea might not have the necessary experience in terms of running operations. But what you are seeing in the market is some of the incumbents are already operating these side businesses or these new businesses as part of what they do. So you have a whole lot of mining companies starting to open up the green business units within themselves. So whenever we look at new entrants into the market with minimal experience, we say, why can't you not partner with this type of client? We are aware of the client, we know the credit profile of the client. So if you're embedded within that client, it actually enhances your positioning. And you can actually leverage off of the parent company or the client that you are partnering with. Because as I said, we see this as a partnership, not as individuals. So those are the type of things that we do consider when you look at this type of project, to try to bring some different type of innovation rather than just your pure project finance.
Doc, you're listening with your government ear to the propositions that both the Development Bank Southern Africa are making and the private banks. Are you convinced that we can move at a pace, having looked at the Netherlands, having looked at other hydrogen valleys, can we move fast enough with what the banks are saying now?
You know, I was in a meeting in Costa Rica last week, and you know, at the meeting we were reflecting around all the announcements around hydrogen, you know, new projects, you know, gigafactories being built and so forth. And I think focusing on being built, you know, there is going to be a shortage of electrolyzers globally. You know, if you make an order, you know, upwards of 6 to 12 months before it can come on stream, right? And then even if it comes on stream, then you need the skills to bring it on stream, even in terms of the shortage of hydrogen skills globally. So I think, and I think they were saying, given all these announcements, that maybe at most 4% of those projects are actually in production and moving anywhere. So I think in that meeting, what we learned is that there's great opportunities for the supply chains around, you know, these big electrolyzers and so forth. So I think if South Africa is going to move at pace, I would say that we need to make sure our innovation ingenuity is brought to the table. If you look at the National Development Plan, we're supposed to have 11 million jobs by 2030. And of those 11 million jobs, 9 million are actually going to be based on SMEs. So I think in order for South Africa to mitigate the risk, we we need to ensure that our SMEs and supply chains are actively involved in this process. And this is the supply chain around the catalyst MEAs for the electrolyzers, ensuring that we have the operation and maintenance business in place around these electrolyzers. But also, again, we have the guys like Sasso actively involved and making sure that how do we take them along with the journey. I just want to give you a story. Like, I remember when I was, I'd read up on what has happened in the past. And I remember, the oil price had gone up, and the US and South Africa had embarked upon a process to do a coal to liquids company. And I remember what happened is, South Africa continued the journey because they were under sanctions, they couldn't get access. But the US, because the price of the Brent crude went down, they actually changed and changed course. So because we were forced to take the same path, we continued on that path. But we benefited from taking that path and being patient. So I think it may not make sense, or it may require patience, but if we do not take the SMEs along with us, we're going to regret it 5 to 6 years down the stream, because when the supply chain becomes constrained and we don't have our supply chain localized, we're going to suffer. So I would say that, at pace, can we do it? Yes, we can. We've done it before with the REAP. We've done it with previous transitions. But the only way to make sure that this change is sustainable is to make sure that you have the value chain, SMEs, as well as the big business. And I think we have the skills and capability to make it happen, and to also play that role for South Africa, the region, as well as globally in terms of assisting to make sure that everyone can be at pace.
Looking at the social imperatives which are central to a green economy, we have serious structural poverty in South Africa. We have an increasing youth unemployment. 75% of our youth reach the age of 30 without ever working. We have gender inequality. We have inequality, one of the most unequal societies in the world. Now, when we look at the hydrogen economy against these imperatives that are urgent and that we need to deal with as a country, how does that feature in your long-term vision, as the banks, both private and developmental? What developmental role can the banks play in ensuring that we're able to move rapidly and we're able to deal with many of these social imperatives that our country is faced with?
So thank you. If I may begin with that, I think what will be important, to deliver on not just social development, but inclusive development, is an alignment, between project parties, and so a partnership approach, between like-minded stakeholders. So what, as the DBSA funds, it has imperatives that and objectives that it's set upfront, for projects, infrastructure projects that it funds, and then similarly through the life of its funding, and as projects are operated and maintained, it then through environmental and social safeguards, governance safeguards, monitors performance with regard to those objectives that were set up front. So talking towards South Africa's, challenges, you've mentioned them, youth unemployment. So these are youth unemployment being one of them, the exclusion of women from the wider economy, redressing the past and the alleviation of poverty, so social dynamics, but that also have an interplay with, within economic dynamics, so ensuring that there is SME participation. My colleagues already spoken towards that. Ensuring that there is localization, that we're creating a green economy, and ensuring that no sphere of South African society gets left out. So it's important to have a partnership between, I believe, initially at the beginning, starting with not just the project promoters and those who prepare business, but starting right at the beginning with our education institutions. So partnership, deliberate partnership with institutions, whether it's higher learning education institutions or institutions like the CSIR, that sit as industry incubators, as catalysts and centers for testing new technology. So it's beginning with them. So there's a particular client that the DBSA is working with. It's a hydrogen, it's a live case. So hydrogen, the green hydrogen economy isn't of us. There is a real project that the DBSA is considering. It's fuel cell technology. I'm not going to mention the name of the client, but they are in our midst. It's fuel cell technology that's being deployed, and its premise is, a spin out from a higher learning education facility in the US, using beginning by localizing foreign IP. Creating a local solution for fuel cells. These fuel cells are already deployed for stationary applications. So a hospital was powered during the COVID period using that fuel cell technology. It's a majority Black-owned business, female, with a large female contingent that talks towards the gender lens investing. So DBSA is supporting this entity through the localization of the technology, through the manufacturing of the fuel cells, deploying the fuel cells for use in e-mobility, deploying those fuel cells for use in stationary applications, as well as a wider strategy. So talking with that particular client, 2 fuel buses, a potential for trains, and a wider use. So that's a real case, and this project, yes, is going through advanced appraisal processes at the DBSA, and we will successfully over time, as the project reaches maturity and bank funding, DBSA's commitment has been made, reveal the name of the entity. So so there is a live case where we are ticking all of those boxes. In there, we're localizing, so that's a tick. In there, there'll be skills development and transfer from abroad. We'll be creating a local economy. There's gender lens, extensive female ownership, Black ownership, SA Inc. So talking to all of those. So this is an opportunity to transform the economy, without necessarily, and I want to just stress this, without abandoning the existing energy infrastructure that we invested in, but to create a parallel system to create the net zero. Remember, the net zero is it's a balancing act. So it's not a function of abandoning the existing fossil fueled infrastructure, but to aggressively accelerate green infrastructure towards a net zero. So that would be how the bank contributes. So we measure, we monitor, and we deliberately are investing in projects that meet our criteria and unapologetically so. Thank you.
Thank you. That's exciting. Very exciting. How much is the bank setting aside for the hydrogen economy?
So maybe let me start first from a social perspective. So from an RMB perspective, we don't see climate and social as 2 different things. I think most institutions don't. So we see them as intertwined. So therefore, in doing the other, you're actually enabling the other. So we actually look at them both ways. So one of the things that we look at is incubation models, whereby SMMEs are incubated in this new economy, working with local governments as well. But particularly, this is embedded in the fact that if you remember from a JET IP, it issued, I think it was 5 pillars. 2 important pillars were quite pronounced there: the skills development and municipal capacity, whereby government is already showing what we already believe in as, from an RMB perspective, is social and environment are actually the same thing. And when we look at this type of projects, same as how the DBSA looks at it, is local manufacturing. To what extent is the technology or the project enhancing our local manufacturing?
How much?
I'm going to get to how much. So the way we have committed to, so we've done a couple of things. So we have committed to facilitating transition and sustainable finance of about 200 billion by 2026, right? That will come also from our balance sheet, but also leveraging off of other funders as well. So it's about 200 billion rands that we've committed by 2026, not only for the hydrogen economy, but for the green economy as such. We've also issued a sustainability bond that looking at this type of assets, from green buildings to renewable energy to any of these economies, but embedded in that sustainability bond is things like affordable housing. So it sits in there. So in terms of if you're asking for commitment, is that facilitation amount of around 200 billion.
Is it accessible?
Very good question. So it is accessible. It is accessible. It's already been deployed. So for example, last year we had committed to deploy about 25 billion worth of that amount, which we actually did achieve. And then based on that success, we've upped our commitment to about 35 billion for this financial year.
There's low-hanging fruit, Doc. You've got your ammonias, you've already got your fuel cell technology that is doing amazing things in the country. What does government need in terms of the private sector? And the Development Bank has already stated very clearly how they are working in a very impressive way. But what would it really take to get these takeoff agreements, so to speak, in these low-hanging fruit areas?
Well, I think it's two things. I think as government, we need to play our role to make sure that this low-hanging fruit actually can be picked and move quickly. Part of it is regulations, speeding along the enabling environment, which is critical, but also being, like I talked about policy innovation. Are there things we can do without making revisions to the current policy? What can we do? Let's make it happen. And I think, what can private sector do? I think private sector can make the investment and keep to it, keep their promises. I think we often say on both sides, private sector and public sector, we don't keep promises. But I think one of the concerns I have is, I know with the Renewable Energy IPP program, and sorry to air dirty laundry, is that because the pace of deployment was not as according to what was expected, investments were made in localization and PV plants, but then because the pace of deployment wasn't as fast as expected, a lot of those manufacturing facilities actually had to be closed down. So I would ask that private sector would trust us again. I know it's hard to say, but trust us again so that we can localize, the fuel cell and for manufacturing for electrolyzers and fuel cells. I believe that if we do that, we'll only benefit in the long run, because like I said, as I said previously, the supply chains for fuel cells, for electrolyzers, it's really constrained because it's a new technology. But then also second to that is, can we hire our graduates? If I'm talking to private sector. We talk about this growth, which is jobless. So what we've been doing in partnership with the Department of Higher Education and Training is we've been working to create that pipeline. And the first part of creating that pipeline is creating excitement with our graduates. So tomorrow our minister will be launching a report, so I want to steal his thunder around what the demand is. And then second to that, Department of Higher Education Training and DSI are working together to look at scaling up the curriculum, scaling up the training, the trainers, and really looking for opportunities to make sure that every workplace can be a training space. So, and I think if we can, the two departments, one minister, two departments, are working together to ensure that you will have that pipeline of qualified graduates. And this is along the whole value chain, blue collar, white collar, because if we don't do that, it's going to seem like this new economy is an elite economy, and we cannot do that, especially if we're going to deal with the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality.
Finally, as we close the panel now, I just want you to look at 2030, which is not far away at all. It's one of our, benchmark years that government has set aside for many things to happen. When you look at 2030, what would you want to see the bank achieving in terms of the hydrogen economy? One or two things that you see. The same thing, all the panelists can respond to the same question.
So certainly, it's a theme that I touched on earlier. So creating credibility around the green hydrogen market, and where possible, unlocking funding and deploying and applying project financing principles, to the project so that they can access concessional funding, so that they can access project financing. Also accelerating, efforts to support projects earlier in the value chain as it relates to technical assistance and project preparation. So just to share that the DBSA, as a DFI, not only do we fund projects, but we also mobilize pools of capital, crowding in funding from the commercial banks, funding in and partnering with other development finance institutions locally and abroad. So we are currently an accredited and intermediary of the Green Climate Fund, so providing green financing on balance sheet, from our balance sheet matched to the Green Climate Fund as we invest in climate mitigation and adaptation projects. We are also recipient of EIB funding.
Yeah.
Recipient of EIB funding, so at COP, an additional contribution by the EIB, to the DBSA as custodian of those projects. So certainly to see blended finance, concessional finance to support the industry as it moves from nascent to a growth and mature industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly.
From our side, I think for 2030, what we want to see is these projects coming into fruition. So by that time, we should have several projects that are already in existence. We should have local manufacturing already happening, and we should see parts of that economy starting to unfold. But of importance is we should see the commitments we made in our NDC as a country already happening, because I think green hydrogen is a critical part of our NDC.
I think in terms of what I would like to see by 2030, if I looked at the presentation from Japan today, I would at least want to have South African hydrogen or ammonia liquefied into a ship and shipped successfully to another country as a demonstration. I want at least 1 gigawatt of installed capacity for electrolyzer deployed in South Africa using Hydrogen South Africa IP, the expansion of the HySIP program from 5 institutions to all 26 universities and universities of technology, as well as TVET colleges, and at least 1 Green Climate Fund project supported successfully.
I want to thank you for the panelists for being with us. Very difficult, very complex part of the hydrogen economy is financing. I thank you very much. Can we just give them a quick hand to just thank you? I want to hand over now to Simiezis so that he can give us his closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mahal. I'm guessing that when Tsepo woke up this morning, he wasn't expecting a question on numbers, but Mahal, thanks for pushing him. I think everybody heard the number 200 billion, and it's accessible, right? Okay. I think you all agree that it's been an informative session, and I think timely too, as we look to take and define the next steps in building our local hydrogen economy, but also as important is the fact that we do need very clear policy signals from government. And as we build capacity and increase the pace at which we transition into the hydrogen economy, it's imperative that we bring the various stakeholders and most importantly the communities and SMMEs that are crucial to creating much needed jobs along the journey here in South Africa. Hopefully forums such as these will help take these critical conversations forward. And that's where we will be ending this session. Thank you once again to our panelists and to Mahal Pheko for facilitating such an excellent panel discussion. And to our viewers on Business Day TV and those watching us online, thank you for joining us. We do trust you have found that as informative as we did. Thank you once again to everybody and to the panelists. Thanks. Hey, you can breathe now. Can we have...
Hello? Yes. We are going to continue this session. We have 2 more virtual speakers. It will not take very long, but they have prepared. and we need to give them the opportunity to share with us, which is what this whole forum is about. So we will have a presentation from the IDC, I believe, as well as another global experience, sharing, let me see. Yeah, for the Indian Ocean, somebody who's a representative for South Africa and the Indian Ocean EIB. So I think it will be important to listen to these conversations. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you to my panel. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to be joined now by Ms. Nadej Hopman. I hope that I'm saying that properly. The Deputy Head of the Regional Representative for South Africa and the Indian Ocean EIB. We are also joined by Mr. Maharandra Ruplal, who is with the who's an industrial strategic planner at the IDC. Can we have Ms. Hopman begin her presentation? And thank you so much for being with us today. And we're looking forward to your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm deeply honored to be here this afternoon, even if it's only virtual. I have met quite a few of you, though, last week at this amazing first South Africa Green Hydrogen Summit. There's been so many firsts this year, 2022, and I tend to believe that next year is going to be quite the same in terms of firsts. As I was listening this morning, I think after the word hydrogen and valley, the most used word was chicken and egg. And it reminds me of the EU study tour, EU Green Hydrogen Study Tour that we did quite a few months back with UD actually, and quite a few of the people I think in the room. And that was also the words that was used all the time. The European Investment Bank, the EIB, we are the EU bank. We're owned by the EU member states. And just to give you an idea of how serious we are in the hydrogen space, we've already signed north of 13 billion rand equivalent inside the European Union in projects related to hydrogen. So we do walk the talk, and we have already done due diligence up to the signature. This is not anything confidential. You can go and check out the EIB websites. We, in the spirit of transparency, we publish everything that we do from the time the project enters the due diligence all the way to the time we sign it. So at the moment, we are now very active outside of the EU, and you may have heard of us at COP on projects related to hydrogen in Africa and in Latin America. The interesting quality or characteristic of the EIB is that we finance public sector projects and private sector projects inside and outside of the EU. So we see ourselves maybe as the bridge or as the way to break the chicken and egg situation. We can lift the whole ecosystem at once, and we can create the trust between the demand and the supply, between producers or producing countries and countries who would like to import. You may or may not know that the EIB, alongside the European Union, has pledged within the Just Energy Transition Partnership 1 billion euros, so between 17 and 18 billion rands, to support the public sector in South Africa. And we see ourselves mostly in the space under the hydrogen pillar of the investment plan, through hydrogen-ready infrastructure, if at all. And that's on top of financing the private sector or credit lines to local banks. DBSA, Mantata was talking about the embedded generation investment, the Egypt project, the 200 million euro credit line that we signed at COP together, the two institutions. And if I'm going to keep it short because I don't know how much time we all have, and I'd love to have more questions and debates. I think that what I take from the discussions this morning and this afternoon is we need to stop seeing the world in a dichotomic way. It doesn't have to be renewable energy or hydrogen, export or domestic, jobs here or jobs there, environment or job creation. I think hydrogen, this nascent hydrogen economy has the unique opportunity to do all at once. And we should use the right KPIs in terms of outcomes. And that will guide the incentives moving forward to social justice that is really required in this new century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hopman, for that introduction. We will, I think, engage in some very good Q&A after that. May I ask Mr. Ruplau to give us his presentation? Can be 10, 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone there. And I'm sorry that I can't be there in person. And thanks to those who have stayed in the room to listen to us. I think I realize we're a bit over time, so I'll try and keep my talk brief, and would appreciate question and answer session also. So I'm working at the Industrial Development Corporation, and I think many of you know that it is a DFI in South Africa. I think the important thing is that we have been tasked by our minister to champion the commercialization part of this economy now, right? So South Africa does have a history, and a lot of groundwork was done by the Department of Science and Innovation. Actually, it makes me very proud to be a South African to see the work that DSI did in hydrogen. And we have been tasked now to take the Hydrogen Society roadmap and put a commercialization action plan to it. And I'm very happy to say that this was developed by a green hydrogen panel, which consisted of both government and private business leaders. Very happy to inform you that we actually got this approved at Cabinet last Wednesday after the Green Hydrogen Summit. And this commercialization action plan will now be released to the public for comment. And it is very detailed in a number of facets. But I think I'll summarize for you, some of the key elements. As Nadej was saying, it's not about whether one or the other exports or domestic. That's one of the key elements, is to say, yes, we will have to take advantage of the export market, right? We know that's real. EU has indicated by 2030 how much they want to import, etc. So has countries like Japan and South Korea, and we have an opportunity to take advantage of that. Very key element is the export market. But in parallel, there's the domestic market. Now, the domestic market needs stimulation. Right? So we need to start stimulating that. That means also investing in projects, developing projects in the domestic market. We've already started doing so. We look at these projects such as the mobility projects, green steel, aviation fuel that we're doing locally, right? The third aspect is supporting the localization and manufacture of equipment. And for us, it's very important from an economic development perspective, especially job creation, where we see ourselves playing a role in setting up factories to build things like the fuel cells. We've already invested in projects in that regard, electrolyzers, but more importantly, those balance of plant components that has synergies with other industries like renewables and the battery manufacturing. That's localization. The fourth aspect is, I think, securing finance, and that's why we're here for this panel. And we have done analysis to give us an indication from now to 2050 what the quantum of funding is required. It's massive. A lot of this work went into the JET IP, that JET investment plan. So the green hydrogen commercialization strategy, first 5 years was taken into the JET IP basically. And we've realized that we need to crowd in funding firstly from various sources, public and private, in various forms also, consisting of grants, concessional debt, very concessional debt, and things like pricing subsidies, right? The fifth aspect of commercialization is ensure that we do the proactive socio-economic development. With every challenge of the just energy transition, you can turn that into opportunity and use this development of a new industry to proactively address the just issues from the start. And the sixth aspect is government's key role is to create an enabling environment for investment, and that entails addressing all your policy and regulatory actions needed. And we've got details of what that entails in the commercialization strategy. So that's a summary of the commercialization strategy. IDC's approach is very much aligned to that. We had an industry plan that was approved by our EXCO at the end of last year, which gave strategic guidance and action plans into investing into the industry. We provide instruments like project development funds. We've funded more than 100 million in project development funding to develop projects in the pipeline right now. In addition to that, we've also contributed to the JET IP. We will play a role in debt financing, and key to that is ensuring that there's the debts are very concessional when we do get them. Partnership is very important. We realize that this is not something we can do alone. Partnerships in various forms with the technical entities, but very much with labor, with the communities, but very much with about the parallel market orientation. I think lastly, one of the key approaches from ours is supporting those catalytic projects. We need to start a new industry, and the most important part of that is getting projects on the ground. So supporting those catalytic projects with funding to get activity so we can ramp up in future to the targets that we've set ourselves. So I think the task ahead that we realize is not easy. We've quantified what volumes we want to get to. By 2030, our ambition is to target at least 1 million tons per annum of green hydrogen production. But if you run the numbers, you realize that there's a large quantum of money required. You need to get a lot of role players all aligned together. And we do accept the fact that it's not an easy task. We're not complacent to that. But what is really going to unite us and help us to push forward is understanding the why. Why are we doing this? And I think we see this as 4 key areas of opportunity for South Africa. I'll start off with decarbonization because that's the most obvious one, right? So we know this is a decarbonization opportunity. It's a fact that we can decarbonize more with green hydrogen, just renewable energy alone. When you use green hydrogen in steel manufacturing or aviation fuel production, all of that will decarbonize in industry, right? So that's the first why, is the decarbonization. But I think the second why is that it is a business opportunity for South Africa. We can export and trade bankable projects, right, and bring revenue into the country. And I mentioned the targets set by importing countries. The third why, and I also touched on this before, is that although we need to support the just energy transition, which is very important, but this development of this new industry, if we do it properly from the start, will be really supportive of that. IDC has examples of how we did that previously in renewable energy projects and other projects. Practical things like getting community consortiums into ownership structures on projects, ensuring we set targets for BEE, for women participation. You may have heard that last week we signed an agreement with KfW to get grant funding in. One of the key parts of that agreement is to ensure we target a large participation of women involvement in projects. So that's the third aspect, getting the socioeconomic aspects right. And the fourth one, which I mentioned also, is ensuring that we do support the local industries. We do support localization. In principle, we believe that does bring job creation, it brings economic growth. So it's ensuring that we proactively also start setting up those businesses to manufacture those equipments and those components. So I think I will stop there, Chair, and hand over for you, and appreciate any questions or comments. Thank you.
Much. Thank you very much to our two speakers. I'd like to open up the floor to questions because we didn't have the opportunity in the earlier session. I hope that our guests are still there. Or can I have a showing of hands in the meantime? Mr. Mayor, you haven't had a turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Wezi Koza from Theatre. I had two questions, but the lady from DPSA answered the question which you asked at the end about the reach to the communities, as was indicated by Dr. Mati. I was just thinking of community radio stations, because those are very, very important in reaching our Gogo Dlamini, like Professor Thuli Madonsela would say. Having said that, I just want to find out, especially from Dr. Rebecca, it may be a ridiculous question. We now know that there are saboteurs, in as far as Eskom is concerned, who mix coal and rocks to actually sabotage the whole system if the story is true. I just want to find out if there is risk mitigation. You know, thieves are very innovative. They can steal the hydrogen one way or another. So do we have anything that actually looks into possible, thieving, because they are very innovative?
Thank you, Vid. Mr. Mayor? Can I get an indication of other hands?
I just wanted to maybe pose a question to the bankers. There was one European banker that made a statement that caused mayhem in the banking sector by saying that absolutely zero funding will be available for gas and oil. And that set off a frenzy and everybody followed as if that was a fact. I was very glad to hear the utterance of saying gas is considered the transition, but the statement immediately after that was hydrogen. So I'm concerned, how does South African banks see that, commercial banks, not only the development bank, but thank you, it sounds like development banks on the right track. And maybe a broader question, has the international community taken, a banking community, taken a firm stance on that? Because if so, I think they will kill all transition projects in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the opportunity to our two speakers to respond, as well as, okay, one more question.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
My name is Nolwazi Gasa. I'm from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I wanted to appreciate the presentations that we have had today and the frankness and openness with which we have had a a couple of discussions, not only in terms of what's happening domestically, but where there could be potential areas for sharing lessons learned, perhaps in other countries that are slightly more ahead of us. I hope I will not sound harsh if I say this. I do think, however, though, that we could have, and it's very nice to say could have, if you were not at the front, because you can always say, oh, this could have been added, that could have been this way, so please bear with me for that. But I think in taking our discussion forward, as we reflect on world science and the extent to which, as I understand it, we're looking at how science can help change the world or address some of the problems we are facing, I felt that we could have emphasized more the fact that hydrogen, we are saying, is a game changer. It's a potential game changer. The reason why I feel we didn't emphasize it enough was perhaps because it seemed at some point that we were using different definitions of how far we can go to speak about hydrogen. And perhaps I'm correct, I think, to suggest from my boss, UD, that this is the start of many other meetings. And I do believe that if we want to push this game changer going forward, we must emphasize that it is being introduced at a time when the world and the geopolitics of the time are not what they used to be. So that would be point number one. And then the second point, which was alluded to by one of the speakers, is one of using previous lessons learned, not only from other countries, but from ourselves as South Africa, or all who live in South Africa, to say if there is a game changer on board, how do we engage development financiers who are here, bankers, academia, and so forth, in a manner that enables us to have clear conversations about tackling this game changer differently in a way that enables transformation going forward. One of the challenges we've constantly faced as a country is that we come up, yes, with too many plans, but we also come up with very beautiful game changers, but we don't extract the opportunity for transforming a society for a sustainable cause in the end. It ends up, unfortunately, becoming a lost opportunity for the whole nation to gain, which of course is not always real, but that we open up, we deal with barriers to entry. We also maximize on our negotiating powers, especially us as government, and have private sector also negotiate with us. But let's not keep repeating mistakes of the past when we're discussing game changer issues and we lose opportunities for a transformative agenda that can really say 10 years from now, we did have a World Science Forum that came up with proposals which we sought to implement for the benefit of younger people who, after all, will adopt the future.
Point made.
Apologies for
No
talking
problem.
for so long.
Thank you. I indulged you because you have not spoken the whole day, so that was good. Let me allow the speakers to address some of those questions. But in addition to that, may I ask Ms. Hopman to just briefly tell us a little bit about the launching of the Hydrogen Bank. And to Mr. Ruplal, just to also, a question wondering whether that would benefit the African continent if we set up our own hydrogen bank. Ms. Hopman, perhaps you can start and respond to some of those questions.
Sure. Ooh, thank you very much. And the questions, I think there's a few questions that come to. There's a book by Piketty, if you've ever heard of him, called The Capital in the 21st Century. And what he says has been the key to development was education. And I think we cannot emphasize enough the need for education, from basic to high education, to university to research. I think education is the key to reach out to society, to communities, to community involvement. I think education is the key pillar. Now on oil and gas funding, it is very true that the European Investment Bank does not finance oil and gas projects. And it doesn't mean that other banks don't do it. It's just that, and we are not the only bank in the world. We have taken that stance. We were the first ones to put green bonds, to issue green bonds in the world. We were part of the first ones before commercial banks to finance renewable energy projects. So we go with innovative, risky projects, and then the commercial banks come to finance projects where there's less risk attached. So that's the way the EIB has always functioned, and that's the way it still functions today. What your question about the EU bank, the hydrogen bank. I think at the moment we're still gathering ideas, so I would love to hear from the private sector. It could be a bank, it could be the idea of H2 Global on a massive scale. So double auctions or contract for difference, matchmaking platform between countries who can produce hydrogen and countries who would like to buy hydrogen. So there's many of different ways. I think it's mostly to give predictability and to jumpstart the hydrogen economy. So credibility and predictability. No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rupla?
Thank you. Just to respond to the question about the hydrogen bank, and I think it's an important development. I think as I mentioned, we have an appreciation for the quantum of funding we require and the type. So something like that is really going to help us to bring funds closer. Having said that, though, I think we do realize that although funding is one of the concern areas, to me, I think the bigger concern I have is on the other side, on the input project side. And I think that's where we need more to come in to feed into the pipeline. So we have a pipeline of projects that we're developing, which will see us some way towards those targets that I mentioned for 2030, right? And then we need to seriously ramp up thereafter from 2025 onwards. And seriously ramping up means obviously more projects need to start being developed. And I would like to see that happening. And I'm hoping that, after we released, the DSI released the Hydrogen Society Roadmap in February, we're now releasing the commercialization strategy. That's going to be a very clear message from government to say, yes, we are open to business for hydrogen. Private sector needs to come on board. And that's what I would like to see happening. I would like to see there being more, I think, organized way in how the projects are developing or being developed, attending to more of the fundamentals of project development that's coming through, packaging the projects well for funding. Because I think, you need to meet them on two sides. We have the funds available, and the funds are coming in from the for potential hydrogen bank. But I believe that the projects also need to be packaged to attract those funds also. So that's my response to the hydrogen bank. And I'm hoping I addressed your question, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You have addressed the questions. Are there any other questions that the floor would like to raise before I thank our speakers? Mr. Mate? I think there's a microphone on the table there.
Thanks, Program Director. It's not so much of a question, but maybe a response to the question that was raised around assuming there are people that are sabotaging the infrastructure. So as we roll out the green economy, including green hydrogen, how do we prepare for this? And God forbid, imagine sabotaging a hydrogen pipeline. I mean, this is very, very, very serious. However, these activities must be treated as criminality type of activities, and they must be dealt with accordingly. But ironically, they also present opportunities, opportunities for R&D in advanced security systems. You know, earlier on, there was a speaker that was talking about digitalization, et cetera, et cetera. So it is an opportunity. So as much as we are focusing on developing electrolyzers and battery technologies, et cetera, perhaps we should also be focusing on advanced security systems, you know, as part of preparing for the future. But someone, somewhere, must still deal with the root causes of why people are sabotaging infrastructure. In my view, it really boils down to poverty, unemployment. Earlier on, I think, Program Director, you also indicated that we've got a huge unemployment rate amongst the youth. So unless we address the issue of unemployment amongst the youth, you know, create opportunities in the green economy as we move forward for the youth, for those that are fortunate to have qualifications, I think the private sector must play its part and absorb some of them. But there are those that, the third generation of the so-called lost generation. The first lost generation was around the 1970s, 1976. Then there was a second generation of lost generation around the 80s and the 90s. But we now have the third generation of the lost generation. They are uneducated, they're young, there are no opportunities. So as we craft the strategies around the green economy, etc., we need to be deliberate about creating opportunities for the uneducated youth, because it's going to be a challenge going forward. Thank you, Program Director. I thought I should just talk to that. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Dr. Rasmul, did you want to respond to anything? You're sorted.
Now, I wanted to respond around the question around theft. In the fuel cell sector, you know, I understand, you know, there's issues with, you know, with the parastatals and theft. It's just not ESCOM. There are other parastatals who have their own challenges, as well as private sector. But I think when it comes to, let's say, the deployment of fuel cell, stationary fuel cells, they're actually a better option than diesel generators. The reason why is because, you know, diesel generators, normally if you have one, you have two because they're very unreliable, but also there's issues with people feeding diesel with corrupted diesel that can mess up your generator. And then also even for base stations for cell phone towers, you know, normally if the lights go out or the power goes out, you use diesel generators with backup, but people love stealing diesel generators. I mean, they'll put them in concrete, they know how to steal them. So a fuel cell is such that can replace a diesel generator for cell phone towers. If you steal it, not many people know how to operate and maintain. So if you steal a fuel cell, because it's difficult to operate and maintain if you don't know what you're doing, you're not going to get the power. So a fuel cell, stationary fuel cell is better than a diesel generator, especially for backup, especially for public buildings. So it's actually almost like a solution to reduce stealing in the stationary sector. Now, when it comes to the movement of gas, liquid organic hydrogen carrier, or any of the derivatives of hydrogen, again, ammonia is a very toxic chemical. So if you steal it, if you don't know how to handle it, there's challenges. So that's also a deterrent from stealing the product. You move it through pipeline, you move it through canisters, again, highly specialized and so forth. There's danger around that. So is less likely to be stolen than, let's say, for instance, we have illegal connections. You know, sometimes you have those households that illegally connect to the grid. So I think in some cases, it could be, you know, using, transition can actually be a deterrent to actually staying with power, be it for backup or for other reasons.
Okay. Is there a burning question? Okay, is it a question? You haven't spoken. Would you like to have the floor? Please take the floor.
Sure. So from the panel discussion, it's quite evident that South Africa will require engagement from multiple stakeholders to move into this just energy transition. But one of the things that we haven't really talked about today is public awareness of hydrogen. Especially at the basic education levels, there are a lot of children that don't even know what that is, and just kind of building that awareness up throughout our population could also be quite a pivotal and important aspect to this. So yeah, what do you think the role of enhanced awareness on hydrogen would be in attaining this ambitious goal?
Thank you. That's a very, very, very valid question. We don't have answers today, but I hope that we can pick up some of these questions tomorrow. Thank you for that. I think that was just a very good way to end and give us some food for thought, because public awareness is absolutely vital, absolutely vital. We've been very rude to our speakers. I just want to say thank you very much to them for the time and the patience that they had in waiting for us. So I just really want to say a big thanks to the IDC and the IEB for the time that they have given us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the day. There are a few announcements that I need to make about tomorrow. The first announcement is that we must, okay, I see somebody running, rushing. I must have forgotten something. Okay. Oh, is there one speaker? Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay, we have one wrap-up speaker. I'm sorry about that, just a miscommunication, my fault. One last speaker. I know that there's fatigue. If you'll just stand for just a minute, and then we will allow the final speaker to just give us a wrap for the day. Thank you very much. I give the floor to the speaker. I yield. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry for our miscommunication, but thank you so much for your patience. We're looking forward to what you have to say. You are our last speaker, so we expect great things from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No worries at all. I was very happy to see the discussion at the end. I think it's very important to speak with each other. I think that's the base for collaboration. And in fact, that was also, the title of my speech about international collaboration. It was also already touched in one of the questions of the audience. How can we speed up and how can we learn as well from others? We have the Netherlands and Japan in the room. They have great experience. So it's also time to speak with them. How did it really work to build up a hydrogen valley or a hydrogen economy? My name is Matthijs Soede. I'm working for the European Commission and assigned as director of the Clean Hydrogen Mission, which is a mission which falls under Mission Innovation. Mission Innovation is a global initiative which started after the COP in Paris, and it was launched as well by Barack Obama at the time, and that the countries would work together much more on the global challenges which we have. Look, we have been speaking a lot about hydrogen, but we have the challenge of combating climate change. And for that as well, we need a kind of an energy transition. And renewables was mentioned several times, and then it's also about electrification of certain sectors. But hydrogen is an important building block in this clean energy transition in that respect. It overcomes seasonal storage of power, but it also can help in hard-to-abate sectors. And today as well, we heard already in some sectors the use of, and a lot in the chemical industry, very important for South Africa. But it works as well in the mobility sector. In the steel sector was mentioned, but how does it go into the construction sector or ceramics or many sectors which need a lot of heat? And that you have as well. So can we use hydrogen as well for other sectors in that respect? And as mission innovation, we have seen that there is a challenge. Very early in the morning we said, it's so expensive, this green hydrogen, as such. And then is the question as well for research and companies and universities, can we make it cheaper? So maybe we need research innovation along the full value chain, from the production to the storage, the distribution, but also the use of clean hydrogen. Very important. So as a mission, we have said, okay, let's try to get the cost down to $2 per kilogram from the generation to the end use. Earlier was mentioned $4 only for the production. But very clearly, we have to make it happen along the full supply chain. In the mission, we are working together with the United States, Australia, United Kingdom, European Commission, Chile, Japan, and our aim is really to share our experiences in that respect and to build up new collaborations. And I don't like to talk too much. You are sitting around tables, I see, and I think you should speak with each other. How can we collaborate? Speak as well with the other guests coming from outside South Africa. How can we collaborate? And that's what we are aiming at. Our mission is built, in fact, on 3 pillars. It's on research innovation, on the different steps, and we try to build up new partnerships in that respect. And we have some working groups where we bring universities, research organizations, and industries together, also to define together what are the real critical questions, what kind of research do we have to do, where is more knowledge needed? And that's, in fact, the education agenda as well. And we build up skills and we build up the capacities of the people. We would like to demonstrate it as well, the new technologies, to see what are the best practices. Can we bring it into operation in a hydrogen valley? And the hydrogen valley has been explained this morning. It's so important to bring, in fact, the supply and the demand together. The chicken and egg mentioned, but we can supply a lot of green hydrogen, but when there is no demand, we have an issue. And when we build it together in a hydrogen valley, in a regional area, focused area, then there is not that much transport needed. That would be very helpful. But it's also about new demonstrations, new uses. It was mentioned, one of the visions of the previous panel was, okay, it would be nice to fill up a ship, a vessel, and to transport green hydrogen to other countries on the globe. Great, happy to see that. But if this vessel is still oil fueled, what it makes it sense? No, we need even that ship is propelled by green hydrogen. So we need these new applications to realize this green transition as such. And talking about ships, and that's why we need a global hydrogen economy, not just in South Africa, not just in Europe, and not just in Australia. It's these vessels, if they are big, they need everywhere to be fueled. So they need in South America, in South Africa, in Australia, a fuel station, in fact, to be propelled. It's the same for the aeronautic sector. It's for many different sectors as well of importance. So that's the second pillar, building hydrogen valleys. And yeah, we have been launching 2 reports already. And this is, I would like to show you, it's global, going global. But we have a website, it's h2v.eu. And I would like to invite you to have a look on that, where we are collecting all the demonstrations in that respect of the hydrogen valleys. And the Heaven project is, of course, mentioned, and you can learn on it, the size, about investments. But it's also important to show your hydrogen valleys.
it was mentioned 3 hydrogen valleys earlier already, quite advanced in South Africa. They are not yet in this database. And I think that shows as well the expertise in your country, the knowledge, but also it will bring up new partnerships. That people, oh, what is happening in South Africa? Hey, there is a partner already building that. I would like to know that. Bringing the people together, and we believe that that's very helpful. So that's, and in these reports as well, a bit on what are the barriers, the best practice exchanges, and we would like to have all the hydrogen valleys together as well to share this experience, because we need to accelerate the global hydrogen economy as such. The third pillar is the enabling environment. We have been speaking about finance. Education was mentioned, skills, and I think there we should learn from each other. We are going to set up with the countries in our mission some working groups or knowledge groups on codes and standards, but also on regulatory issues, as well on finance. A new one could be, by the way, inspired as well by your discussions today, is maybe we should talk as well about skills. Why would you develop a skills agenda? I know that my neighbor here in the building is thinking as well about a skills agenda for Europe. We have to invest more in building the people and having the youth involved as well to train them, but also about, hey, what are your experiences in community building, in having social of public engagement into our hydrogen projects? How did it work in Europe? How did it work in Australia? How is it going to work in South Africa? And I think that's why we have to work together as countries on a global level. And happy to go on with the discussion and yeah, to engage as well with you and to meet you. And I think it's very important that we all work together on building this global hydrogen economy. Thank you for inviting me to be there. It's a shame that I couldn't be present with you and can't be in the next session, which is on matchmaking, but I'm pretty sure that we can meet in the future. But thank you very much. And yeah, congratulations as well with the whole workshop. I really enjoyed it from the morning on.
Thank you very much to Matisse Sood. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I think that he raised a number of really important issues that also link to the last question that we had, just in terms of how do we actually put people and collaborate on research, development, and innovation, create partnerships. Earlier in the morning, we talked about the importance of demonstration and social proof of all these projects that people must be able to see, not just talk or hear about the hydrogen economy. They must be able to see it with their own eyes. We saw the buses in the Netherlands, for example. These are important issues that we need to engage around more. He also raised the importance of, in coming together, asking ourselves, you know, what kind of questions do we need to respond to as we move in this hydrogen economy and come up with best practices. So I think the importance of also research and development throughout the full value chain, I think, is also important and gives us a lot of opportunities accordingly. Are there questions that one would like to pose to Mr. Sood before I release him? Yes, Dr. Becky? And can I also take the opportunity to also ask for a response, since we've opened up the space, to the last question that was posed around how do we raise awareness at a much lower level than these international things that we do, like real people talking about hydrogen economy.
Thank you, Program Director. For the whole entire day, she gives instruction. We must take it. So, of course, no challenges because you're the boss. Before I ask the first question, I'm going to respond. And I think your question, I think, I'm so glad you spoke up, really, because I think in most cases our conversations have been so high level, but the question is, what about the people on the ground? We keep on talking about hydrogen being an enabler for just transition, hydrogen being an enabler for dealing with triple challenges, but it means nothing if everyone in the value chain is not involved, including youth. So we have not been doing perfectly, but we've been trying something, right? So under the HISA program, you know, I've spoken to the 3 centers of competence, but in addition to that, we have HISA PEDUP, which is the Hydrogen South Africa Public Awareness Development Program. So I think it's maybe not as old as HISA, but you know, maybe at least a decade plus old. And what we do is actually that's an outreach program to the schools, focusing on all 9 provinces, as well as focusing on primary and secondary school. And this is a program that's hosted by SASTA. SASTA is the South Africa Agency for Science and Technology Advancement, which is a business unit under the National Research Foundation, one of our entities. And really what we've done is we've had, throughout the years, we've had science, I would say contest, where students from different provinces can come, and the students who win, actually I think they go to, I think it's either New York or Washington, D.C., I can't remember, for like a visit, like the best and brightest. And I've seen cases where kids from Model C schools, kids from public schools have won these contests across all the different provinces. I think the year I went to an awards, and this is a year pre-COVID, it was like Eastern Cape was snapping up all the awards. I'm not sure what was going on there, but we actually have programs where the children learn about hydrogen. We go to the ESCOM Science Fair where they learn. We have outreach with science kids that we do in partnership. One year when we deployed a field cell at a secondary school, actually it was really mesmerizing seeing a student from the secondary school explaining to our minister at the time, Kubai Ngubani, what a fuel cell was, what was electrolysis. We had curriculum for the teachers, we had training of the teachers and so forth. So this is what we're doing, and I just have to acknowledge it's not enough. We need to do more. In terms of public awareness, this is in terms of accountants who make decisions, private sector guys who make decisions, we need to do a better job. And the science diplomacy for economic development workshops is our start in moving in, you know, continuing to move in the right direction, but do a bit better, and so forth. But if you have any ideas, like obviously we're failing at it, if you have any ideas, we're open to hearing how we can do it better, because the youth are our future, and so forth. Hopefully, share. And then my question for you, you mentioned the website. I think I tried to take it down, it was like h23.eu, I couldn't remember. But before a country recommends a valley to be considered to be posted, how far along in the process should that valley be? Like for the valley that we have from Makalakwana to Limpopo, Limpopo to Gauteng to Durban, we have a study that was launched last year in October. And now, out of the 9 catalytic projects, I think at least 3 of them are reaching some stage of looking at the bankability, but we haven't deployed anything except for the new gen on the road. So at what level of maturity should a valley be before it's, you know, uploaded or submitted for consideration? Okay.
Mr. Suda?
Yeah, thank you. I try to, let's see if you can see.
Yep, we can see.
Because this is in fact our Mission Innovation Hydrogen Valley platform, and you see at the moment there are 37 hydrogen valleys from different countries with total investment. Here you see the different types of projects, and it's a very good question. It's not yet that they have to be fully commissioned yet. We would like to see that there are very concrete project ideas with a feasibility study behind, and indeed that is also going into the question of how to finance it and going up to the financial investment decision later on to the deployment. But it can be already in an early stage. We are trying to collect more than 100 hydrogen valleys by the end of 2023 on our website in different stages of development. But we would like to see them being deployed by 2030. What was already presented this morning as well by Geert de Jong from the New Energy Coalition, it takes some time before it is really realized. They started as well, I think more than 5 years ago, with the concept, the idea to building it up. But we invite hydrogen valleys already in a relatively early stage, but it should be quite concrete from a conceptual point of view.
Thank you.
But I invite you to have a look, and it's not easy to find the reports, but in analysis, you see at the, oh, they changed it, right? Okay, here in analysis, at the bottom, you see the reports. And there's a Hydrogen Valley report, which we published in, last year, and recently an updated report with some examples for 2022. Okay. I hope it answered your question.
Thank you. I think that was adequately answered. We wanted to see where we were in our stage and whether we would be able to do this. So thank you very much for that. Yeah. With no further questions, allow me to thank you, Mr. Suda, so much for your time today, for your presentation, for your insights. They were very good for the end of the day. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much, and best wishes with your project, and hopefully one of these days soon we will also be able to submit our valleys. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
You're welcome, and I hope for some very fruitful discussions in this day and the next days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I believe I have permission now to say we've come to the end of the day. Been saying this. I want to first thank the organizers, and in particular the people behind the scenes. These are not easy events to put together. Somehow we all magically appear in these rooms, but there are people behind the scenes who make it happen. So I want to really thank everybody behind the scenes, from the catering, the engineers who have made sure that we are audible. Thank you very much, guys in the back. And the audio team, the video team, thank you so much. The camera people, thank you again. I also want to thank our international guests, many who flew hours to be with us and to really bless this occasion. I really want to thank the Netherlands, Japan, and of course those who were virtual with us. It's much appreciated. We have a beautiful country, and we hope that it was worth the flight. I want to thank all the panelists who prepared so well and gave us insights, gave us more questions, which is important, and allowed us some room and words in which to interrogate this hydrogen economy. I also want to thank the what do you call it? The suspicious ones, because that's also very important, you know, because we need suspicion in order to make our work better, make our work sharper, and question why we are doing these things, and make sure that at the center of it, our socioeconomic imperatives are met. I want to thank you as the participants who came from wherever you came from. Thank you so much for your participation. Your words are important. Your words are meaningful to this conversation. And I hope that you will spread this conversation to your own spaces and find creative ways to raise awareness. And I think that's probably one of the most important questions of the day. How do we raise awareness intergenerationally, and how do we secure the new hydrogen economy in light of the statistics, unfortunate statistics in our country? I really want to thank you. I thank you for indulging me as the chair. if there are any mistakes or offenses that were made, they were not intentional. And I just hope that you've had a good day, and I hope you've enjoyed the day. I thank our department for putting this together, Ms. Mabuza, for all the hard work with your team. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we have to start promptly at 9 o'clock. Our minister will be here tomorrow, and we have to be seated as per protocol when he arrives. So I beg your indulgence that tomorrow, please come early, be here, be registered. If your friends haven't registered, let them come early and register. We are now going to move towards a matchmaking process. There will be tea outside, and if you want to drink some good wine, I think this evening there's a cocktail for those who need to taste Cape Townian wine, and just network, exchange cards, get to know each other, and let's build big, let's dream big, and let's do this. Let's do this hydrogen economy stuff. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Sorry, everyone. May I please have your attention? Just a quick announcement on the parking tickets. If there's anybody who's trying to leave now, you please approach the registration desk for a parking ticket for you to be able to go out of the parking. It only works once, so you won't come in again and use the same ticket. Tomorrow we'll print another set of parking tickets for you. Just the parking that is covered with these tickets, I think is the one just opposite the watershed. Yeah, so please park in there and you'll have a parking ticket to go out. Sorry, make use of your wristbands if you want to go into the aquarium. If you don't have one, go to the registration desk and get one, please. Tomorrow you get another one.